Well, hello everybody. Welcome along to Bahrain International Circuit for the running of the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain edition. Apologies that we're a little bit late on the stream. As you can imagine, 2020 and the early part of 2021 has been a trying season. Not this morning, because we've been busy dealing with a raft of technical issues to bring you this live stream. We've got a team based out in Bahrain. Myself, Mark Werrell, will be the only commentator, unfortunately, you'll be hearing from throughout the course of this two-part 6-hour race at the Gulf 12 Hours. Let's guide you very quickly through the grid, and hopefully we can pick up on the starting drivers as well that we're expecting in this one. Due to COVID-19, and in particular for the European teams, down in numbers, I'm afraid, this year, but we've still got the event going ahead, so hats off to the organising team. And the way that they line up on the grid is that the number 33 2Cs Motorsport McLaren 720S, the 720S making its debut in the Gulf 12 Hours at Yas Marina a couple of years ago, starts from pole position in the hands of British driver Ben Barnicoat. It's the sister car, the number 7 car from 2Cs Racing, Lewis Williamson, that lines up alongside. Row 2 of the grid, it is the number 27 car from Kessel Racing, which is Emanuele Tabacci, that lines up there on that second row of the grid, and alongside it is the number 67 Dynamic Porsche, which is the car in the hands of Mauro Calamia for part 1 of the race. Then we move on to the next row of the grid, and on the inside of that row it is row number 3, it's car number 3, which is Chris Froggatt for Ram Racing. Chris late into the entry list, largely because Sander Hahn, who was scheduled to have driven that car, is suffering from the effects of COVID-19, so hasn't been able to travel. And alongside, making their debut in the Gulf 12 Hours, is the number 31 Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental GT3, Ewan Mackay, on board for part 1 of the race. Row 4 of the grid, it's number 8 Kessel Racing, Nicola Cadai. Nicola Cadai is on board alongside number 46, which is the Ferrari 488 GT3, the Monster Energy VR46 car of Valentino Rossi, making his return to the Gulf 12 Hours. Row 5 of the grid is 72, which is in Inception Motorsport. Inception Racing with Optima Motorsport, which is Brendan Aribe, and alongside is number 90, which is the Scuderia Villabora Corsa Mercedes AMG GT4. That's the first of the GT4 cars we've got on the grid, and that is in the hands for part 1 of the race. That's the number 90 car of Benedetto Straniaro. And then the 6th and final row of the grid is number 77, which is the Optimum Motorsport McLaren 570 GT4, which is Jan Quinkelberg. And alongside is number 50, which is the SVC Sports Management Maserati of Anthony Hodson. So that gives you the full grid. So apologies, we're a little bit late starting the stream, but we're about to get this part 1 of the 12-hour race underway. I'll tell you a little bit about the format as and when we get things going, but the two seats McLarens both line up there on the front row of the grid. Neat 2x2 order. The first 6 hours coming up, and we are about to go green in the first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain edition. Lights go out, and they start to flick their way up towards turn 1. We're on the full Grand Prix circuit, full 3.363 mile, and already there's lots of squeezing going on up towards turn 1, but it is going to be the two seats McLarens that will lead the pack. Great start though from the Bentley on the Ewan Mackay from what was at 6th position on the grid. Ewan Mackay is already up into 2nd position. Lewis Williamson's having to take to the curbs to avoid everybody as he washed out a little bit through turns 3 and turn 4. We've also had a spin in the background, I think, or possibly one of the GT4 cars might have tunneled towards the tail end of the field. But what a start from Ewan Mackay. He is one of 3 drivers that we'll see competing in this number 31 Team Parker Racing Bentley. He is partnered this weekend with former Bentley factory driver Andy Marrick and Derek Pearce. But for Ewan Mackay, a fantastic start. The grid was based on the average lap times set by all 3 drivers that will have qualified to the cars. So it's not based on individual lap time, it's taking the qualifying time from driver 1 in part 1 of qualifying, taking the driver time from part 2 of qualifying, and from part 3, and then dividing it by 3, giving you the average time, and that's worked out the grid to Ewan Mackay with a staggering start to 2nd position, and also a great start for the driven Ram Racing Mercedes in its DTM style livery. All of us with the Mercedes brand in the 190Es, wasn't it, era of the DTM racing. That's the car sitting there in 3rd place. 4th at the moment, it's the number 72 car of Brendan Aribe. A great start from Brendan Aribe. I have to say, the 72 Inception Racing with Optima Motorsport McLaren up into 5th position. We've got shuffle in the order, but ready. Ben Barnicoat just starting to break away, break the train, and starting to build the advantages in the early stages of this race. Do stay in touch with us on Twitter. You can use the hashtag AskGulf12Hours. AskGulf12Hours. If you want to ask us any questions, I will endeavour to answer them if I can. If not, we've got a very there in Bahrain that should be able to assist with a few questions. There were a few came in yesterday that we didn't get to. I will get to those today, rest assured, if you were either Paul Roberts or Polaris that tweeted us yesterday during the qualifying sessions. But at the end of the first lap of the race, already 3 seconds up the road is Ben Barnicoat. So Ben Barnicoat really pulling away and starting to build the advantage over Ewan Mackay in the Team Parker Racing Bentley there in second place. Still under pressure from Chris Froggatt though, who's not going away at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes. Side by side, further down through the order, Lewis Williamson's trying to recover up the inside of Brendan Arebe. The two McLarens go just out of shot. I think Brendan Arebe just got the door closed in time there, so the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport car hung on to fourth place. Despite the best efforts of Lewis Williamson in the second of the two C's cars, Lewis trying to make up ground following what was that sort of grassy and gravelly and off-track moment through turns 2 and 3 on the first lap of the race, but he's still bottled up down in 5th position at the moment. 6th place is Valentino Rossi, returning to the Gulf 12 Hours. Nicola Cadet is 7th place. Emanuele Tabatti is there in 8th place. Mauro Calamia is 9th. And 10th at the moment is going to be the car in GT4, which is the Scuderia Corsa Mercedes, which is this first part of the race being driven by the 22-year-old Italian Benedetto Strignaro, driver who we've seen racing in likes of the Porsche Carrera Cup in Italy last year and was racing in FIA World Karting back in 2019, so very much a newcomer to motorsport, who's already doing really good things. Look at the gap that Ben Barnicoat has built up. It really has stretched the advantage in the early stages. We've still got Brendan Arebe trying to dance one way and dance the other to try and keep the aspirations of Lewis Williamson at bay. There's nothing doing there still, so the two McLarens still nose to tail at this stage. The Ferrari of Valentino Rossi not that far away. Is in the pro category at this stage. Ewan Mackay and the chasing pack behind, all the way back to Lewis Williamson, are in the Pro-Am category. I'll tell you a little bit more about that as and when the race fully settles down. But for the moment, it has really been a good start for Ewan Mackay, a great start for Chris Froggatt, and a good start for Brendan Arebe, who've all worked their way in the Bentley, the Mercedes and the McLaren, respectively, up through the order. It's GT4, it's Mercedes from McLaren and then Maserati. Now, over the course of this part 1 of the race, so the race is broken into 2 parts, 6-hour race in reality, or for part 1. The checkered flag comes out. People were saying on social media it's 2 6-hour races. It's not. It is a 12-hour race, absolutely. It's just broken into 2 6-hour parts. The way it works is checkered flag falls after 6 hours in this race, and that will mean that when we start part 2 of the race, that the finishing positions from this race of this part are carried over to part 2 of the race, so that gives us the grid, but also the laps are carried over as well. So if you are on the lead lap at the end of the 6 hours, you start the second 6 hours on the lead lap. If you are a lap off the lead at the end of 6 hours, you start part 2 of the race a lap down. That's the way it works. And when we get to the checkered flag at the end of part 2, the second 6 hours, we add up the number of laps completed in all of those, and that gives us the winner. If 2 cars are on the same lead lap in reality, then it's whoever finishes ahead of who on the checkered flag at the end of the 12 hours. So that tells you a little bit about the format of it. We'll tell you a little bit more about how the pit stops work and how minimum driving periods work as well as the race wears on. But for the moment, Lewis Williamson is the man to watch here, still sitting there in the number 7 car in what is 5th position and starting to continually attack Brendan Arebe. Nothing doing still for Lewis Williamson. Saw him competing in the GT Championships throughout Europe in 2020. The Endurance Championship in the past, as with many drivers, cut his teeth in single seaters, the likes of Formula Renault. We got him to GP3, did Lewis Williamson, but for the moment he's bottled up behind Brendan Arebe, who has done lots of racing in GT4 spec McLarens, less so in GT3s. We've seen him racing sporadically in the British GT Championship. I think he certainly took in at least 1 round last year, the Silverstone 500, but for the moment that black and red car in the hands of Brendan Arebe is doing a good job of making sure he keeps the front row starting, but currently 5th place, similar 720S behind. Good battle between the two Ferraris as well. These are Kessel teammates in reality, so it's Valentino Rossi, who is currently lying 4th in the Pro-Am category. I'll run you down through the categories once things fully settle down. But his monster VR646 Ferrari 488 under enormous pressure, looking one way and looking the other. Nicola Cadè, at the moment the 2011 Superstars champion and former Ferrari Italia champion, is bottled up behind the multiple Grand Prix winner and of course multiple MotoGP champion. So the two Ferraris sitting there in what will be 6th and 7th places at this stage. As Ben Barnaco, he's away and it's checked out already 6th, almost seconds to the good at the end of 3 laps of racing. So it's McLaren from Bentley, Mercedes from McLaren, and then Ferrari, Porsche in GT3. They are, of course, all split into different categories. GT3 Pro, which is the cars which are largely just having gold and silver drivers behind the wheel. You've got GT3 Pro-Am, which is where bronze drivers are partnered with either silvers, or in the case of the team mark of Bentley Racing and Andy Merrick, it's a gold driver that's that one. We've got GT3 Am, GT3 Jet, as it's also known, which is largely bronze drivers. Upgraded to silver. That car still sits in GT3 Am, and then we've got all of the GT4 cars bringing up the rear, which will all have different amounts of pit stops they need to conduct in this first 6 hours, and for those pit stops they will be of different durations as well for GT3 and GT4 cars, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that as and when we get to that pit window, which I would say for the GT4 cars is probably going to be about every hour, about every 60 minutes roughly. Lewis Williamson again trying to attack Brendan Aribe, who swerves from one side of the circuit to the other just to block the car off. It was only one single move. You're allowed to defend once, and that's exactly what Brendan Aribe did there. But has Lewis Williamson got a better run coming off the next corner? Well, not quite. We've also had a shuffle in the two Ferraris. Nicola Cadè has finally managed to unlock the door and work his way past Valentino Rossi. And for the two McLarens, the same cannot be said for Lewis Williamson, who is still absolutely riding on almost the rear diffuser there of Brendan Aribe, who is having to work overtime to try and keep Lewis Williamson behind. But Lewis Williamson's looking for the inside line, heading through 9, can't quite do it. Can he sneak up the inside at 10? No, unfortunately. If he gets a good exit off 10, but it might give him the opportunity to try and do something down at turn number 11 as they head down the straight. This is the alternative start-finish line here on the Bahrain International Circuit. Lewis Williamson flashing his lights, trying to Brendan Aribe off, desperate to try and make progress following his mistake at turn 2 and turn 3 on the very first lap of the race, and dropped from what was 2nd down into 5th place, but has made 0 progress since. So, there goes Brendan Aribe. Shadowing him all of the time. At the moment, Brendan is doing just about enough to fend off the aspirations of Lewis Williamson, who again is looking to try and sneak through. Doing again as they head down into the braking area of 14, and then the little kink at turn 50. Turn 1 presents a good overtaking opportunity for Lewis Williamson through 14 and 15. Then it's a heavy braking area. It's a typical Herman Teicher designed circuit. Lewis Williamson looking for the inside line. Can he sneak through this time? No, still can't make it stick. He must be getting ever more frustrated, but Brendan Aribe is doing not a great deal wrong, to be perfectly honest. He's defending fairly, because he's only ever moving from one side of the circuit to the other. There's only ever one single move to create that defensive opportunity for Brendan Aribe, and Lewis Williamson is also well aware that there's a long way to go still in this race. It's just not worth at this stage sticking your nose up the inside, getting it chopped off, and having to pit very, very early on in the race. So through and down into the next section. So this will be down through turns 6 and 7 and in towards the braking area for turn number 8. The right-hander, all of the time whilst the cars ahead are just starting to pull away. That will be the extra frustration for Lewis Williamson. He'll know he's quicker probably than Brendan Aribe, but he just can't unlock the door and find his way through. He's having to go this time up the inside at turn 10. Thought he might do it a couple of laps ago, and Nicola Cadè is trying to sneak through as well at the wheel of the Ferrari, but Brendan Aribe defends from at least the Ferrari, has lost the place to Lewis Williamson with a textbook overtake really. I did think a couple of laps ago that might be where Lewis Williamson might do it. Difficult to overtake there in reality, because you're still trying to rotate the car through turn 9 whilst you're on the brakes, trying to stop the car and get it pitched into turn number 10. But a great move from Lewis Williamson. Through he goes, and now Brendan Areeb finds himself down into 5th position, but also under pressure from the number 8 Ferrari in the hands of Nicolas Cadet. This is going to be in reality now for what would be 3rd and 4th place in the Pro-Am category with McLaren Brendan Areeb, the Ferrari that sits behind. So still pushing as hard as they can in this early stage. Back to the pit stops. I was saying, I think they have to conduct 5 imposed pit stops, as they're called, i.e. mandatory pit stop. 5 imposed pit stops in the first 6 hours of the race. So if you split that equally, then it's going to be every 60 minutes that they will be coming in. For the GT3 cars, regardless of what class they are in, they will have 4 imposed pit stops over the course of this first part of the race, the first 6 hours. So you could argue every 77 to 75 minutes we'll be seeing the GT3 cars come in. They also have differing amounts of time that they need to be in the pit lane area. Now, the pit stops for the GT3 cars are a minimum of 110 seconds, and that is timed from the loop at pit lane in to the loop at pit lane out. So it's not the period of time the car has to be stationary, it's the period of time that it has to be in the pit lane area. So 110 seconds for the GT3 cars. For the GT4 cars, an amendment this morning sees that they will now stop for 150 seconds, an extra 40 seconds compared to the GT3 cars. That might beg the question as to why they stop for longer. Well, it is because the GT3 cars all have centre locking wheels, so it's a very easy process. Nuts to undo, to take the wheels off, change the tyres and put them back on. Whereas the GT4 cars, they have differing wheel securing mechanisms. So some will have centre locking wheels, other bulls will have multiple studs. In the case of the Maserati in particular. So in order to create a balance of performance, you could argue, almost within the pit stops, it means that all of the GT4 cars, regardless of what wheel retention system they are using, have to stop for a longer period of time. So no one car is either given an advantage or disadvantage purely as a result of the wheel retention systems on the cars. That's the way it works. Towards the braking area for the next corner now. Nicolas Cadet is up the inside of Brendan Areeb to take as long as Lewis Williamson to go through, but then from wide on the next corner as has a spin. Unfortunately, been going so well, but he just tried to sneak up the inside that little bit too early. And I'm afraid to say, has rotated the Kessel Racing Ray-Ban backed Ferrari. That will drop him right the way to the back of the GT3 field. You can see in the background of the shot that he's now pointing in the right direction and is on his merry way once more, but he's dropped behind, I'm afraid to say, the Maro Calamia Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, and that will now drop him all the way to the back of the GT3 field, having been looking to try and hoist himself up into 5th position in the pack. As for Ben Barnicoat, well, he's now 13 seconds up the lead from this car. So Ewan Hankey doing a good job in the early stages. Ewan, who first came to my attention racing in the UK Legends Championship, which is a little 5/8 scale Yamaha motorcycle engine cars, and has since gone and raced in Porsche Carrera Cup, amongst many other things as well, and has been doing beautifully well last year in the GT World Challenge Europe, having raced in the GT4 European Championship. So Team Parker Racing Bentley is a long way adrift of this car, Ben Barnicoat, who has raced in the Gulf 12 Hours before. He was in the factory McLaren back in 2018. That was a world competition debut for McLaren 720 SGT3 at the time. Himself, members of Alvaro Perant and Shane Gisbergen, I think, were the 3 drivers in it in 2018. So he's back for another go at the Gulf 12 Hours, but of course for this year, a different circuit. Global COVID-19 pandemic has caused everybody, without question, issues over the course of the last 12 months, not least of which the Gulf 12 Hours, because, of course, originally it was scheduled for December at its regular home, Yas Marina. Because of COVID-19, the Formula 1 calendar was adjusted. Formula 1 took the date that was originally penciled in and penned in really for the Gulf 12 Hours at the Yas Marina. So as a result of F1 taking the date that was arranged, there was conversations going on to find either suitable alternative dates or, as ultimately was the case, an alternative date and an alternative venue here in Bahrain for the first time. And as a result of it now being in January rather than the original December date, that's also had an impact on the teams that were looking to travel, some of which aren't able to travel due to COVID-19 travel restrictions, others of which, by the time the cars return back to, in particular, mainland Europe, this one-off race could impact their pre-season testing arrangements for the start of their main focus, which is the 2021 either European or domestic GT season. So that's why we are a little bit down on numbers, and hopefully for Paul Roberts to ask that question yesterday on Twitter using the hashtag #AskGulf12Hours, that answers as to why everything is related to COVID, and that's not an excuse, that is absolute fact as to why we are a little bit down on numbers this year for an event which was originally scheduled in December at Yas Marina and had a full grid of cars entered. Now, this is a good little battle that's going on now. It looks as though Valentino Rossi is starting to come under a significant amount of pressure from the car that sits behind, which is Mauro Calamia at the wheel of the dynamic Porsche 911. Dynamic have been competing in the Gulf 12 Hours for a good number of years now. Love the livery on that car, it really looks fantastic, not just in daylight, but once we get into part 2 of the race, the sun will be starting to set and the lights will come on the circuit. You can just imagine the light glinting off that beautiful gold colour of the Porsche in the hands of Mauro Calamia, who is pushing hard at this stage to try and get himself right up onto terms with the restarts for Valentino Rossi, now multiple world champion on 2 wheels, and of course not just in the top category as well, having first won his world championship back in 125s and 250s, 500 MotoGP is its badge now as well. It's been hugely successful. This tested Ferrari Formula 1 cars as well, and is quick on 2 wheels. That's last year where that car finished on the Pro-Am podium, very quick on 4 wheels as well. Now, first time in the race, Ben Barnicoat is starting to lap the GT4 traffic. He's just coming up to lap the leading Mercedes. Dropping to the back of the GT4 field now is the Optimum Motorsport McLaren that you just saw briefly there, which was Jan Klingelberg, who's also raced in British GT, but has largely been concentrating on the one-make McLaren Pure Series in the last few years. So they're all just being dispatched a lap down by Ben Barnicoat. For Mauro Calamia, though, he is looking to try and keep Valentino Rossi under pressure. Flicking their way round through turns 5 and 6 and 7, where the circuit then starts to descend downhill and in towards the braking area for turn number 8. Mauro Calamia is 28 years of age nowadays. Former champion in the Maserati Super Trofeo was Mauro Calamia. That was back in 2014 that he took the top honours in that. Last year, though, we really saw him competing, as with so many drivers that we've got in the field this weekend, in the, as it's called nowadays, GT World Challenge Europe. It used to be, of course, the Blancpain Series, but it's now GT World Challenge Europe. He's competed in the Gulf 12 Hours before. We've seen him in the Spark 24 as well in the past, Mauro Calamia. And the 28-year-old Swiss driver is pushing hard here to try and stay right up on terms and apply as much pressure as he possibly can to Valentino Rossi. For the moment, just needs to close up another car length or so. He really wants to turn the screw and apply a little bit of pressure. And equally, Valentino Rossi isn't that far behind the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren and Brendan Reed. So this will be for 5th, 6th and 7th places. So we're 40 minutes into this race now. Ben Barnicoat leading by 18.2 seconds from the Bentley there in the hands of Ewan Mackay. Ewan Mackay is the leading car that we've got in the Pro-Am category. Chris Froggatt sitting there in 3rd position overall for the Ram Racing Mercedes. He will therefore be 2nd in Pro-Am. 4th is Lewis Williamson at the wheel of the McLaren, having made at least one place up following his small issue at the start. And the lap times for Lewis Williamson are quicker than the cars ahead as well, so I don't think it's going to be too much longer before Lewis Williamson is fully up onto terms with both the Mercedes and the Bentley that lie 3rd and 2nd respectively. Lewis Williamson is 4th in the race but 2nd in GT3 Pro, and then 5th in the race, 3rd in GT3 Pro-Am is Brendan Reed at the head of this little trio of cars. So McLaren, Ferrari and Porsche. It's fair to say that over the years of the running of the Gulf 12 Hours, which have prior to this event. Always a little small mistake there from Valentino Rossi, who just, I think, was about to either get worried as to what was going on or might have seen the yellow flag, because off on the side there was the Maserati. Now that was Anthony Hodson that's off at the side. Not entirely sure what the problem was with the Maserati, but I think, yeah, there it is now, just reversing out of harm's way. Hopefully that is going to be able to get going. Right, okay, that looks as though that's got a toe link that's gone or something, doesn't it? Yes, certainly some suspension damage on that car. That is going to have to limp its way a long, long way around the track to get back into the pit lane. But for Valentino Rossi, I think he was closing up onto the back of Brendan Reeve. He probably realised that Brendan had maybe seen the yellow flags and therefore braked in a different place. I think that caught Valentino Rossi out then, who had to alter what he was planning to do, and as a result of that, that almost opened the door for Mauro Calamia to follow through and gain the place. And of course, at that point, they would have been on the yellow, so as it was, nothing actually changed. But initially, it was like a mistake. And reacted to the cars that were reacting around him. So, backmarker lappery taking place now. Ewan Hankey and then Chris Froggatt safely dispatching the backmarkers. There is Lewis Williamson. I did say the McLaren was catching the Mercedes. They are now also trying to work their way through some more traffic. There is the Maserati, yeah, limping back to the pit lane. That has got significant issues with the left rear suspension on that car. You can see it crabbing down there. Anthony Hodson is looking to try and get the car back as quickly as he can without doing any more damage, and that certainly looks like, yeah, either suspension failure or a toe link that's gone on that car, but he is going to try and stay out of harm's way. That left rear Pirelli tyre won't be liking what is being done to it at the moment. They are not limited for the amount of tyres. Pirelli are the sole tyre supplier for this race, but they are not limited to the amount of tyres that they can utilise. Brendan Reeve under pressure. Valentino Rossi dives at the inside of the McLaren. They go side by side through turn number 8. This is, I think, just about going to hang on to it is Brendan Reeve, but there's more traffic up the road. The GT4 leading Mercedes is going to be dispatched a lap down by this little trio. Mauro Calamia takes the opportunity to dive up the inside of Valentino Rossi now as well. So Rossi was looking to gain a place, almost lost one. As a result, they are still in the same order as they charge their way down towards turn 11. Watch out for the Mercedes that lies ahead, that they need to try and dispatch and a lap down as they head in towards turn number 11. Rossi under pressure from Calamia as they go past the Mercedes at the same time. Is Calamia going to come out ahead of the Ferrari? I think he might just have done it, you know. Yes, he has. The dynamic Porsche goes through and ahead of Valentino Rossi. And for poor old 22-year-old Italian, Benedetto Strignaro, there was not a great deal that he could do there, because he was sort of in the wrong place at the wrong time as far as the three GT3 cars were concerned. He couldn't just disappear. He tried to stay out of harm's way, so he couldn't let him go through, but Valentino Rossi got picked off by Mauro Calamia there. So Porsche ahead of Ferrari now, and that now means that Mauro Calamia's the dynamic racing position now is at 6th position amongst the VR56 Kessel Racing compared to Ferrari, Valentino Rossi. So the start-finish line, the lap chalked into the book. Ben Barnicoat has now completed 12 laps and leads by 23 seconds, almost 2 seconds a lap he's been pulling away by. Now Mauro Calamia having gained one place, can he gain another, or is he now going to have to turn back to defensive duties almost to prevent Valentino Rossi trying to reassert himself back into that 6th position? We'll have to wait and see as to how that pans out. Here's Ben Barnicoat on his merry way. No such worries for the British driver Ben Barnicoat, who was the Formula Renault European champion 6 years ago nowadays. Originally started in karting and then worked his way with the support of Derek Walters and Racing Steps Foundation through karting and up into cars, but switched over to sports cars a few years later. Now Lewis Williamson has at least picked off one more car. I did think that he was catching Chris Froggatt's Mercedes, yeah, and the Ram Racing Mercedes thunders its way down the straight, but now behind the McLaren. So up to now, that would be 3rd position for Lewis Williamson, charging his way back through the order. Not that far up the road will be Ewan Mackay at the wheel of the Team Parker Racing Bentley. So that will be the next target for Lewis Williamson, who is looking to try and see what he might be able to do. And another place gained there for the Porsche as well. All of a sudden, Brendan Reeve finds himself behind the charging Mauro Calamia, who all of a sudden has got a lot more fire in his belly, picked off Valentino Rossi, and has now pricked off Brendan Reeve on consecutive laps. So Calamia is now up into 5th position at the wheel of the dynamic Porsche, who had a really good run last year in the Gulf 12 Hours at Abu Dhabi. Right, get the result that they have wanted. We've seen them have good results in the past in the Gulf 12 Hours dynamic motorsport. But for Mauro Calamia, what can he now do about pulling away from the cars behind? He's already managed to gap, hasn't he, in the McLaren, so the gap is coming out. So lap number 14 is what we see Ben Barnicoat on. As for minimum driving periods, which will need to be factored into this, as we just keep an eye on what's going on for what is 5th, 6th and 7th place. Minimum driving periods over the course of the 6 hours will, again, a bit like the pit stops, they're all very much controlled as to what you can do. For the 2 cars that sit in GT3 Pro, now those are the 2 McLaren 720S GT3s of 2C's Motorsport. The ones that at the moment are leading the race in the hands of Ben Barnicoat, and the car that's currently 3rd in the hands of Lewis Williamson. Well, the way it applies for the categories is for Pro overall and GT3 Pro classes only a 1 hour or 60-minute minimum driving time for each part of the 6 hours applies to each driver. So it's very easy to work it through. So Valentino Rossi has another little nibble at Brendan Reed and should go through at turn number 10, which indeed he does. As long as he doesn't run wide and gets cleanly off the exit, should hang on to it and does so. A couple of places loss of Brendan Reed, I'm afraid to say. Mauro Calamia already having disappeared up the road, having overtaken him, and now Valentino Rossi also fixes pocket. Reed trying to fight back though. Straight line speed of the McLaren. No, not quite to do it as they head up towards turn number 11. So yes, in GT3 Pro, i.e. overall, and in GT3 Pro-Am, each driver has to drive for a minimum of 1 hour in each of the 6-hour parts of the race. So i.e. a combined driving time across both parts, a minimum of 2 hours for the drivers in GT3 overall and GT3 Pro-Am. For the cars that sit in other categories, it differs to a degree, because you also need to factor in the combined driving time of the bronze drivers as well. So a car that's in GT3 Pro-Am, for instance, if it's, say, a gold driver partner with bronze drivers, the cumulative time of those 2 bronze drivers has to be a minimum of 3 hours and 30 minutes if there's 2 of them. If it's, say, a silver driver with 2 bronzes, so that would mean that they need to drive the bronze drivers for a minimum of 3 hours in that 6 on a combined time. But if there's 4 drivers in the car, a silver and 3 bronze, they also have to remain in there for a minimum of 3 hours. So it's all very complex in terms of the minimum amounts of driving times, and that's for the officials to try and keep an eye on as the race wears on. We're at the halfway, at the half an hour point already. Ben Barnicoat merrily on his way, and over the course of the last few laps has just started to ease his pace a little bit. The fuel will be lightening, the fuel loads, but the tyres will just be wearing a little bit more, and the lap times that he's doing now are hovering around about 2 seconds slower than he was doing in the first few laps of the race. The best lap that he did was on lap 2. It was a 2 minutes 0, 6.75 second lap. It's hovering around the 2 minutes 2.5 at the moment, but is by far still the quickest car that we've got out there. Next to the cars to watch, probably is going to be how quickly Lewis Williamson catches Diurna Bentley at the moment. Just focusing on Valentino Rossi and Brendan Reed, who has dropped to the tail end of that little back. You can see how far the dynamic Porsche of Mauro Calamia has disappeared up the road. It was a really good start, I've got to say. Brendan Reed, a fantastic start from him at the wheel of that McLaren, which is being run with Inception Motorsport and Optimum Motorsport combined for this weekend. Inception Racing and Optimum Motorsport. It was a staggering start. He brought the car from 9th on the grid right the way up through the order. He was the final driver to qualify the car of the 3 that we had. It was Ollie Milroy that I think qualified that car in part 1 of qualifying. Nick Moss took over it in part 2 and Brendan Reed in part 3. Of the 3 lap times set by the McLaren, Brendan Reed's was the middle time of the 2. It was a 2 minutes 0 by Ollie Milroy, a 2 minutes 1 by Brendan Reed, and a 2 minutes 2 by Nick Moss. So Brendan Reed is one of 4 drivers in that car. The 4th driver didn't get to qualify because you have to nominate the 3, and it was Joe Osborne, McLaren factory driver, that did not qualify that car. Now, looks as though further down through the order, right, 2 more Kessel Racing Ferraris have got themselves together. It is the recovering car, having had its spin earlier on, of Nicolas Cadet, who has now managed to squeeze through and ahead of the number 27 Ferrari. Now, that number 27 Ferrari is the only car that we've got in GT3 AM this weekend. We've got, 3 bronze drivers and a silver in there. David Fuminelli, the silver. But the driver that's behind the wheel at the moment is the 36-year-old Italian Emanuele Tabacchi, who is well used to driving Ferraris. He is the reigning Ferrari European champion in the amateur category. He also claimed that title the previous year as well, so back-to-back championships in European Ferrari Challenge in 2019 and 2024 in Emanuele Tabacchi. But the GT3 Pro-Am car in the hands of Nicolas Cadet has gone through, gained the place, and surely will now just start to disappear up the road, because it had been going really well, hadn't it, for Nicolas Cadet, until that spin that he had was trying to attack and gain positions. So Ben Barnicoat on lap number 17 currently, and still awaiting Ewan Mackay to come over the start-finish line to even get himself onto that same lap. 32 seconds now as he comes over the start-finish line is the gap first to second. But you can see behind the Bentley, closing all of the time, is Lewis Williamson in the second of the 2-2 McLarens. So last lap for Ewan Mackay, 2 minutes 5.2. Last lap for Lewis Williamson, 2 minutes 4.9, so a further 0.3 of a second was gained there. So the gap comes down to just over 3 seconds, 3.2 seconds between the pair of them. But as far as Lewis Williamson is concerned, the gap is going the right way. As for Maserati, well, that is still in the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, at the moment. And the update is that the left is damaged. There was no tyre on the rim by the time it has got there. The team are looking at the suspension at this stage. No contact with any other car, from what we gather, thanks to the information that's coming to us from Bahrain. Failure was just pure suspension failure, and the team are evaluating whether or not they can fix the car and send it back out. They've got plenty of time to fix it, as long as they've got the parts, and they've certainly got the know-how and the time in which to do it. But there was no contact. It was just a pure suspension failure, it would appear, on the Maserati MC4 GT3 of Anthony Hodson, who was driving it at the time. Anthony is the son. His father is also out in that car, Piotr Hodson, both of whom have raced in the Golf 12 before. We've seen the pair of them in things like GT Italia, European GT4 Championship. Piotr has also done a bit of Maserati Trofeo racing in the past as well, and father and son are paired with Practice Samparini for this weekend, but hopefully both Piotr and Patrick Van Samparini will get the opportunity to get back out in that Maserati, and the problem will be fixable. Don't forget, you can still stay in touch with us as well on Twitter. Ask Golf 12 Hours, Ask Golf 12 Hours. Jensen has been in touch as well. Will the second half resume single file start like a restart, or double file like the race start? The answer to that, thanks for tuning in, is that it will be like a normal start to a race. So it will be a side-by-side restart. It will not be single file when we get to the start of the race underway for part number 2. But that is 5 hours and 25 minutes before we see this checkered flag, plus, of course, the 2-hour gap in between the 2 races, which, again, it is an unusual format. I mentioned it earlier on. If you're just tuning in, welcome along to the Golf 12 Hours at Bahrain, the first running of it at the circuit. But it is a 12-hour race split into 2 6-hour parts. When we see the checkered flag at the end of the first part, there's a 2-hour gap before we get the race underway for part 2. And during that 2-hour gap, the cars are not in parc fermé conditions. And if you're not familiar with what that term means, it means that the teams in that 2 hours can get to work on the cars. They can service them, they can repair them, they can do whatever they need to them in that 2 hours to get them ready for part 2 of the race. If they were in parc fermé conditions, then no work would be allowed to be done. So what it does is it certainly allows manufacturers, as we've seen in the past, to come and run their new models, as we saw with the McLaren 720 GT3, making its world competition debut in running of the Gulf 12 Hours at the Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi in 2018. That was its world competition debut, and McLaren, without question, will have done miles and miles and miles developing that car in testing, let alone all of the stuff that's done in the wind tunnel. And with computational fluid dynamics nowadays to look at airflows around cars, but there's nothing like a live competitive environment that is a race, and that's exactly what so many teams do, because they know that they can run the car for 6 hours, and if there's a few little niggles with it, because it is a new car you're developing, you can still work on it for those 2 hours in between part 1 and part 2 of the race and get it back out for the second part of the race. And we've seen so many manufacturers do that. Aston Martin made their world debut with their GT4 car here a few years ago. We've seen new evolutions of the Mercedes and the Audi make their world debuts here as well. So it really is a unique format, but a format that works, because it does mean with that 2 hour break between where cars can be repaired, the rate of attrition drops quite significantly, and we see a lot of the cars get to the checkered flag. As for second, it certainly looks as though Ewan Mackay is slowly getting reeled in by Lewis Williamson. Well, a few laps ago, remember I was saying that the gap was hovering around 3.2 seconds between the pair of them. Lewis Williamson, in just a couple of laps, has now brought it down to just 1 second between the Team Parker Racing Bentley. Team Parker making their debut in the Gulf 12 Hours with Ewan Mackay, with Derek Pearce and with Andy Merrick, who will drive that Bentley over the course of the race today. Lewis Williamson has been carving chunks out of the advantage that Ewan Mackay built up early doors. It was a great start from Ewan Mackay. That Bentley may well have started down in 6th position on the grid, but by the time they got towards turn 2 and turn 3, he was up into 2nd position and has held on to that for the last 40 minutes, missing the apex a little bit there through turn number 10, propelling himself down the big long straight that heads in towards turn number 11 at this Herman Tilke designed circuit that is still, as with so many circuits in the Middle East, a fairly new circuit. It was construction first started in 2002. We had the first Grand Prix here in 2004. We've seen Aussie V8 supercars here in the past as well, but it is the first ever visit of the Gulf 12 Hours. There have been 9 previous iterations of it, all of which have been at Yas Marina, but this is not the 10th running of the Gulf 12 Hours. This is the first running of the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain, is the way that we are badging it, and we will hopefully, providing everything returns to some sort of normality, be running back at Yas Marina in December of 2021 for the 10th running of the Gulf 12 Hours back there. As for Ben Barnico, it's fair to say stint 1 has largely gone to plan. He's probably still got another 30 minutes or so behind the wheel before the first pit stop, one would have thought. That's if they equalise the number of pit stops that they need to do over the course of this first 6 hours. So we'll see as to when they might come in. But for Ewan Mackay, his main focus at the moment in the Bentley is going to be to try and hang on to 2nd place, or is it because Lewis Williamson already looks as though he's got a bit of a run on the Bentley? He's got the inside line for the next corner, and I think Lewis Williamson might go through here. It's taken him the best part of 40 minutes to make up the ground that he lost at turn number 2 and turn number 3 on the first lap, but finally he gets the McLaren back where he wants it, and back where he started on the grid. Started 2nd when the lights went out, dropped a long way down the order as a result of, I didn't see any contact in the pack. I think maybe it was just perhaps a little bit of, say it, we're in the Middle East, cold tyres. It's not as cold in the Middle East, but there was either a little bit of dust that he hit or whatever it was. The issue caused him to run wide through turns 2 and turn 3 on the very first lap of the race, and that dropped him right the way down through the order, and he has subsequently slowly been picking people off. It took him a long time to get past the McLaren 720S of Brendan Reed. Once he'd done that, he made progress a little bit quicker than otherwise he had done, but he is now back at least where he started the race, albeit he's going to be at least 30. been Alan Hyde that's been our pit lane reporter for the Gulf 12 Hours when we've been able to travel and been able to be at the venues. But as we say, for this year, so many things have changed that we have had to alter what we have been doing, and as a result, I'm basing myself in the UK for this one, and unfortunately the sole voice you'll be hearing over the course, sorry about that, over the course of the 2 6-hour parts of the race. We are endeavouring to try and get some of the drivers, as and when they have finished their stints and have had the opportunity to cool down and debrief with the team, we are hoping that a few of them will be pointed in the direction of the outside broadcast vehicle, for want of a better term. And I won't know who will be arriving because we won't have images from them, we'll only have audio. So the first I will know as to which driver it is probably when we chat to them and ask who they are. But we are hoping some of the drivers will take that opportunity to head towards the outside broadcast vehicle, or they'll be marched in that general direction, so we can catch up with some of the stories that unfortunately we are missing. But as I'm sure you're all aware, the way that television and programmes and live streams and things are being covered in this current climate, in this current pandemic, it is a little bit different, and we've all just got to adapt and accept that it's not quite what we'd like, but at least we can still bring you the show, and what a show hopefully we'll put on in the Gulf 12 Hours. Now, Lewis Williamson has had his first clear lap since getting past the Bentley. What we now need to do is see as to how his progress is getting on. For the moment, he's now got traffic to deal with, unfortunately. So that is the Jan Klingelberg McLaren 570S GT4 that he's just gone past. That's the Optimum Motorsport prepared car in the hands of Jan. So this might just have compromised the pace of him. Just wanted to see, once he gets full clear air, Lewis Williamson, what his lap times look like relative to the sister car and Ben Barnicoat that leads the race. What we really need to do is get past the traffic before we can start to see that. The other thing I'm interested in finding out at this stage is what the gap is doing for 4th and 5th in the race overall, because Chris Froggatt at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes AMG GT3, I think is being reeled in by the Porsche of Dynamic Motorsport. That is in the hands of Mauro Calamia, and we've also now got 7th and 8th place, as you can see on your screens. Nicola Cadey looking to try and recover a further place at the wheel of his Ray-Ban backed Ferrari at the expense of Brendan Reed. So the McLaren of Brendan down into 7th place, was running as high as 5th at one point, but dropped to 6th, now was to 7th, and could possibly drop to 8th. Nicola Cadey looks to try and hoist his way back up through the order. Now, that Ferrari lost time very early on, tried an overtake, it didn't quite work. I think the overtake was on this very car, was it not, if memory serves me correctly, and might be a little bit more cautious this time. There was no issue, he just braked that a little bit too late, got up the inside, got the place, but then ran wide, carried too much momentum into the corner, couldn't get the car rotated, so then it sort of washed out a little bit onto the tarmac and the painted surfaces on the perimeter of the circuit, and then had the spin, and that was what cost Nicola Cadey at the wheel of that Ferrari all of the time, and has since then been on the back trying to pick his way back through. More GT4 traffic to deal with. That's the GT4 leading Mercedes, they've just gone through and passed, so still leading GT4, and reasonably comfortably, I've got to say, is Benedetto Strignaro, the 22-year-old Italian. What is the relative gap in GT4? Mercedes has just gone over the start-finish line, and 9 seconds behind it is the McLaren. So yeah, the 90 Mercedes leading GT4 by now 9.2 seconds. All of the traffic that the GT3 cars have been getting through and past is actually played back into the hands of Ewan Mackay, who seems to have caught back up again with Lewis Williamson over the course of the last lap. Yeah, it was half a second quicker that time through the Bentley as they worked their way through the traffic. So better run through the traffic with the Bentley than Lewis Williamson. The fight is on again at the moment, second and third, as the GT3 Pro-Am Bentley is going to work its way through and past, I think. Yeah, it's got the inside line. Bentley a little high on the straight. Now, is that an issue possibly there? The number 7 McLaren, because Lewis Williamson didn't put a great deal of defence to that. So let's have a quick look. Yeah, so all looks fine with the McLaren. Sector times 1.4 seconds slower in the first sector was the McLaren over the Bentley, which is a slight cause for concern. It is 1.2 seconds slower in the middle sector as well than the Bentley. And you can see Lewis Williamson has not only lost second place, he's down to third. He's getting towards by Chris Froggett's Mercedes that sits behind. All is not well, I don't think, with the McLaren. Is it going to pit? No, it continues round. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is, but the lap time for the McLaren was a 2 minutes 11 that time through. That's 6 seconds slower than the Mercedes that's behind it. There must be a problem with the McLaren. No defence button again, as is the flash of the lights from Chris Froggett, who now puts the Ram Racing Mercedes up into third position overall. And there's very little that Lewis Williamson can do about that. He's limping the car around. It's going to be at least another 20 minutes, really, you would have thought, before GT3 cars would want to peel into the pits. But this might mean they have to alter the strategy a bit here, because the McLaren that started on the outside of the front row of the grid in the hands of Lewis Williamson dropped to fifth, worked his way back from fifth to fourth to third to second, now finds himself down in fifth place again once more as Mauro Calamia scythes through at the wheel of the Porsche. Lewis Williamson lets him go because he knows that his car at this stage of the race is starting to fail him. There's clearly some sort of issue that the team, I'm hoping, will be aware of with the data that's coming off the car, and hopefully it might just be something that they can call in, adjust the strategy a little bit and get that car firing on all cylinders again as such. So all of a sudden it means Ewan Mackay's back into second and Chris Froggett at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes up into third place. Great to see Chris out there. It's only a few days ago that it was announced that there was going to be a slight shuffle in the driver lineup for Ram Racing for the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain, with Chris Froggett joining the team in place of Sam DeHaan. Sam has been suffering the effects of COVID over Christmas and obviously has to sit out the race as he starts to complete his recovery. The principal down the shuffle bottom at Ram Racing was suggesting it's never easy to shuffle the driver lineup so close to the event, but they feel really confident that Chris is the ideal super sub, and at the moment, well, he would appear to be that super sub because at the wheel of the number 3 Sonex supported retro DTM liveried Mercedes is now in third position and is pushing hard. Brendan Arib and Nicola Cadet still together for what will be 7th and 8th position. Right, Lewis Williamson has headed to the pits, so into the pit lane, not unsurprisingly, has come the number 7 McLaren. What the issue is, not entirely sure. As we say, we don't have a pit lane reporter, but we will get the data. It will find its way to us. You can stay in touch with us on Twitter. Use the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, AskGulf12Hours. We will keep you up to date with any information that we can find. If there's any questions that you want to pose about the format of the race, please do, and we'll answer them if we can. Brendan Reid's going to, I think, be unpicked here as Nicola Cadet almost gets the Ferrari alongside the McLaren. Arib squeezes as much as he dares, so Cadet jinks to the opposite side to try and take as wide a line into the next corner as possible and try and cut back on the exit of it. There's a GT4 car, the leading GT4 car, just up the road here. One goes one way of the GT4, one goes the other way of the GT4. That is a couple of times now that we've seen that Mercedes, well, just in the wrong place at the wrong time as far as the GT3 cars are concerned. But Benedetto Strignano did exactly what he needed to do. He held his line. It's up to the GT3 cars to get through and past. It's not up to the GT4 cars to move out of the way when they're being lapped. But Strignano was doing what he could to not get involved in the squabble, and unfortunately both Brendan Arib and Nicola Cadet met that GT4 leading Mercedes in the twiddly parts of the Bahrain International Circuit. And for Nicola Cadet, he went one side, Arib went the other, and then Cadet had to get onto the tarmac off the circuit to avoid any other issues, but has not shuffled the order though. They still remain as they were. No matter where you look, we've still got fights going on now. This is the fight now for 3rd and 4th place. McLaren still being in the pit lane. The Porsche battle is for 3rd and 4th overall, but more importantly, those 3 cars you see on your screen now are 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the Pro-Am category. That's how close it is in Pro-Am. 3 different marks represented as well, so the balance of performance certainly working pretty well as far as these 3 drivers are concerned that are out there at the moment. Ewan Mackay, Chris Froggett and Mauro Calamia. So we've now got what, 1, 2, 4, we've only got 12 cars in the race, and we've got 5 different marks represented in the top 5. McLaren leads, Bentley second, Mercedes third, Porsche fourth, Ferrari fifth. So 5 different marks represented in the top 5. Battle for second and third in Pro-Am, third and fourth overall continues with Chris Froggatt and Mauro Calamia, who I would say at this stage of the race, Calamia looks the quicker of the two. He's caught the Mercedes. He was quite distant in the background 10 or so laps ago, but has now really got himself right up onto terms with Chris Froggatt. And as they head up towards turn 9, Chris Froggatt will have the inside line for turn number 10. Can Calamia do anything about sneaking up the inside? Yes, he can. Up the inside at turn number 10. He goes. Can he hang on to it on the exit? I'm not entirely sure he can, because so Chris Froggatt will get a bit more momentum coming off the corner, and now they go side by side down the straight and up towards turn number 11. But the 27-year-old British driver Chris Froggatt, I think, is just about going to hang on to it for the moment. Yeah, turns his way through turn number 11. Mercedes still ahead of Porsche, but Mauro Calamia, the 28-year-old Swiss driver, is not going to be happy with that. He will desperately want to try and work his way through, but as we say, plenty of time still in this race. We are only in part 1 of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. We are not even an hour through part 1, so we have 5 hours just over part 1 still to go, plus of course later on today part 2, the further 6 hours to take place there. We've got really to the pit stop window. Calamia again, another really good exit. 15, he's brought himself alongside the Mercedes. They managed to keep a straight line, but more importantly, Mauro Calamia has that inside line for turn number 1, the right-hander that's coming up. So the Porsche should, I would have thought, go through. The nose of the cars dip at identical times almost onto the brakes. Mauro Calamia grabs the position away from Chris Froggatt. So Mauro Calamia now is up into 3rd position and 2nd in the Pro-Am category. Chris Froggatt is down to 4th position and 3rd in the Pro-Am category. Also, the Pro-Am leader, Ewan Mackay, is only, what, a matter of, looking at it, about 3.5 seconds up the road from this pair. So the battle could still be on for the Pro-Am lead before too much longer, because Mauro Calamia in the Dynamic Racing Porsche, moment, I would say, if he can get some clear air again, it would surprise me if he's quicker than Ewan Mackay at this stage of the race. So, Ewan Mackay's got 2 other drivers sharing the car with him. Mauro Calamia has 2 other drivers sharing the car with him, Roberto Papanini and Stefano Monaco. As for the Ram Racing car, that's another car that has 3 drivers in it. Chris Froggatt, Ian Logie, and Callum McLeod, who's back racing with Ian Logie. Again, good to see that familiar partnership, both from European racing and from British GT, back together. Ian Logie, who competed in the British GT Championship this year with Yelmer Berman, if memory serves me correctly. Callum McLeod was away and doing other things, the pair of them having previously raced together for a good number of years in a mixture of machinery as well. But for Ben Barnicoat, it really has been the perfect stint. More traffic to deal with again. This is going to be Jan Klingelberg, who is going to be lapped for the 2nd time by Ben Barnicoat. So Jan moves harmlessly out of the way. Swiss driver at the wheel of the McLaren 570S GT4. Driver who we've seen racing in British GT this year. He did the Silverstone 500, the season finale. I've seen him out in GT Cup, which is a championship that exists in the UK. But more regularly in recent years, it's the one make McLaren Pure Series that he has been part of, and has been race winner in that category for the McLaren Pure Series. All right, there's the Maserati. The Maserati is back out now. That is good to see. Have we had a change of driver whilst it's been in the pit lane? Yes, is the answer. So the Maserati was brought into the pit lane by Anthony Hudson, and it is now Piotr Hudson that's behind the wheel. So that has had a driver change. So all is well. As for the 2C's Motorsport car, remember me saying that Lewis Williamson was losing time, having lost the time at the beginning, made it all up, and then lost time again with an issue with that car. That car, information from Zach in the pit lane, is that it is one of the turbos that is slightly down on power. So the car is drivable, hence why we saw Lewis Williamson stay out for a lap or two, but clearly there's some sort of issue with the turbocharger on that car, perhaps not getting full boost or something like that. So there'll be various I would imagine, computers plugged in, resetting a few systems on it. Hopefully it's an electrical issue. If it's a mechanical issue, then it may well take a while longer whilst the team goes to work. The Middle Eastern-based team, of course, 2C's Motorsport, and then hopefully we'll see that car back out. And all of the time, that sister car to this one that leads, the number 33 car leading, but the sister car to it, the number 7 2C's Motorsport car in the pit lane and going nowhere. And that is a car that is scheduled to be shared by Ed Jones, who is a driver who we've seen a good chunk of in single-seaters over the years. He finished on the podium in the Indy 500 a few years ago. He was a IndyCar rookie also in that year as well. Quite a late deal was done for Ed, who's based in UAE, in United Arab Emirates, to join that team. And the other driver that's in that car as well is going to be Dylan Pereira. So they'll both be rather frustrated spectators looking on at what's going on in the pit lane to try and see how the repairs are progressing. So stay in touch with us. Ask Gulf 12 Hours. Roscoe has tweeted in asking why the 12 hours is split into 2 6-hour stints with a 2-hour pause in between. It's just the format that has always been used by the Gulf 12 Hours. And as I said, you know, it is one that, because it is a one-off race, it's not part of a championship, it's just a one-off annual race, which for this year is taking place at Bahrain. It has attracted a range of different teams and manufacturers, and as I mentioned earlier on, Roscoe, it gives some of those teams and manufacturers the opportunity to use it as a 12-hour test session, should they wish, a very competitive 12-hour test session at that. But what it does do, it does mean that unlike a 12-hour race, whereas you get a problem with the car, you're out of the race and you can't fix it, it gives them a second roll of the dice. It means that they do get that opportunity to fix the car if they want and get it back out there. Yes, any laps that you are in deficit of at the end of part 1, you still remain those numbers of laps in deficit at the beginning of part 2. It's just a different format, and for me, I like it. I like the fact that it is a different format. Hopefully that answers your question, Roscoe. It's just one of those formats that they tried and they liked it. The feedback from the teams at the very beginning was they liked it, and the feedback to this day is that the teams like the opportunity rather than just feel as though they have had a bad roll of the dice. It allows them to sort of pick themselves up in that 2 hours, resurface the cars, get back out there again and push for part 2 of the race. So what we're looking at now is the fight for not just second and third, but this is now the fight for the lead of the Pro-Am category. I did say I thought Mauro Calamia was quicker than Ewan Mackay at this stage of the race, and it certainly looks as though the Porsche that he's got underneath him at the moment is just ticking all of the boxes as far as Mauro Calamia is concerned, because he has closed up what was already a smallish deficit between himself and Ewan Mackay, but the gap is now just 0.5 of a second between the pair of them as they head on to lap number 30. The big Bentley, the much shorter, lower stance of the Porsche with the sun glinting off that gold livery of it. Ewan Mackay taking a different line through turn number 2 and turn number 3. What can Mauro Calamia do? I wouldn't have thought a great deal on the run up towards turn number 4. Heavy braking area in towards the right-hander, and from there they start to descend downhill now through turns 5 and 6 and 7. Can't really overtake through this section unless, as we saw a few laps ago, you're trying to get past the GT4 car. So nothing doing there. You can't really overtake down in towards 8. It would be very brave to overtake down in towards 8. I think the best opportunity for Mauro Calamia is see whether he can do something again as you flick through turn number 9 and get up the inside at turn number 10, which was what he did a few laps ago to gain a place. But he's just too far back this time, heading through 9 and in towards 10, which almost blend into each other. So not going to do it there. Gets a good run coming out of turn 10 though. He'll sit in the slipstream of the Team Parker Racing Bentley in the hands of Ewan Mackay. Remember, this is not just for second and third in the race, this is for the lead of the Pro-Am category. They are together up towards 11, but again, Calamia is just too far away, so he'll keep his powder dry. And now that we are past the first hour mark of the race, I think we might start to see possibly a few of the GT4 cars head towards the pit lane, and maybe some of the GT3s, but that is only if they are going to equalise and divide up the first 6 hours of the race into equal slots, because for the GT3 cars they have 4 imposed pit stops they have to complete in the first 6 hours of the race. For the GT4 cars it is 5 imposed pit stops that they have to have during the first 6 hours of the race. If you divide those up equally, it's going to be it will be 60 minutes for the GT4 cars, and it will be about, 70 to 75 minutes for the GT3 cars if you divide them equally across the 6 hours. So we're at the point where we might see some come in. Depends on the strategy of the individual teams and how they're getting on. For the moment, if I were Team Parker Racing and Ewan Mackay, I'd be wanting to stay out there because he's still got the pace, he's still got track position as well, and at the moment he's doing a good job of fending off what I'm sure is a quicker Porsche of Mauro Calamia. But can Calamia unlock the door and gain the place? If these two start to squabble, don't rule out the fact that the Mercedes in the background as well of Chris Froggatt might close in. So we've gone green all of the way so far. So fewer cars on the entry list due to COVID-19 and the change of date, the change of venue, travel restrictions, all of those things being factored in. The fewest safety car periods we've ever had in a running of the Gulf 12 Hours was back in 2013, where there was just one single safety car period, and that was in part one of the race back then, as Mauro Calamia gets a good run this time, exiting turn number 10, draws himself alongside the Bentley. He's also got the inside line for turn number 11, and I think might go through here. The straight line speed of the Bentley should tell, but on the outside line is Ewan Mackay. Nose dips, the Porsche's got the inside line, and Mauro Calamia is now through and up into second position overall, and that gives him the lead of the Pro-Am category as well. So fantastic stuff from Mauro Calamia. Through he goes, grabs the place away, and the 28-year-old Swiss driver, former Maserati Super Trofeo champion back in 2014, grabs the place, and I'm sure now we'll just start to pull away from Ewan Mackay, but that was textbook overtaking in that respect. So safety cars, 2013, just one single safety car was all we had over the course of the two parts of the race. It came in part one, and it was a really short safety car period as well, just 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Right, Ewan Mackay dives for the pit lane. So I did say at about 70 to 75 minutes we might see some of the GT3 cars coming in. Well, this is 65 minutes. And into the pit lane comes the Team Parker Racing Bentley of Ewan Mackay. So that now releases into clear air Mauro Calamia. So he'll be more than happy now that he's got a bit of clear track to accelerate into all of the time, whilst now 75 seconds up the road is our race leader, Ben Barnicoat. So Ben Barnicoat is a minute and 50 seconds clear of this Porsche in second position, who has got 5 seconds now between himself and Chris Froggatt's Ram Racing Mercedes that's third in the race. That Mercedes also moves up to second in the Pro-Am category as well. And we should see moving up to third in the Pro-Am category now, providing he doesn't come into the pit lane, the Monster VR6 46 Ferrari of multiple MotoGP world champion Valentino Rossi. So Valentino Rossi will move into fourth overall, and that would put them third in the Pro-Am category, which would be a good result for Valentino Rossi in the early stages of this one, of his stint. Car that actually finished on the podium overall last year. It was the Pro-Am winner, the Monster VR6 46 Kessel Ferrari last year. Valentino Rossi, Alessio Salucci and Luca Marini all back together, returning for the second time for the Gulf 12 Hours, but of course a different circuit for them, the Bahrain International Circuit this year. And that car was the Pro-Am winner last year. The most ever safety cars we've had, back to safety cars, was, let's have a quick look, most ever safety cars in total was 2012, the first ever running of the race. We had 6 safety cars in total, and about an hour and a half of the 12 hours in total. Well, 1 hour, 24 minutes and 44 seconds was the total that was spent behind safety car. But for the moment, we've been green all of the way. The Bentley is back out. Quick stop for the Team Parker Bentley, and a quick driver change as well, because Derek Pearce jumps on board for part 2 of the race. So Derek Pearce, who is now going to see what he might be able to do for the second stint of this Bentley. So it didn't take them long. Remember, the GT3 cars have 4 imposed stops, so they have to stop 4 times in the first 6 hours of the race. The GT4 cars have to stop 5 times in the first 6 hours of the race. And they also have minimum pit stop time, so for the GT3 cars, quicker process to change the tyres on those cars because they all have centre locking wheels. So it is from pit in, braking the beam at pit entry, to the car braking the beam at pit exit. It's not the period the car has to be stationary, the period it has to be in that pit lane area. It is 110 seconds that they have to remain stationary. And for the GT4 cars, some of which have centre locking wheels, others of which have multiple studs, up to 5 studs depending on the wheel retention mechanism, then because some cars have one system, some cars have another, so as to equalise it so that some cars aren't at a disadvantage if they've got multiple studs, they will stop for 1 minute and 50 seconds, 50 seconds on the revised bulletin that was issued. It was originally going to be 140 seconds, but it's 150 seconds now that they've had the ability to inspect all of the cars. 2 more cars into the pit lane as well. So Jan Klingelberg at the wheel of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren has come into the pit lane. I would imagine that is for the first scheduled stop. That's bang on cue for when I was expecting the GT4 cars to come in. But we've also had in the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes of Chris Froggatt in as well. So that has also dived for the pit lane this time through for its first stop. So I did say I thought we would get to sort of 70 to 75 minutes when the GT3 cars are starting to come in. We are now at 69 minutes and they're coming in. So there goes the Ram Racing Mercedes back out. Chris Froggatt having done his first stint behind the wheel. It's now over to Ian Logie for part 2 of the race. So we saw Derek Pearce rejoin in the Bentley. Derek's 54 years of age. Started racing really in the Renault Clio Cup before he graduated up to Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Did the Dakar amazingly, 2017. I did not know that about Derek Pearce, that he'd done the Dakar in the past. So he's taken over the Bentley, and that number 3 Mercedes now in the hands of Ian Logie, who has competed in the Golf 12 Hours in the past. He was the Blancpain AM champion back in 2015. We've seen huge amounts of him in British GT. He's done the Spa 24 Hour and International GT Open in the past. So Mercedes now safely in the hands of the 58-year-old. Yeah, one of the older drivers. Got a few drivers in their 50s in the field, but I think Ian just tops everybody else. He's just a year or so older than everybody else, but still, as I said yesterday in qualifying, still as quick, still as focused, still as fit as well. I mean, so athletically fit is Ian Logie. He takes his racing very, very seriously and is, as we have so many of them now, yes, an amateur driver. It almost is disparaging to call them an amateur driver. They are amateurs because they are not professional. They do it as a hobby. But we have so many quick amateur drivers in GT racing nowadays, and Ian absolutely is one of those that can be held up against many amateur drivers. And you look at the gaps between the pros and the AMs generally across most GT categories in the world, let alone Europe, where I'm slightly more familiar, and the gaps are always closing. The pros are always quicker than the AMs, but the gaps aren't as big as they used to be because the quality of the AMs is getting better and better and better, and that's testament to the pros and the work that they do working with their amateur drivers to bring them up to speed. We're looking at the Maserati now. This is Piotr Hodgson. The Maserati is some way off the pace of the rest of the cars in terms of the number of laps it's completed. It is several laps adrift, I'm afraid to say, but that is because it had a suspension failure. If you're only just joining us for this running of the Golf 12 Hours in Bahrain, welcome along. It had a suspension failure, not caused by any contact, but that pitched the car off the circuit. It was limped by Anthony Hodgson back round to the pit lane, and the team have done great work repairing whatever it was. It looked like either a toe link might have gone on or something like that on the left rear of the car, but they have lost several laps as a result of that and will be on the back foot, I'm afraid to say, for the rest of this first part of the race, the running of the first ever Golf 12 Hours of Bahrain. 12-hour race, 2 6-hour parts, and you can stay in touch with us if you want to ask any questions on the Ask Golf 12 Hours hashtag on Twitter. So just hashtag Ask Golf 12 Hours in plural, and we'll endeavour to bring you any information that you want to ask about. We will endeavour to ask some questions as well. Towards 75 minutes into this particular race. Ben Barnes Monaco still out front and comfortably leading over the Porsche of Mauro Calamia that we just see heading through shot now. Into the pit lane has come the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Now that is Nicola Cadet. That's the car that had the spin very early on. You can see, great shot from the camera that's mounted on the opposite side of the circuit. Driver change taking place, so Nicola Cadet made amends for the issues that befell that car, worked his way back up into 4th position, had tumbled all the way down. I think it was into 9th place and it rejoined ahead of GT4 cars, but right at the back of the GT3 field, but did a great job of carving his way back up through the order. Yeah, came into the pit lane in 4th position, but of course will drop back down through the order as it gained at least a couple of those places, with the likes of the Bentley from Team Parker Racing having pitted and the Ram Racing Mercedes having pitted. We've also got another car coming in, and it's Mauro Calamia is in. So into the pit lane comes the Dynamic Racing Porsche. Now this is the car from 2nd position that heads into the pit lane, and we've also got the race leader in as well somewhere. So Ben Barnicoat is in the pit lane, and Valentino Rossi comes in as well. So I suggested 70 to 75 minutes into the race the cars would be coming in. Well, we're about 74 minutes into the race, and in they all come. Back out comes what was the race leading car in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. It is now in the hands of team owner Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa. So Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa takes over the number 33 race leading 2Cs Motorsport McLaren 720S GT3. The number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari is still it's in the pit lane as well, right? So yeah, that had been brought up into 4th position by Emanuele Tabacchi, but that is also in the pit lane. You can see it there, the red and white car. You can see Valentino Rossi just jumping out of the Ferrari, refueling and tyre changing going on with Mauro Calamia's Dynamic Racing Porsche. So pit stops taking place for some cars, on out laps for others, including this one here, which is Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa on an out lap, having just taken over the car. Number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari is also on an out lap as well. That was a car that was in the hands of Nicola Cadet. It is now going to be in the hands of Alessandro Couturiere. So Alessandro Couturiere takes over that car. The Porsche is back out. That is in the hands now of Stefano Monaco. So great stint put in by the Porsche. So Mauro Calamia, having finished his stint, Stefano Monaco takes over. And then we just wait and see as to who else has taken over the remaining cars that sit in the pit lane, which include the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari is still in there as well. So, right, we've also had into the pit lane and back out. Didn't spot that one. The number 72 car, Brendan Reeb, came in. Now, the Inception Racing with Motorsport McLaren is now in the hands of Nick Moss for this section of the race. So that's another, and also on out laps. Right, we can pick them all off now. Stefano Monaco we knew about. The Monster VR646 Kessel Racing Ferrari, it's now Luca Marini that takes over that car. Who was the Moto2 runner-up in the championship this year, younger half-brother of Valentino Rossi, has taken over that car. So number 27 now, which is the only car that we've got in the GT3 AM category. That is the Turkish driver Murat Kuduroglu that's now taken over that one. So Murat Kuduroglu. So I think that's the vast majority of the cars that have pitted at least once so far. I think there's probably a GT4 car that hasn't pitted yet still. Yeah, the number 90 car that still leads GT4, Benedetto Strignato, I don't think has pitted as yet. I don't recall that car having come into the pit lane. And I think other than that, everybody else has pitted at least once. The 77 McLaren been in? Yes, it has, because Lars Damon has taken over that car. So yeah, I think there's only one car that hasn't pitted as yet, so that will allow the order to settle back down again. Now what we are looking at here is going to be the Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren of Nick Moss, with Luca Marini sitting behind. Now, Luca Marini is on an out lap. As he comes over the start-finish line, he will head on to the first flying lap, having taken over the car. But this is actually the battle for 5th and 6th position that we've got in the race. It would be 4th and 5th in the Pro-Am category at this stage. So this is a fight for position. And for Nick Moss, if he wants to try and push as hard as he possibly can, it's not the first outing for Nick Moss we've seen in the 12 hours in the past. He has been out previously and had a reasonable run as well. Another driver that's sort of graduated through the McLaren Pure Series. Now, the McLaren Pure Series is a one-make category. 520 SGT McLarens, which are pitched against each other. There are other manufacturers that do similar things, the likes of Ferrari with their challenges that they have throughout the course of Europe. McLaren, it is quite an exclusive series and hasn't been run in 2020 due to COVID-19. The whole programme was put on hold, but it really has developed some very, very talented drivers through that McLaren Pure Series, and they are hoping that they'll be able to relaunch and rerun the series in 2021, but confirmation and calendars and everything else still as yet to be confirmed. But it'd be great to see the McLaren Pure Series back. Like Brendan Reeve, who drove that car, and Nick Moss, who's behind the wheel of it now, have both graduated from the GT4 McLaren Pure Series up into this GT3 car for this first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. Two Castle Racing Ferraris have got themselves back together once more. That's Alessandro Cudurieri, and the car that sits behind is going to be Murat Kudarolu. So they will be also fighting for position. That's going to be for 7th and 8th positions at this stage by the look of things. Everybody's out on track, having completed their pit stops, barring one car which still sits in the pit lane, which is the McLaren that we know about, the number 7 2Cs Motorsport McLaren of Lewis Williamson. That's the car that's had those turbocharger issues, as we've heard, an issue with one of the turbochargers being down on power. And as a result of that, that was why we saw that car sort of drop down through the order, all of the hard work that Lewis Williamson had done to work his way back up through the order, having started on the outside of the front row of the grid, dropped to 5th when the lights went out with a small issue, and slowly worked his way back through the order, back up into 2nd place once more. And almost as soon as he got to 2nd, that was when the car started to have issues. I think it was the following lap, after taking 2nd place away from the Bentley of Ewan Mackay as it was at the time, then that was when the problems all of a sudden started to happen. But these two Ferraris are very much going at it, aren't they? The number 27 car of Murat Kudarolu has managed to unpick Alessandro Cudurieri. So Cudurieri is trying to squeeze the Ray-Ban back car up the inside. He's got the inside line. Yeah, not a great deal that Murat could do there. The sister car was alongside. He tried to turn in. There was briefly a puff of smoke off one of the brakes as he decided to alter the steering input going into it and change the rotation of the Ferrari, but the job was done. So it is place gained for Alessandro Cudurieri. That's now means that that car is now safely in 7th position, 6th in the Pro-Am category. The car that's behind Murat Kudarolu is still going to be, of course, leading the GT3 amateur category, largely on the basis that it's the only car that's entered in that category for this weekend. So the first cycle of pit stops done. Into the pit lane has finally come, the last of the cars that we were expecting. So longer first stint for the GT4 leading Mercedes, the number 90 car, into the pit lane. So that's his driving duties done for Benedetto Strignano. So who is that car going to get taken over by? There are 4 drivers in that team. So there aren't that many cars that have 4 drivers. Most have 3, but Benedetto Strignano has done with his driving duties. We've also got Jean-Luc Doillier in that car. We've got Piero Randazzo, and we've also got Michele Camerlinghi, all scheduled to get behind the wheel at some point of that Mercedes. That is in the process of having its first pit stop take place. That is the best part of an hour and 20 minutes into this race. So what we're looking at here is the battle for 5th and 6th place. fight going on. Nick Moss trying to keep Luca Marini at bay. McLaren from Ferrari. As for the battle between the two teams, or the two cars from Castle Racing, it looks as though eventually we have had the change of the order once more, because back through goes the GT3 AM car of Murat Kudaroglu. So Murat Kudaroglu gaining the place, only for the following corner. Alessandro Cutareri throws it back up the inside, but carries a bit too much speed through the corner, so back goes through Murat Kudaroglu. So now these two cars, both being run out of the same stable. They are both Castle Racing Ferraris, who have been long-time supporters of the Gulf 12 Hours. They've also got this car here, the reading 46 cars that they are running, so they are a busy team this weekend, running 3 cars in the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain edition. But 2 of those cars are busy squabbling away at the moment. They do need to be slightly careful as to how keen they are to keep pressing on with each other. You don't want to be doing is tripping over the teammates, and certainly not in the early stages of the race, which gets ever more serious towards the back end and the checkered flag, perhaps. But now, with still 4.5 hours of part 1 to go, plus 6 hours of part 2, i.e. 10.5 hours still to go, loads of time to roll up the sleeves and probably get stuck in. Now is not the time to do it. Nick Moss still running in 5th position, still looking to try and keep Luca Marini behind the Ferrari, closing in as it heads down the start-finish line and heads in towards the braking area for turn number 1. Nothing doing there still, and then as they flick their way through turns 2 and turn 3, is there a run up towards turn number 4? It's a bit of a straight coming out of turn 3. They're heading up towards turn number 4 now. Flashing the lights from Luca Marini. He's just sitting behind the McLaren, so he's not going to try anything here at turn 4. Now, the next real overtaking place is in towards turn number 10, perhaps, because we're now into the twiddly section, downhill section as well, through 5 and 6 and 7, and then ever more downhill in towards turn number 8. So I don't think Luca Marini is going to be able to do anything here about Nick Moss. Takes a nice wide line in towards turn number 8. Try and cut back on the exit, but his best opportunity if he wants to try something is as you head round through 9, try and sneak up the inside at turn number 10. Is he going to try it here? He is. He's going to have a quick look, thought about it for a split second. Nick Moss, I think, also thought he was coming and therefore left him room where he didn't really need to. And now Luca Marini is going to run alongside Nick Moss, the McLaren on the left of your screens, the right-hand side of the circuit, but Luca Marini will have the inside line as they head up towards turn number 11, and does indeed the monster VR46 Ferrari through and up a place, so up into 5th position overall for that Ferrari. That will put it up to 4th in the Pro-Am category in the hands of a driver who won 3 Grand Prix at MotoGP 2 level last year, Luca Marini. He had 6 podiums across the course of the 2020 season, 3 pole positions, and a fastest lap as well did Luca Marini, who's been racing for Sky team now in MotoGP for the last couple of years, hasn't he? So a few Moto2 wins under his belt. Is he going to follow in the footsteps of his hugely successful older half-brother, that being Valentino Rossi, who he took the car over from, well, not much more than 10 minutes ago now, really. So let's just run you down through the order. Nick Moss is going to have another look, though. You know, he's not entirely satisfied with having lost the place. Is he going to try anything? He thought about it, but no. The door was ever closing. The door was ever closing, so it's not quite going to be. So what we will do is I will run you down through, now that we are sort of an hour and a half into the race. Hopefully we should just be able to run you down through the positions at the 1 hour mark. So at the 1 hour mark of the race, if you wish to know, that at that point it was the number 33 2C's McLaren that was leading the race at the 1 hour mark. That was on 29 laps and it completed at the 1 hour point of the race. A lap adrift of it, but only because it hadn't come over the start-finish line at the point of the first 60 minutes of the laps. It was 31 Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental GT3. So that was the leading car in the Pro-Am category at that stage, because the McLaren that led is one of 2 cars in the Pro category. Third in the race, second in Pro-Am, was the 67 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, and 4th at that stage, completing the Pro-Am top 3 was the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes. 5th was the number 46 VR6 Ferrari. You can see on the screens briefly just going through. That was running in 5th position, and 6th at that stage at the 1 hour mark was the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. And 7th was 27, that's another car from Kessel Racing with Ferrari. 8th place was the number 72 Inception Racing Motorsport McLaren. 9th was the leading GT4 car that was in 9th position at that stage. That was the number 19 Mercedes of Scuderia Valorbra Corsa. 10th was the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren 570 GT4, so that was like second in GT4 at that stage. And 11th, but in the pit lane and with turbo issues where it still resides at the moment, was the number 7 Two Seas Motorsport McLaren that had been in the hands of Lewis Williamson. The other driver still has yet to take over. And 12th, several laps adrift, was the number 50 SVC Sports Management Maserati MC GT4 that had also had problems in the hands of Anthony Johnson and had headed into the pit lane with suspension failure. So that was why that car was at that stage, I think, back in the race, but only just back in the race, having had its problems sorted. So that gives you the order at the 1 hour mark for the part 1 of this race. And we can look towards what's going on circuit at the moment. And this is a backmarker lappery going on in reality. This is Nick Moss trying to stay on the lead lap, whilst now coming under pressure from Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, who has taken over the race leading number 33 Two Seas McLaren from Ben Barnicoat. And now Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa had a bit of an off in this car on Thursday, it was, at Bahrain International Circuit. Pitched the car into the wall. He's dealt with the backmarker lappery of Nick Moss. That put the car out pretty much for the day. It was looking a bit beaten up, I gather, the number 33 McLaren. The team worked wonders overnight to get the car prepared for what was Friday's sessions, yesterday's session, and the car competed in 3 free practices that took place yesterday. And fresh out of the box following the repairs, the number 33 McLaren was the 3rd quickest in free practice 1 yesterday. It was 2nd quickest in free practice 2. It was top of the times in free practice 3, all tending to suggest that the damage that had been inflicted on the car on the Friday had more than been repaired, and the car was absolutely in the sweet spot again. And then come qualifying, of course, with all 3 drivers heading out to qualify the car and the average qualifying time being taken to dictate the grid, that number 33 car found itself on the pole position. So what started as a difficult weekend for the team and the drivers, Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, Ben Barnicoat, and the Croatian driver Martin Kodric, has really turned into a very good weekend so far. But, as we say, still a long way to go in this first running of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. So Roscoe has been in touch using the hashtag AskGulf12Hours. So thank you, Roscoe, for sending in your questions. Just curious, he said, is it difficult to comment such a long race, like 12 or 24 hours long, which is usually without much action, so the drivers circle around the track? In every race, we've got 12 cars this weekend. Everybody knows that is a disappointment. We're not going to hide the fact that 12 cars is not what we were expecting. But hats off to Bahrain International Circuit and the Gulf 12-hour team and the other teams that are competing for sticking with that and making sure that we have this running of the Gulf 12 Hours. We've all missed our motorsport. It's great to get the fix, and it will be back and better and stronger and back to normality, hopefully in December when we return to Yas Marina. But even with a full grid of cars, even with 40 cars on a 12 or a 24-hour race, always from a common perspective, there will be a period of the race where nothing's happening because everybody has sort of established their positions and there's just no real battles going on, or if there is a battle, it's not for position, it's a car that's 3 or 4 laps ahead of the other trying to get through. So you do have periods like that. But also in endurance racing, it's also looking, Roscoe, for gaps that are opening or closing, trying to establish as to, okay, it's a 30-second gap, but which means that there isn't a fight to look at on screen, but the gap's coming down by 3 seconds a lap, and it's coming down regularly at 3 seconds a lap. So it's looking for those kinds of things, Roscoe, as well, not just the pictures, but looking at the live timing that I have available to me, which you can look at as well. Log on to getraceresults.com, getraceresults.com. So from a commentary perspective, yeah, it's unusual. It's going to be hard work. It's going to be hard work. And also, for me, it's a shame as well. I get bored of my voice listening to it for 6 hours. So if I get bored of it, I know you guys do. Not a great deal we can do about it this year. We've managed to get the stream up and running. It's been a very late arrangement. So if it's not ideal, we apologise for that. But stick with us. And yes, we would usually have 2 people in the commentary box and a pit lane reporter as well to bring us all the news and driver interviews. We can't do that, but as we say minutes ago, we are hoping to interject with some drivers who maybe have finished their driving stints, and Zach or Russell out there in Bahrain might be able to scoop them up, bring them towards the outside broadcast vehicle, I gather it is, that we've got out there, and perhaps chat to some of the drivers about their stints, because that would be nice for them to tell the story, and particularly for some of them maybe who it's their first race here in Bahrain. They've not seen the circuit, they've either not raced in the Middle East before, or they've raced lots in Yas Marina but have never raced in Bahrain, and to understand those differences. So a very long answer to your question, Roscoe, but hopefully that answers that question for you. Keep them coming. Just use the hashtag #AskGulf12Hours. #Gulf12Hours. We'll endeavour to answer the questions if we can here from our UK-based commentary position. If not, we will pitch them over to the team in Bahrain at the Bahrain International Circuit, and they can answer them for you. So what we've got on circuit now, closing up, is the battle for 3rd and 4th overall, but more importantly, 2nd and 3rd in the Pro-Am category. Derek Pearce behind the wheel on Team Parker Racing, making their debut in the Gulf 12 Hours, is getting caught by Ian Logie, who has been reeling him in lap after lap after lap. Now, last time through, the Bentley lapped in a 2 minutes 6.2. Ian Logie was a 2 minute 5.9, so 0.3 of a second gained over the car that lies ahead, and he is now within 0.9 of a second of it. So if he closes up another couple of car lengths, he will then be in prime position to potentially try and pick the pocket of Derek Pearce and propel that fantastically liveried Mercedes up into an overall podium place in the very, very early stages of this race, with still 4 hours and 25 minutes to go of part 1 of the race. So, with the first cycle of pit stops done, we have been able to pick up on each one of the driver changes. Remember that all of the GT3 cars have 4 imposed pit stops to do over the course of the first part of the race, the first 6 hours. So they've done 1 of them. They've still got another 3 to do. GT4 cars have 5 imposed pit stops to do. So they've still got 4 remaining for those that have pitted. And we have still got, I'm sad to say, no signs as yet of the number 7 2C's McLaren rejoining the race, whatever the turbo issues were with that car that dropped it down on power and caused Lewis Williamson to head to the pits for repairs. Those repairs are still in the process of being effected, because we've seen no further sight of that car, and it is now, of course, a long, long way off the lead. 45 laps completed by the race leader, which is 24 laps completed by the sister car, which they're bookending the order at the moment. The number 33 car from 2C's leading the race, the number 7 cars from 2C's at the very bottom of the order. Now, Derek Pearce, I think, has got the hurry up here. I think he realised that Ian Logie was closing, and all of a sudden has, I think, just upped his pace a little bit more, has he? It's 2 minutes 6.6 from him that time through. No, Ian Logie was still quicker, still 0.2 quicker, so the gap comes down. It's now down to 0.7 of a second, 0.9 of a second, so it's still going to be Bentley from Mercedes, 3rd and 4th place, whilst out front we've still got Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa leading at the wheel of the number 33 McLaren. We've got the number 67 dynamic Porsche of Stefano Monaco still in 2nd position, largely down to the really good stint put in by Mauro Calamia in that Porsche in part 1. Who really seemed, as the stint wore on, I think that was when the Porsche came alive. It just seemed to get quicker and quicker and quicker as the stint wore on. I'm sure Mauro Calamia was probably rather disappointed to have been given the signal that he needed to commit to the pit. He was certainly enjoying himself and gaining places. So, towards the bring here of turn 10, Derek Pearce having to work hard to try and keep the aspirations of Ian Logie at bay in the Ram Racing Mercedes. He's still not going to be close enough as they head down in towards turn number 11 this time through. So just too far away to do anything about the car that sits ahead. And as they pick their way through turn 11 up towards a sweeping right-hander at turn 12, and then from there it's up towards turn 13. This doesn't really present an overtaking opportunity, turn 13, but a good run out of 13 might allow you to do something at 14. But to be honest, you're better just making sure you stick behind the car through turn 14 and the very tiny kink at turn 15, which is taken pretty much flat out, and make sure you get a good run onto the start-finish straight, because that's where they'll be heading now. So this is turn 14, which blends almost automatically into towards turn 15. They are identified as separate turns on the map that I've got, but then down the straight, and this is where, if the Mercedes can get in the tow, could have half an opportunity. But to me, Ian Loggie's too far away still. There is, however, traffic just up the road, and that could be the catalyst for a bit of change. It's Piotr Johnson that is just up the road, and at the wheel of the Maserati. That's the car that's had issues and is now, what, 15 laps for the lead. That's the car that could present an opportunity as and when the quicker G33 cars get by. Depends on where they catch him. So, up towards turn 4 hours and 20 minutes just over of the race. Part 1 still remaining. Ian Loggie looking to see whether he can size up the opportunity to get past the Bentley, possibly with the assistance of the Maserati, which is becoming ever more present in the windscreens of these two GT3 cars. Piotr Johnson, and you see them coming. He'll be waving very shortly, seeing the wave blue flags suggesting that the quicker cars are approaching. But equally, he will be wanting to try and press on as much as he can to make up for the lost time that they suffered earlier on with the suspension failure whilst his son was driving the car. Flashing the lights from Ian Loggie, anything at all to try and attract the attention of Derek Pearce, but Derek Pearce has been racing long enough and is experienced enough to know that that's not going to put him off. Loggie makes a bit of a dive for the inside there, but that's covered off by Derek Pearce, who snaps across the nose of the Mercedes. He's coming from a fairly long way back, Ian Loggie, so I think it's more of a distraction tactic more than anything. They are now fully up with the traffic. Piotr Johnson moves out of the way for the Bentley. Ian Loggie meets it slap bang in the middle of the corner, that big turn number 13 that looked like, as they now head down the straight and up towards turn number 14. The traffic and the unsuccessful attempt to show the nose of the car on the inside of the Bentley is actually cost Ian Loggie a little bit of time on that lap. So the order for third and fourth still at this stage remains the same. So through goes Derek Pearce, and the gap is now back out to 0.9 of a second, which is where it was a couple of laps ago. Turns 1 and turn number 2. It's the best of the fights we've got on track at the moment. Everybody else seems to have just settled down in their positions. Quick rundown of the order at this stage. The number 33 McLaren of Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa leads the race. The number 67 Porsche of Stefano Monaco for Dynamic Motorsport sits there in second. We're looking at the battle for third and fourth. The Ram Racing Mercedes of Ian Loggie putting the Bentley that's ahead of it under pressure of Derek Pearce. So the Bentley in third, and Mercedes in fifth at the moment is going to be the number 46 Ferrari, Luca Marini driving that one. But since having got past Nick Moss's 72 Inception Racing on Motorsport McLaren, he has pulled away. So Luca Marini in fifth, Nick Moss there in sixth place. Seventh place is 27th Kessel Racing. We saw a great fight going on between Kessel Racing cars, but it has fallen in favour of the Turkish driver, 27, which is Murat Kuradrolo, who's now in 7th place. Down to 8th has gone number 8 now, which is Alessandro Cudurire, and 9th at this stage. Now, I think that's one that I hadn't picked up on as to what the change of driver was from the pit stop window, but the GT4 leading number 90 car has now been taken over by, a driver that I wasn't expecting. Let's have a quick look. No, I was expecting. It is Piero Randazzo that's taken over. He's shown us his full name on the timing string, which is So it's Piero Grandazzo that's taken over that particular car. That was one that we hadn't picked up on. So that sits there in 9th place and is still comfortably leading GT4 at this stage by almost 50 seconds from the 10th place car, which is the number 77 McLaren of Lars Dammon, who is running for Optimum Motorsport. And then we've got the cars that have had issues. In 11th place, it's the number 15 Maserati of Piotr Johnson. And still, I'm afraid to say, in the pit lane, Johnson's not running at this stage and dropping ever more laps away now, is the 2C's Motorsport car with whichever driver will take over. Lewis Williams brought it into the pits, but Ed Jones and Dylan Pereira still awaiting to jump on board that car and take over it. And fair to say, Ed Jones was quite a late sign-up as well for that car. It was only earlier on this week, I think, the deal was done to get Ed Jones in the number 7 2C's car. It had been tested prior to the Christmas period. It had been tested by Jordan Witt, but Jordan Witt, I think, decided to not get involved in the race, and therefore it was Ed Jones that took over. So I gather the 2C's Motorsport car is getting ready to roll again, back out on the track, and indeed, yes, there it is. So it's back out on circuit now. Lewis Williamson back behind the wheel of it, so they have managed to get the car sorted and get the car back out there, but I'm afraid to say, whilst the race leader, the sister car to it, is now on lap number 50, that car is only on lap 25, so it's 25, it's half of the distance that the leading car has done, so they have lost 25 laps with the problem, which is such a shame for 2C's Motorsport. And regardless of what else happens over the course of the remaining 4 hours and 15 minutes, you're going to have to rely on huge amounts of luck for, and misfortune for everybody else if you're going to make any sort of inroads into the deficit that exists there. So it's really just going to be a damage limitation, I fear, for the number 7 car for the remaining part of Part 1. And of course, the laps that you are in deficit at Part 1 do get carried over to Part 2 as well. So it really is now just going to be a damage limitation for the remaining running, of which there's still a lot to do, of this Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. So there is our race leader. That is Issa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa. So still pressing on, comfortably in the lead at this stage over the dynamic racing Porsche, with Stefano Monaco still safely on board. The lap times from Stefano Monaco not that far away from the race leader, but it was all the advantage that's been built up. So there is the Porsche. Stefano Monaco just going through shot there, but it was, it's being sort of held really at 2-minute 4 from the race leader. It's a 2-minute 4, but a slightly slower than that Porsche there. So the gap is still slightly coming out first to second, but it was all of the hard work in the early stages done by Ben Barnicoat to build that enormous advantage that he'd built, that has really played into the hands of the number 33 car. So Issa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa could just sort of drive at the pace that he feels comfortable with, knowing that even if Stefano Monaco at the wheel of this Porsche here just keeps driving the wheels off the thing, the gap might come down, but there's still no real cause for concern, because as Stefano Monaco comes over the start-finish line, what's the gap first to second with 50 laps completed between the leading pair? It is 1 minute 22.862 seconds is the gap first to second place. So, and Stefano Monaco's lap there was still, the last lap that's just been completed, 0.3 of a second slower than the race leader, so the gap is still going out as well, let alone coming down. Stefano Monaco is very much on his own, so in second place, because he's got a sizable gap between himself and the third and fourth place squabble that's still going on between Ian Loggie's Mercedes and Derek Pearce's Bentley, now that Ian Loggie has been able to squeeze his way through and gain the place. Since he's done so, he has started to pull away as well at the wheel of that Bentley, so it took him a while to at the wheel of the Mercedes. It took him a while to get through and past the Bentley, but the Mercedes is now starting to pull away. So thinking they've fixed the problem on the McLaren, Lewis Williamson is back in the pit lane, I'm afraid to say. So maybe it was just an exploratory lap or two just to see whether they'd fully solved the issue. But I'm afraid to say that's tending to suggest that maybe it's not quite where it ought to be still. So Lewis Williamson, having been very patiently waiting to get back behind the wheel of the car following the problems, looks as though there may well be more mechanical woes. It's going back up onto its air jacks. And they're going to put the dollies underneath and push it back into the garage. I do fear that they might be doing, and that is going to be a huge, huge shame for the sister car to this car here that continues to lead. So Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa on lap number 52 at this stage, still lapping quicker than anybody else that is out there, and is certainly putting in a very, very good stint. It's a solid set of drivers as well that have got behind the wheel of this one. Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa is a silver graded driver. He is partnered by two golds, Ben Barnicoat being one who drove in the first part of the race. The Croatian driver Martin Kodric also scheduled to get behind the wheel of that car at some stage. We haven't got any platinum drivers in the field this year. It's all golds, silvers or bronze, such as are their FIA rankings. But for silver graded Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, he is going beautifully well. We've seen him doing some karting in the past. We saw him in the FIA CIK karting championship a few years ago. We've seen Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa out in the McLaren Pure Series as well, which has had races here in Bahrain in the past, the McLaren Pure Series. He's done a big chunk of racing as well in the GT3 Cup Middle East as well. Last 5 years really he spent in that category, 2015 through to 2020, and has been very, very successful. And of course with 2C's Motorsport, he has had some good success as well as a team with their two cars in the British GT Championship that they've been competing in over the course of the 2020 season, and have always turned out very, very quick cars, very, very quick drivers, and as ever, immaculately prepared cars. More traffic to deal with as well for Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa. And that next car that he's going to try and want to put a lap on is going to be the car that's there in fourth position. So this is the race leader catching up with the car of Derek Pearce that's in fourth place, whilst Derek Pearce is also trying to lap the number 77 McLaren in the hands of Lars Damen, the German driver. So Lars Damen gets lapped by the Bentley, moves out of harm's way. Back in the pit lane is the Maserati, and that looks like a scheduled stop because refuelling is going on in the Maserati. So in goes the fuel, out gets the driver. That is going to be Piotr Hudson. And are we going to see a driver change in that one? We've already had one change of driver in that car where Anthony Hudson jumped out, father jumped in, Piotr Hudson, but no, it looks so he's getting straight back in again. So that looks like that's refueling and possibly a tyre change going on, which indeed there is, but it does look as though the overalls look the same, the helmet looks the same. I think Piotr's going to stick behind the wheel and head out for another session. But that is, other than the McLaren, which still is back in the pit lane, those are the only two cars we've got in the pit lane currently. Everybody else is out there on circuit and still circulating. And our gap's coming down. I'm just having a quick look. At the moment, no, gaps are largely staying static. There's nobody else that is catching anybody else at this stage. Might be worth keeping an eye on the pace of Luca Marini, I would say, at the wheel of his car, because he is catching this Bentley. So there's a big gap between them, 16 seconds between them. But Derek Pearce at the wheel of the Bentley is getting caught a little bit by Luca Marini's Ferrari that sits behind. Now, the lap time last time through from the Bentley was 2:08. That's a slower lap, largely I think because of a bit of traffic that needed dealing with. But Luca Marini was a 2 minutes 5.8, so 2.5 seconds quicker than the Bentley, 16 seconds behind, so that's still a huge deficit to try and make up. But the gap's going the right way as far as Luca Marini is concerned in the 46 Ferrari, but he's got several laps of similar hard work to do to really even see sight of the Bentley. And of course that Bentley of Derek Pearce has just been lapped by the race leader, so it probably would have been easing off to allow the quickest car to get through. So here comes Stefano Monaco over the start-finish line. Car behind him is Alessandro Cucurieri, but that is a lap adrift. Back out of the pit lane has come the Maserati, and as I thought, it is Piotr Hodgson that's still behind the wheel. So there was just a case of refueling the car and changing the Pirelli tyres. Piotr stays behind the wheel of it. So Piotr is 50 years of age nowadays. A bit of racing in the Maserati Super Trofeo. A bit of racing in the Italian GT Championship as well. We have seen him out in the Gulf 12 Hours in the past as well. He's got his son joining him with the team. We've got Patrick Zamperini as well, scheduled to take over that Maserati MC GT4. Might not be the most modern evolution nowadays of GT4 cars, the Maserati, but my goodness me, not only do they look good, they sound fantastic, the Maseratis. But certainly in terms of development and evolutions, and even launch, they've been taken over by things like the McLarens and the Audi A4s and some of the newer cars. But the balance of performance helps, and certainly with the balance of performance as well in the pit stops as well. With the Maserati we have been on something like 140 seconds, which was originally what they were thinking the pit stops would be for the GT4 cars. That would have been a disadvantage for the Maserati because of its wheel stud configuration. So it was decided to increase it by 10 seconds. So it's a minute and 50 seconds. Did I say an hour and 40? Minute and 40. Minute and 50 seconds that the GT4 cars stop for now. And that has certainly helped the cause of the Maserati, albeit what didn't help the cause in this race of the Maserati was that suspension failure early on, I'm afraid to say. So keep your questions coming to us. Hashtag AskGulf12Hours, hashtag Gulf12Hours. And Greg Charman has tweeted in. Thanks, Greg. Refreshing and interesting to see the different lines Luca Marini used for his overtake on the number 72 McLaren. Motorcycle racer versus car racer. It's a brilliant dynamic. You know, I love the fact that we had Luca Marini, Alessio Salucci and Valentino Rossi join us for the Gulf 12 Hours at Abu Dhabi last year. And yes, certainly for a motorcycle racer, the lines they will take will be very different. Some will work in the car, some won't work in the car. And for I'm guessing all three of those, they will be wanting to, having, I suspect, for the first time, gone out on a car on this track, we wanted to try and understand those lines. But the track time that they've had in both in private testing and in free practice and in qualifying now means that, yeah, Luca Marini largely knows the lines that he wants. And that's not going to stop him trying to sniff out a few different lines. Is an interesting one to see. We've also got McLogo 76. Please get some information about new pilot Jean-Luc Dorier. By the way, Italian pronounced surname, I was pronouncing French, wasn't I? From Team SVC. Oh, okay. It's his first race and a superb qualifying. Go Scuderia Villobra Corsa. Go Jean-Luc Dorier. So yeah, I mean, that was one driver. It was one driver. The only thing, interesting you say that, but Logo, who's tweeted in using the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, AskGulf12Hours. The only thing I could find out about him, I'd asked the team out in Bahrain to see what they could find out. I knew he was 21 years of age. I could find no other information about Jean-Luc Dorier than that. So it's his first race, McLogo is saying. So yeah, we'll see whether we can find out a little bit more. We'll see whether we can dispatch Zach down towards the Scuderia Villobra Corsa Mercedes garage and see whether he can sniff out from him some information about Jean-Luc Dorier, who, as you say, really did have a staggering qualifying session. He was the second driver to come out and qualify in the Mercedes. So qualifying part 2 where he came out, and his best time that he popped in was a 2 minutes 11.9, which in that part of qualifying was the best part of a second and a half quicker than the other cars in GT4 could muster. And if you look at the time that he posted, Jean-Luc Dorier, it was a 2 minutes 11.9, which the other drivers that also qualified the car with him did a 2 minute 12.3 and a 2 minute 13.4, so he was also by far the quickest car in GT4. So it really was, yeah, a staggering qualifying session that he put in. Fullback Mark Alapri coming up as well. Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, the race-leading McLaren, is now about to put a lap on Ian Loggie's Ram Racing Mercedes. So this is the leader lapping third place here, sides through down the start-finish line, and that now means that there's only first and second place that reside on the lead lap of this race, with 2 hours now completed almost, so just over 4 hours of part one still remaining, which might mean we're getting back into the cycle of pit stops again before too much longer. So Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa goes through and past Ian Loggie. That drops the Mercedes off the lead lap. He's also got a very, very comfortable lead, this number 33 McLaren, because the gap back to the dynamic Porsche 911 GT3 R of Stefano Monaco, last time we picked up on it, was about 1 minute and 15 seconds, if memory serves me correctly. I think it's edged out a little bit further now towards almost 1 minute and 20 seconds. Not by much, it's probably only come out by a second, maybe a second and a half, so it's probably around 15 to 1 minute 15, 1 minute to 17 seconds. But it's still going the right way as far as the team are concerned at this stage, as we head towards probably the pit stop window for the GT4 cars again before too much longer. Maybe about 5 minutes earlier than I was expecting, but again, that's purely based on looking at what the average time ought to be if you equally divided the number of stops that they have to have in this first few hours of the race. Right, it's 1 minute and 24 the gap has come out to now between the leading McLaren and this car here, Stefano Monaco. So the dynamic Porsche still going very, very well in a race which in the Gulf 12 Hours had been dominated by Ferraris, really. Of the 9 runnings of the Gulf 12 Hours that we've had at the Yas Marina, Ferrari have won 7 of them overall. They won both of the races that took place in 2012, because we had one in January and one in December. Looks like we're poised to do the same this year as well. This one here and one in December at Yas Marina. They won in 2014, 2015, 16, 17 and 2018. Ferrari all went towards victory lane. Not necessarily the same team each year, but certainly there has been, Kessel Racing have been hugely successful, and David Arrigon, who's not in the entry list this season, this year, has been hugely successful. The only 2 exceptions to Ferrari not winning any previous iteration of the Gulf 12 Hours were in 2013, where we saw the Black Falcon Mercedes head towards pit victory lane. That was the likes of Jerome Tweaky-Boland. We had Khaled Al-Wilisa behind it, and Bernd Schneider was also driving the car in 2013. And in 2019, which was the last running that we had of the Gulf 12 Hours, for the first time ever, Audi went towards victory lane, and it was the Attempto Racing car that secured victory there. In fact, it was the Attempto Racing 1-2 on that occasion. It was Salekov, Vantor and Christopher Mies that claimed victory last year in what was a record-breaking distance that was set as well. Different circuit, so those records aren't really comparable this year, but we did just over 1,000 miles. It was 1,090 miles, almost 1,091 miles over the course of the 12 hours last year. That equated to around the circuit at Yas Marina of 316 laps. As you say, different distance here around this track compared to Yas Marina, so it's not fair to compare either laps or distances that are being run, because you're not comparing eggs with eggs as such. There's not huge differences between them, because the Yas Marina Grand Prix circuit is 3.452 miles. This one is 3.363, so it's a slightly shorter circuit, the Bahrain International Circuit, but also the flow of the corners are different as well. So we'll wait and see as to, in this first ever running of the 12 Hours Bahrain, as to how many laps we can manage to squeeze out of it. So far we've gone green all of the way. Jesse Young has tweeted in with the hashtag #AskGolf12Hours. What are the chances of an overall victory by a Pro-Am entry should the number 33 McLaren run into problems within the next few hours? Well, the next few hours is nearly 10 in reality. If so, he reckons that the number 67 dynamic Porsche is in with a shout of the win. Well, looking at the pace we've had so far for that Porsche, you couldn't rule it out. Mauro Calamia has been so quick, I thought, in his stint, particularly towards the end of it, where he just seemed to get quicker and quicker and quicker, the Porsche. There was no drop-off like we saw on the other cars. He just seemed to be hugely consistent all the way throughout it. And so far in this one, Stefano Monaco has been putting in some really good lap times, very consistent. So we've got another bronze driver to take over that car. Stefano Monaco is the silver, Mauro Calamia is the bronze. We've also got another bronze driver, Roberto Papanini, to take over that car. Roberto is the eldest of the drivers in that car, so the likes of Calamia, who started, is 28 years of age. Stefano Monaco is only 22. Roberto's in his 50s now. He's 53 years of age, Roberto Papanini. So with an older head on his shoulders, maybe not going to be quite as quick as the other guys, but yeah, it would be nice to see the dynamic Porsche on the podium. But so you just don't know. There's so many twists and turns still to come in this running of the Gulf 12 Hours. But yeah, I agree. If we have any sort of issue for number 33 McLaren, let's hope not, but should they have a similar issue to number 7, which, by the way, still resides in the pit lane and still not going anywhere at the moment, then we are certainly looking as though we are going to have a Pro-Am car on the top 7 of the podium if there's an issue with the remaining Pro car that leads the race, because there's only 2 entries in GT3 Pro this year. So we are looking at Ian Logie. Since he has got past the Bentley of Derek Pearce, he really has opened up the advantage. 8.6 seconds up the road now from the Bentley is Ian Logie. He's no longer on the lead lap, of course, because we saw the McLaren of Issa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa go through. So Ian Logie is the first of the cars that is a lap down at this stage, still with the quickest of the drivers, Callum McLeod, to take over that Ram Racing Mercedes. Callum was the driver that came out to qualify first in that car in yesterday's session. He was in the 2 minute dead bracket, 2 minutes 0.850. Second to qualify the car was Chris Froggatt in a 2 minutes 1.1, and Ian Logie was the slower of the 3 drivers with a 2 minutes 2.132, but he really has got good race pace, I would say, Ian Logie. He's lapping about 5 seconds off the qualifying pace that he set, but he's being consistent and in traffic as well, and that's all you need. Ian has got plenty of experience, the 58-year-old British driver, both racing in Europe and in the UK in the domestic GT championships. At the moment is the first of the cars that's off the lead lap, having been lapped by this car here a few laps ago, and for the race leading car, they are now on lap number 60. So lap number 64, Issa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, as he flicks his way through what looks like turn number 13 is that, and then he's going to start to head down the straight. Yep, that was turn number 13 towards turn number 14 and 15. So this is lap number 60 that is going to be completed. A lead advantage of 1 minute and 24 seconds, so it's over half a lap, heading towards 3/4 of a lap lead now, but we are now fast approaching the next round of pit stops. I'll give you a full rundown of the order at the 2-hour mark once we've cycled through the next lot of pit stops, because they are imminent, I would have thought, for some of the cars. Certainly we saw them at about 65 minutes, wasn't it? We saw some of the GT3 cars coming in and conducting their pit stops. GT4s were in at a similar kind of period, with the sole exception of the number 90 GT4 race leading Mercedes at this stage, because it was quite later on, wasn't it, in the race, where Michele Camerlinghi brought that car in and handed it over to, no, it wasn't, it was started by Benedetto Stregnano, sorry, and was handed over to Pinheiro Randazzo. So it might be possibly a little bit out of kilter with the rest of them. Pinheiro Randazzo still behind the wheel of that car, still leading GT4. It's down in 9th position overall, the number 90 Mercedes, and for the moment is still comfortably leading it. Lars Damen is second in GT4 at the wheel of the number 77 Optional Motorsport McLaren, but is some way away from the class-leading Mercedes at this stage. So 61 laps now onto for the race-leading McLaren. Very comfortable advantage. It's all gone to plan so far, but as we saw from the sister car to it, it can all become unravelled very, very quickly, because Lewis Williamson, just as he'd taken second place away from somebody, that's all of a sudden when the problem struck the sister car to this one. But it's running like a metronome for the moment. No issues with the car, just managing to keep going on. However, the latest news is that car number 7 is looking like it may possibly be a retirement. We hear, not confirmed as yet, problem with the turbo and a problem with one of the cylinders in the McLaren engines. So they're going to let us know when it's official confirmation. That's just from one of the drivers, and yes, confirmation now. They are retiring the car. It's just come through literally a few moments ago. So it is retiring, I'm afraid to say. We are not going to see the 2C's Motorsport McLaren back out. It is going to be it. So that's the latest news with regards to that one. And I'm just looking back through again. The feed that we've got, car 7 is going out. Right, no official confirmation, but nobody's working on. Right, okay, so it's not official that it's out, but all of a sudden there's just nobody working on the car anymore. And you would have thought that had they been working on that McLaren, it would be a hive of activity down there, but the garage looks rather empty, and yeah, there's not a lot going on. So reading between the lines, our team down there are thinking that that is it. We are not going to see any more of the number 7 McLaren, which is an enormous shame to lose one of the cars, and one of the front-running cars, a car that sat on the front row of the grid very, very early on. It does mean the other side of the garage now, which is this car's side of the garage, the number 33, they will be keeping their fingers crossed. They will be watching all of the dials on board the car. They'll be watching all of the data that's coming off it in the garage at the back, and be keeping their fingers crossed that there is no sign of similar trouble for that particular car. So it was a car, the 720S, that made its world competition debut back in 2018 at the Gulf 12 Hours at Abu Dhabi. That was where we saw one of those cars for the first ever time out on track. And again, even when it was making its debut, it ran so quickly in 2018. Again, didn't have the rub of the green. There was an issue with the car which brought it into the pit lane. It ultimately finished in 8th position that year, which was a very healthy entry of some 34 cars that we had, I think, on the entry that year. With Ben Barnicoat and Alvaro Perant and Shane Gisbergen driving the car when it made its world competition debut for McLaren Customer Racing back in 2018. So we know it's a quick car, and certainly Issa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa and Ben Barnicoat have proved that the 2C's number 33 car is, at least, as they continue to lead handsomely from this Porsche in the hands of Stefano Monaco. So the lead advantage last time through came out by another 0.6 of a second, so the gap just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And there's nothing that Dynamic Motorsport or Rab Racing or Team Parker Bentley or Kessel Racing or Optimum can offer up yet at this stage. These cars just disappearing up the road. Out of turn number 13, down towards turn number 14 goes Stefano Monaco. He has got 55 seconds in hand between himself and the Mercedes of Ian Loggy, but the deficit that he's got between himself and the race leader is going to be about 1.5 minutes now, I would have thought, as he flashes his way over the start-finish line. Let's have a quick look as he comes through now. Stefano Monaco, yeah, 1 minute and 25 seconds off the lead of the race, and that means that there is then still huge amounts of work for them to try and do over the course of the next 3 hours and 48 minutes. Main thing is stay on the lead lap. So you stay on the lead lap in part 1, you'll be on the lead lap when you start part 2 of the race, and that's the way that it works. And that would be, I would say, the focus for that car and that team now. Just make sure that they can stay on the lead lap. But unlike, unfortunately, this car here, the Ram Racing car of Ian Loggy, which despite his very best efforts, he just could not live with the pace of the race leader when Al Khalifa closed in. And Therefore, this car is now the first of the cars that's off the lead lap. It's still second in Pro-Am as well, so it's third in the race. Like second in Pro-Am, it is lapping comfortably quicker than the Bentley, that it's dropped to the tune of some 12 or so seconds now in the hands of Derek Pearce, who's there in fourth place. But whilst we await pit stops, let's just guide you through the top 10 when we got to what was the 2-hour mark of the race. We have got one pit stop that's taking place. I think the Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren is back in. I'm hoping we might be able to give you the results at the 2-hour mark if they are available, which they are not just as yet. So we'll wait for those to appear and then we'll give you a full rundown on the order. So yeah, we have now had, I think, is that another change of driver? Yes, it is. It is a change of driver. We have now got the third driver into the number 72 car, and we are back to having Brendan Arib back in the number 72 car. Now, Brendan started it, handed the car over to Nick Moss, and it's now gone back into the hands of Brendan Arib, the number 72 car. So that has now completed a second of its pit stops at this stage. So still both Ollie Milroy and Joe Osborne to, at some point, take over the number 72 McLaren. The race leader is now lapped for the second time. Great Castle Racing Ferrari, Alessandro Guerriere driving that car, having taken over from Nicola Cadet. And Castle Racing Ferrari is not that far behind the red and white one that's just on the road, the sister car to it, which, of course, they were having a good battle earlier on. They've not spread out too much still, so Murat Kudurolu is not that far up the road still in 6th position. There goes the red Ferrari just at the very front of the screen. Race leader bearing down on it, but behind race leader is Alessandro Couturieri. So 6th and 7th separated by about 4.5, maybe 5 seconds, the pair of them. There they go, red Ferrari, then the race leader, then the white Ferrari. So that is 6th and 7th places. I think that is the closest we've got a couple of cars on the track currently, as we continue to see that Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa has still got work to do. He might be leading very, very comfortably, but you've still got traffic that you need to deal with. You still need to make the right decisions as you pick that traffic off, which can't just disappear. And where's he going to sneak through? Is he going to go through on the run down in towards turn number 8? No, he's not. Murat Kudurolu is having none of it. He's going to have to wait until they apply the throttle coming out of turn number 8 and towards turn number 9, and then the Ferrari just blends out of the throttle and allows the race leader to lap it for the second time. So the man from Bahrain, the team owner, goes through and ahead of the Turkish driver, driving for the Swiss team in his Ferrari. As for Murat Kudurolu, having been lapped now, what's he been up to in the past? He has been racing the European Championship the last few years as Murat Kudurolu. We saw him in the Ferrari European Challenge for the last 5 years. He's been a busy champion and has had some good success as well. He was the amateur champion in that category in 2018, but now we're looking at the battle for 4th and 5th place because great work has been done by Luca Marini. It seemed a long time ago, wasn't it, when I said he was 16 seconds adrift of the Bentley, but had work to do and was continually lapping quicker than it. Well, he has now done all of that work and has caught up with Derek Pearce in the Bentley and is now in prime opportunity to try and grab the place as they head up towards turn number 11. Derek Pearce should be able to hang on to it because the Ferrari isn't quite close enough, but it has taken, what, the best part of probably 45 minutes for Luca Marini to close up that 16-second deficit that I mentioned was there, but I did say he was continually lapping quicker, and yeah, the last lap for Derek Pearce, 2 minutes 8.7, Marini, 2 minutes 6.9, so that's the kind of effort that he's been putting in to try and catch up with the Bentley ahead, and it's certainly working for Luca Marini because he at the moment is about the 3rd quickest car that we've got out on the track, albeit he's circulated down in 5th position, so he's out of position based on lap times, but that's because he's seen the target ahead, he's seen the prize, and he knows that his stint is shortly going to be coming to an end as well, I should say, because we are now 2.25 hours into this race, and it's about at the 70 to 75 minute mark where we expect pit stops to cycle if they even them all out. And we're about at that point again where we might start to now see some of the GT3 cars coming into the pit lane for their second batches of stops. We know one of them has already done that, and that is the number 72 car of Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport, where Nick Moss handed it back over to Brendan Reeve. But I'm also afraid to say, Brendan Reeve, having just taken over that car, is back in the pit lane. I don't know why, but the car has just literally appeared on the screen as showing that it is now back in the pit lane area. Brendan only took over that car a lap or so ago, so let's hope that that is not a problem for that car, because it is without question unusual, probably unscheduled. As Luca Marini dives at the inside of Derek Pearce, heading in towards turn number 8, not really an overtaking opportunity, but Luca Marini decided otherwise and has now gone through and has taken the place away. And he's got that done just before they've met the GT4 traffic as well, because they are just about to come up onto the coattails of Lars Dammon for Optimum Motorsport at the wheel of his GT4 McLaren, and Luca Marini is already gapping Derek Pearce instantly, having done the deal a couple of corners earlier. He's already managed to put the gap in and is now up into the 4th position. That will put that Ferrari up into 3rd in the Pro-Am category as well now. And Derek Pearce in the Team Parker Racing Bentley. Team Parker making their debut in this running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. Now comes down into what will be 5th position overall and 4th position in the GT3 Pro-Am category. So that is done and dusted. We've got into the pit lane as well. So not only did we see the number 72 McLaren into the pit lane, we've also got the leading GT4 car in now as well. So that is Piero Randazzo coming into the pit lane at the wheel of the number 90 Mercedes AMG GT4. Scuderia Falorba Corsa. So, and Derek Pearce comes in as well. So, yeah, we are now starting to see that second cycle of pit stops. I thought we wouldn't be far away. Derek Pearce comes in. We've also got Lars Dammon coming in at the wheel of the McLaren. You can see him behind the Bentley, trundling his way into the pit lane. So this is the second batch. Oh, and a big spin also, I'm afraid to say, for Alessandro Cuderera. He had managed to catch right the way up with the sister car from Kessel Racing in the hands of Cuderolo. But a rotation for the number 8 car. We saw a spin for it in the hands of the starting driver for that car, which was Nicola Cadei. There's been a further spin for the Ferrari. Eventually he gets the engine fired up, but he's now going to have to do a 3-point turn almost on the circuit to get the car in the right direction. And all of this is meaning that time and further places are being lost as all the cars now starting to dive for the pit lane. We've also got into the pit lane. Let's have a quick look at the replay. Let's have a quick look. Well, he caught up with Murat Cuderolo, and then coming out of the corner, just, bits too much of a squirt on the throttle a little bit too early, and oversteer on the exit of the corner by the look of things, and just could not catch the tail end of the car. So a real shame for Alessandro Cuderera as the Ferrari spun round. It then took a while to get it fired back in, probably heat soaked more than anything, or hadn't quite got the car, the clutch dipped in time and had to reset a few things, the electronics inside there. But then by the time he got the car fired up, he put it into a forward gear, which pushed it towards the wall and had to hook up the reverse gear. So that's undone so much of the hard work that he had previously done. And for the moment, that car is still in sector 2. It is not showing as have come out of that sector as yet. So I do wonder whether there has been a potential issue with the car still. More cars diving for the pit lane. We mentioned the Bentley was into the pit lane. Well, that has come back out again now and is now in the hands of Andy Marriott, former factory Bentley driver for this part of the race. The Ram Racing car is in the hands of Ian Logie, so that'll be for a driver change. Also into the pit lane comes the number 27 car, which is Murat Cuderolo. So that's the Kessel Racing number 27 Ferrari in the hands of the Turkish driver that's coming in. So that will, by the look of things, be a change of driver as well. There are 4 drivers scheduled to drive that car, so we won't try and second guess as to who's coming in. We know that Francesco Zollo and David Fuminelli have not driven it yet, but that's not to say that Emanuele Tabacchi might not be pushed back into that car. Back into the Optimum Motorsport number 77 McLaren goes Jan Klingelberg. So that's is the second stint for Jan. He started the car and has now taken back over the car. So both cars being run by Optimum Motorsport. Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport, number 72 McLaren has got back in its starting driver Brendan Reeb, and the number 77 Optimum Motorsport car has also got back in its starting driver, which is Jan Kringelberg. Who else have we got swapping over? Lewis Williamson is still in the pit lane in the McLaren. I do think that McLaren probably has retired now. We haven't had official confirmation. Who's got back in the 27? It's Francesco Zolo that's now on board the number 27 Ferrari as it heads out of the pit lane. That's the car that started third on the grid as well. Really, really good qualifying session from the group of drivers that run in the GT3 AM category. They actually out-qualified the leading Pro-Am if you look at the average lap times of them all. So it really was a stunning qualifying session for that number 27 Ferrari that's now in the hands of Francesco Zolo. Another driver that, again, I know very little about. 44 years of age, Francesco, but don't know a huge amount about him other than that. As for Ram Racing, that car has now been taken over by Callum McLeod. So that's the one driver that hasn't driven it. So that's who's on board the number 3 Mercedes now. But more worrying is that I mentioned that Brendan Reeb in the McLaren had taken over the number 72 car, gone out, done a lap or two, and was straight back in. He's still in the pit lane and has not gone back out as yet. So I do think the number 72 McLaren now is also suffering some sort of issue. So we will hopefully be able to establish and understand what that issue may be for that car, because that is, again, I would say, unscheduled, unexpected, to say the least. Remember, you can stay in touch with us on Ask Gulf 12 Hours. Ask Gulf 12 Hours. Roscoe is asking again, as the number 7 McLaren is out, are the mechanics allowed to fix it during the 2-hour period before the next part of the race? Absolutely they are. Absolutely. There is nothing that stops them. Even while the car is in the pits now, they can work on it for the next 5.5 hours in reality. So we've got 3.5 hours of part 1 to do, plus the 2-hour break between it. There is nothing that stops them working on that car as far as I'm aware in terms of the regulations. The team in Bahrain will let me know if I'm wrong in saying that, but my understanding of the regulations is that absolutely the car can retire from part 1 almost, but still be re-prepared and head out into part 2, because it is one single race. It literally means you can work on the car at any point to try and get it to the checkered flag. That's my understanding of it, Roscoe. Keep the questions coming. Hashtag Ask Gulf 12 Hours. Hashtag Ask Gulf 12 Hours in this first edition of the running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. We are about 2.5 hours into the race, so hopefully now we've got the 2-hour mark are up on screen, which they are. There they are. That's them there at the 2-hour mark. Let's just have, yeah, the 2-hour mark. It was running down half an hour ago, but when we reached the 2-hour mark, it was the number 33 2C's Motorsport McLaren that was leading it. It completed 57 laps at the point that the 2-hour mark clicked over. Still on the lead lap in reality, but it hadn't gone over the start-finish line at this point, so at the 2-hour mark it was showing a lap down, but was still on the lead lap, if that makes sense. Was the number 67 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. That, therefore, was also leading the Pro-Am category at that stage. Third in the race, second in Pro-Am was the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes, and fourth in the race, third in Pro-Am was the Team Parker Bentley Racing. Team Parker Racing Bentley. In fifth position, number 46, the Monster VR6 Kessel Racing Ferrari. We're looking at it on the screen now. That's running in fifth place overall at the 2-hour mark. It is running in third place now at this stage of the race. And at the 2-hour mark, running in sixth position was the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren. That's the car that's in the pit lane. I'm a little bit concerned about that at the moment. Hopefully we'll get some news. Seventh place was the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Its sister car, number 8, was in 8th place, Kessel Racing. And in 9th place, it was the Scuderia Velobra Corsa Mercedes that was leading the GT4 category at that stage at the 2-hour mark. In 10th place was number 77, second in GT4, the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. 11th was the number 50 SVG Motorsport Management Maserati. That was third in GT4, and as it was at the 1-hour mark, still in the pit lane and still with problems, was the number 7 McLaren at the 2-hour point. So that gives you what was going on at the 2-hour point. More pit stops going on at this stage. We are looking at the number 8 Ferrari of Alessandro Cutareri, who had that spin right towards the end of his stint, refueling going on for that particular car. That is the only car I think that is being worked on in terms of a scheduled pit stop. It will also see a change of driver for that car as well. So refueling completed, out will jump one driver, in will jump the next, and then when it heads towards pit lane, the transponder at the end of pit lane should pick up on who has taken over that car. We have also had into the pit lane and back out again, rather stealthily, because I didn't pick up on that, number 50 Maserati. Now that was in the hands of Piotr Chodson, who got into the car a bit earlier than expected, stayed in it when it did its first scheduled pit stop. Well, he's out now. He's done a longer stint than most. Patrick Zamperini has taken over that car. So the 50 car now in the hands of Patrick Zamperini. The number 90 Mercedes, which leads GT4, has been taken over by Jean-Luc Dorrier. So that's the driver that we're trying to find out a bit more information about, who was so quick in qualifying, Jean-Luc Dorrier. Just 21 years of age, so he has now taken over that number 90 Mercedes in a very healthy position. And as the number 8 Ferrari comes out of pit lane, that is showing that the driver of that one, all it says on the timing screen is LMDV, but what that means is that is Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio. So that's who has taken over that car. Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio takes over the number 8 Ferrari at this stage, and I think that sort of brings us up to date with cars that have pitted for their second enforced, is that the correct word? I can't think what the word is. Imposed pit stop. So out there and leading the race, but has yet to do the second stop and has just come in. Right, as soon as I say it, in it comes. So the race leading car is in. Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa brings the number 33 2Cs McLaren in towards the pit lane as we continue to look on the car that is on its outlap, which is Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, driver that we've seen racing in European Ferrari Challenge in the past, and a bit of racing in the 24-hour series as well, and Italian GT as well, so GT Italia as it's called. So that is Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio that takes over that car. Sorry, all it says is LMDV on the screen. Understandably so, because the name is so long that they can't get it on. There's too many characters to get the full name. We can only just get on Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa. That just fits on. But unfortunately, Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio is just a couple of characters too long to see it on the screen. So, batch of pit stops done. Did I say that number 27 Ferrari had been taken over by Francesco Zollo? I think I did. Yep, that's the car that we can see on our screens now that is about to be gobbled up by the charging Ram Racing Mercedes in the hands of Callum McLeod. Callum is the quickest of the 3 drivers in that Mercedes in qualifying. He is the pro, and is certainly going to be a driver to watch. He, as with so many young professional drivers, went to see the season to start with. He was fairly successful as well. He was the UK champion back in 2007 and went on to race in things like Formula 3 and very briefly GP3, but then switches attention to the sports cars to car career. We've since seen him in Longpan, in the World, in the GT World Championship of Europe, Challenge Europe as it's called, GT and GT Open as well, International GT Open, which in reality is the Spanish GT Championship. So he should be able to unpick the Ferrari of Francesco Zollo that sits ahead of him. Can't quite do it just as yet though, as they turn their way out of turn number 15 and start to make their way along the straight. Start-finish line presents that opportunity. I do think Callum McLeod should be able to squeeze his way through without too much trouble. So race leader in and out of the pits, and that has been a driver change as well. So that's cycled us through all 3 drivers in the number 33 McLaren. It is Martin Kodrich now that has taken over that car. So Martin Kodrich on board. We've also got the second place car in the pit lane as well. So Stefano Monaco with the dynamic Motorsport Porsche heads towards pit lane. And are we going to see that car taken over by Roberto Pampanini, or is it going to go back into the hands of Stefano Monaco, who started that car and put in a really is it going to go back into the hands of Mario Calamia, who started that car and put in a really good stint? The other car we need to find out about is the number 72 McLaren, Brendan Aribe. So he came out, did a few laps, went into the pit lane. We've not seen him since. and the update is from Zach. Thank you, Zach. Optimum Motorsport McLaren is in the garage to fix a problem with the brake bias, is the information that I've received. So that's why we've seen the number 72 car in the pit lane. We've also now got in the number 46 car you see it on the left of your screen now. So that is Luca Marini. That's in the pit lane. I suspect Alessio Salucci will take over that car. As for the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, that is Roberto Pampanini that's got on board that one. So that's cycled us through all three drivers of Dynamic Motorsport now. Mauro Calamia having started, Stefano Monaco just having dispensed with driving duties, and Roberto Pampanini just having taken over. So we'll have to wait and see as to who takes over the number 46 Monster Energy car. Is it going to be Valentino Rossi that jumps back in, or is Alessio Salucci going to have the first opportunity to head out on the circuit in racing conditions? And other than that, I think we've then largely had, have we not, everybody else conduct their second pit stop. To put it through my notes. Yes, we have. So that's the only car that we're just waiting for confirmation as to who is taking over. And then everybody has had at least 2 of the 4 in the case of the GT3, or 5 in the case of the GT4 cars, mandatory pit stops completed. Refreshing to arrive, thank you very much. So, several cars back on their outlaps. The only car that resides still in the pit lane that is the scheduled stop is the number 46 car. As for the race leader, Martin Kodrich, well, he is on lap number 73 at this stage. And as we know, the advantage that's been built up in the early stages has been a significant one. It is Alessio Salucci, so Alessio Salucci dives on board the number 46 car. So that cycles through all 3 drivers in the Monster VR46 Ferrari. So Valentino Rossi having started, Luca Marini having dispensed just a few moments ago with his driving, and then Alessio Salucci jumps on board for this middle section, you could argue, of the race. There's a few more tweets come in as well using the hashtag #AskGolf12Hours, #AskGolf12Hours, and Jesse Young has been in touch again. Number 72 Inception Racing, McLaren in the pits, only 10 minutes into Brendan Uribe stint, another mechanical problem for the McLarens. It would appear so, yeah. I sort of read that tweet after I'd told you about the issue with it, but the news that we've just heard, and you were probably listening to, Jesse, is that brake bias or some sort of braking issue with that car, and that's why, yeah, that car was very quickly brought back into the pits after Brendan Uribe. I think he'd only done it either 1 or maybe 2 laps. That was all since taking over the car, Brendan Uribe, from Nick Moss, who had vacated it. And whether Nick reported there was an issue when he came in, that's the kind of information that we're missing, not having the pit lane reporter this year, because of the conditions that we, or the restrictions that are placed upon everybody really at the moment with this awful COVID-19 pandemic. So, yeah, we can't chat to the drivers to sort of understand, did Nick bring that car in with an issue? Were there any concerns when he handed the car over to Brendan Uribe, or was it fine as far as Nick was concerned? And when Brendan took over the car, all of a sudden the fault started to develop. We just don't know. That's not the level of detail I don't think we're going to get with not having a pit lane reporter, because our minimal team for the Golf 12 Hours out in Bahrain, because of the travel restrictions, are being pulled in several directions. And I've got to say, thumbs up, guys. They are doing a fantastic job out there of at least allowing us to understand what's going on with cars in the pit lane, the problems. Are they going to be fixed? Aren't they going to be fixed? And we will endeavour to do that as best we can with the resources that we have available, which are not of the scale that we've previously had in the Golf 12 Hour, I'm afraid to say. But at least we can bring you this first edition of it from Bahrain as well, which has been a hugely welcoming circuit. They have worked so hard with the Golf 12 Hours team to put this event on. So originally scheduled to take place at its usual home at Yas Marina in December. As a result of the changes to the Formula One calendar, the original date for the Golf 12 Hours was taken over by Formula One. And as a result of that, a new date had to be found. That new date, unfortunately, couldn't be found at Yas Marina, so it was a new date and a new venue. So we come to Bahrain a month or so later, which has had an impact, because otherwise what was scheduled to originally have been a full grid of cars at the Yas Marina, it caused a few problems, all COVID related, absolutely everything COVID related as to why there's fewer cars on the grid this year, because travel restrictions means that some teams can't, drivers can't, or don't want to travel at this stage. Idea of spending several hours on an aircraft with a mask on, not ideal. Some of the amateur drivers in particular, they're focusing on their businesses and trying to keep their businesses alive at the moment. And, you know, motorsport comes secondary to that for them. We've also got, of course, the fact that because it's later, the cars, a chunk of them are sea freighted from Europe over here to compete. That, of course, it means that they're going to be sea freighted back later. So by the time the cars leave the Middle East in January and return in their containers back to the UK, it gives a lot of the European and UK based teams very little time to prepare their cars for their main European Championship seasons, because this is just a one-off race for their main European Championship races. And it also impacts the late arrival of those cars, impacts their pre-season testing programs. So some of them have understandably thought, do we really want a one-off race to impact our season? So they have unfortunately had to pull out. But the support that we've received from the teams that are no longer taking part and the teams that are taking part here, and the circuits and all of the partners involved, have been staggering. Everybody, and including everybody on social media, has been hugely understanding that for this year, and hopefully for this year only, things are a little bit different. Right, news of a pit lane drive-through penalty. Car number 27, Francesco Zolo, who is currently running in 6th position in the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari. That's the car that is the only car that's entered into the GT3 AM class, has got a drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding. Now, we don't know whether that is on the way out of the pit lane, i.e. Francesco Zolo was the culprit. We don't know whether it was on the way into the pit lane, in which case Laura Cudarolo needs to hold his hand up as to why he's done that. So we simply don't know at that stage. But what we do know is that car is going to have a drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding. And other than that, that is the only information that we have got really at this stage. There's nothing else that's flashing through. There's occasionally the odd waved yellow flag out on track, but it only identifies waved yellow flag in the turn. It doesn't tell me which car was involved. The gaps have grown quite significant as well now. We're looking at Roberto Papanini, who is the leader of the Pro-Am class at this stage for Dynamic Motorsport in that Porsche 911 GT3R. Dynamic Motorsport will be hoping that they can push on for the Pro-Am win, I would have thought, because they certainly seem to have a very good car underneath themselves in the early stages of this one. A good driver lineup as well, I've got to say, for them this year. And last year, it was the Golfer in the liveried car, if I remember last year that they had. Or was that GPX? It might have been GPX Racing that had the Golfer liveried car last year. But for Dynamic Motorsport, yeah, they had Mauro Calamia in the car last year. They had Roberto Papanini in the car last year. They finished 5th in Pro-Am as it was in the end of the race. And they have another driver with them who is not part of the team for this year. But so far, we've gone green all of the way. It wouldn't be the first time that we've gone green all of the way in a part 1 or part 2 of a Gulf 12-hour race. We've had it in the past where we've had no safety car periods whatsoever. You look back at 2018 part 2 of the race, no safety cars in that one. The 2016 part 2, we had no safety cars. 2014 part 1, no safety cars involved there either. 2013 part 2, no safety cars, and it was the same in 2013, part 2, no safety cars. So we've had a range of them. I think the second race in 2012 also had no safety cars as well, part 2. So there's been a few parts of races that have had no safety cars, and with a reduced number of cars, you would have thought that would be the case. Back at the first ever running of the Gulf 12-hour though, when it was very much in its infancy, there were a fewer number of cars, and on that occasion we still had lots of safety cars. In fact, we had the record number of safety cars prior to this weekend. What was the fewest number of entries? I think there were 2 safety car periods in part 1 of the race, the first ever race in January of 2012. We had 4 in the second part of the race. The total of each of those safety car periods in part 1 was about 40 minutes. It was about 43 minutes in part 2. So that was sort of the record in terms of time spent behind safety car. Well, we don't want safety cars because that means cars are having problems. Out on circuit, a little problem, just running wide is Francesco Zollo. That was coming out of turn 14, was a bit late on the brakes, put him on the outside of the corner, which meant he ran a little bit wide coming out of 15. That would have slowed his pace over the start-finish line as well. He is a chunk away of the car that sits ahead of him. He is nearly a full lap away from the car that is one position ahead. So there's Francesco Zollo. A long shot you might see in the background, the dark blue and day-glow yellow car of Monster VR6 Racing, and that is going to be Alessio Salucci. He is almost coming up to lap that number 27 car. But out front, comfortably leading the race is Martin Kodrich at this stage. The number 33 car has led all of the way so far. We've also, I think, had leading all of the way in GT4, the number 90 Mercedes as well. Alessio Salucci trying to get past the car that currently sits second in GT4. So that's Jan Klingelberg, who blends out of the throttle, allows the number 46 Ferrari that runs fourth in GT3 Pro-Am to go through, fifth in the race overall. Because for Jan Klingelberg and the Optimum Motorsport team, they will be more than focused on just making sure they hang on to what at the moment is second in the class. They should be pretty assured of that because of the problems that befell the Maserati, but they will also want to try and see whether they can close the deficit up to the car that currently leads GT4, which is the Mercedes. That gap at the moment is round about a minute. Let's have a quick look. Spin in the background. Yep, that's another spin for the number 8 car. That's the third spin that it's had now. Each one of the drivers has had a spin in it. We saw a spin for Nicola Cadde. We saw a spin for Alessandro Cucciarelli, and that spin has gone the way of Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio. But I think each one of those spins fully recoverable. Right at the background of the shot, and that was coming out of turn number 10, where the cameras picked up on that. So it was this corner here. I think just coming probably a little bit too keen on the throttle coming out, and the tail end of the car just caught out the driver, Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, 25 years of age. This is Leonardo, and has been racing in the European Ferrari Challenge for the past year or so. Done a bit of racing in the Italian GT Championship as well, GT Italia, and a bit of racing, long endurance racing in things like the 24-hour series. Andy Marek at the wheel of the Bentley, starting to catch out. Right, okay, rear wing failure by the look of things. That rear wing just doesn't look quite right, does it? There is something. Yeah, look at the rear wing angle on that Ferrari. There is something not quite right with that, as though one of the supports has had some damage. And there's another spin as well, I'm afraid to say. That's Francesco Zollo that's had an off. So both of the Kessel Racing Ferraris, both having spins, both of them looking fairly harmless. That Ferrari, however, looks as though the rear wing is in the correct angle where it ought to be. But I'm slightly concerned about the wing angle on the number 8 car, because whether there was a little bit of contact that's caused that wing issue for Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, but as a driver, that wing not being in the position that it's in, and certainly on the driver's right, looking as though the upright to it might have a little bit of damage. What you don't want is that wing to fail, particularly around one of those fast sweeping corners. If that were to fail through one of the fast corners here, all of a sudden the tail end of the car would lose huge amounts of downforce, and that could result in a very scary or very large moment, or a combination of both. A drive-through penalty, I'm afraid to say, for car number 46. So that is Alessio Salucci. This car heading towards us now. You can't miss the number on the front of it, but a drive-through penalty for that car. Don't know the reason why that car has got a drive-through penalty. Excuse me, but it will have to head into the pit lane before too much longer and conduct the drive-through penalty over the course of, I would have thought, the next 3 laps it would need to do that. So that is going to undo some of the hard work that the likes of Luca Marini and Valentino Rossi and Alessio Salucci have done so far. That car's running 5th overall in the race. It should be able to do the drive-through penalty, get back out actually without losing position, I think. So I think they'll be all right, but it will just drop them further away from the cars that they're looking to try and do battle with, potentially. 3 hours and 14 minutes in part 1, so we're 15 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of part 1 of the race. Into the pit lane does indeed come Alessio Salucci, so instantly obeying the drive-through penalty and heading down pit lane. And what he now just needs to do is make sure he obeys the pit lane speed limit, and then once you get to the cone, start to accelerate your way back out onto pit lane once more, because there are speed cameras all the way down the pit lane area, and any other issues with pit lane speed, it will be dealt with by another drive-through penalty. Right, so Jesse Young, thank you, Jesse. I've got roving reporters everywhere at the moment. Confirmed front brake issues with the number 72 Inception Racing McLaren, so thank you for that. That has now confirmed that, yeah, we knew there was a brake issue. We'd heard it was brake bias or something very similar, but obviously in touch with the team. Jesse Young has now just confirmed, via social media using the hashtag #12hours that it was a braking issue, and the drive-through penalty, number 46, we believe might be because the car crossed the white line coming out of the pits. Thank you to Jamie Peters-Ennis for either spotting that or suggesting that could be the possibility. Haven't seen that one, so thank you for that one. So that may well be why we saw the car heading into pit lane to conduct what we've just seen, the drive-through penalty for Alessio Salucci. So 3¼ hours to go in part one of the first ever running of the Golf. Now there's the rear wing on a Ferrari, right? Okay, that is definitely failing, isn't it? That rear wing is lower down now than it was a lap or so ago, and let's just have a quick look. Yeah, that is not right. Now, what are the lap times doing in that car? 2 minutes 11.866 on the last lap. The fastest that car has done is a 2-minute 3, but of course that was highly likely to be in the hands of a different driver. So we just need to keep an eye on the times of that Ferrari. Everybody is lapping slower now than they have done at any other point in the race in terms of the best lap. So I think we've had probably most of the quickest drivers out. Even Callum McLeod and Andy Marriott, who are very, very quick drivers, and Martin Kodrich are still lapping that little bit slower, largely because, of course, we're now in the Middle East, reaching midday, so the temperatures rise, and therefore the cars are starting to struggle a little bit with the temperatures. The tyres will be overheating, so it's not surprising we're seeing drop-off. What we will see in part two is the times get quicker again as we head in towards the evening, and the cooler ambient temperatures. So hottest part of the day in the Middle East. If you're watching us around the world, then GMT plus 3 hours is Middle Eastern time, Central European time plus 2 in reality. So it's just coming up to 20 past 12 in the afternoon in the Middle East, Bahraini time. As having completed the drive-through penalty, Alessio Salucci is now able to press on once more. Still 2 cars in the pit lane, so we have both of them McLarens, unfortunately. So the 3 GT3 McLarens that we had on the entry list, 2 of them have hit problems quite early on in this race. The 2C's Motorsport McLaren of Lewis Williamson had a little problem at the beginning. If you're just tuning in, thank you for joining us. We'll just give you the update. He had a problem starting on the outside of the front row of the grid, but round through turns 2 and 3, ran a little bit wide, dropped the car to 5th place. It took him quite some time to carve his way past the number 72 McLaren of Brendan Arieb. He eventually did that, gained 1 place, and then quickly picked up a few more, got himself back to 2nd, but then the problems instantly struck. Turbocharger problems, which a lap or so later brought that car into the pit lane. It did come back out, did 1 or maybe 2 more laps before the car was straight back in. And we gather now that rather than it being a hive of activity around the car trying to repair it, the garage looks fairly empty of mechanics. So we do fear, albeit not officially confirmed by the team just yet, but we do fear that might be it for the 7 car. And then the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren had problems. That was started by Brendan Arieb. It was handed over to Nick Moss. Nick Moss brought the car into the pit lane. They conducted the mandatory driver change, and then a lap or 2 later, Brendan Arieb was straight back in the pit lane. Brake issues began with that car. The team are, however, working on it. The other car that's had problems, and this was very early on in the race, was the Maserati MCGT 50 car of SVC management. That at the time was in the hands of Anthony Hodson, who all of a sudden coming out, and I think it was turn number 8, the car was off on the side of the circuit, and as we started to get going, the car looked as though it was crabbing, and it soon became very obvious that there was some left rear suspension damage to the car. It has been confirmed by our team out there in Bahrain that there was no contact. It was just, for some strange reason, some sort of suspension failure. Don't know the details of what it was that broke, but the angle of the wheel, it looked like it was a toe link or something like that that had gone on the car. So those are the 3 cars that have had issues. We've had a few spins along the way. Most of the spins have come the way of the number 8 Ferrari, which has still got that rear wing damage on it at the moment. That was going really well in the hands of Nicola Cadei early on in the race, but he had a spin. Then we saw Alessandro Couturieri have a spin in that car towards the end of his stint. And early on in his stint, Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio also having had a little bit of a spin as well. So it's been a few little spins and spills along the way, but no incidents, thankfully, and that is why so far in the first 3 hours of this race we have been running green all of the way with the race leading car of Martin Kodrich, this car here, now on lap number 82, as we almost reach the halfway point of part 1 of this race, and there's still work for him to do. So the 720S McLaren goes past the GT4 570 McLaren of Jan Klingelberg and puts a further lap into it. So that is the best part of, I think, about 7, 8 or maybe 9 laps between the GT4 and the GT3 McLaren now. Both on the start-finish line together, almost a lap between the pair of them now. So Roberto Pampanini will be heading through turn 1 at the moment, whilst Martin Kodrich is just heading over the start-finish line. It's about 1 minute and 50 seconds, 1 minute and 52 seconds between the pair of them at this stage. And Martin Kodrich is lapping him 2-minute 3s. So, yeah, it will not be that many more laps before potentially we see this race leader McLaren lead by a full lap. And you've got to remember, if you were with me firstly this morning when we first started the stream, this McLaren was looking rather second-hand not 48 hours ago, because there was a full day of free practice and qualifying yesterday, but on Thursday there was practice sessions and free testing sessions, or private testing sessions. And in one of those testing sessions, Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa put the number 33 McLaren quite heavily into the wall, causing a reasonable amount of damage to it, and that put the car out for the rest of the day. The team working miracles, got the car ready for free practice yesterday, where it was third quickest in the first free practice, suggesting that all was well with the repair of the car. It went second quickest in second free practice, meaning that had ticked even more boxes, and by the third free practice it was quickest of all. It also went on to set the fastest combined times in qualifying, so there's clearly no ill effects for the big shunt that it had on Thursday. And now in hands of Martin Kodrich, it's now almost leading by a full lap over this Porsche, which is Roberto Pampanini, who is trying to do battle and put a lap on Alessio Salucci's Ferrari. So this is not for position, but if you look in the background, there is the race leading McLaren. So there's the Porsche. The background of the shot is the race leader closing in to try and make it a full lap that it will lead by. So this is 5th place, under attack from 2nd. So Roberto Pampanini now heads on to lap number 83. The race leader is about to complete lap number 83. And for Alessio Salucci, he is now on to lap number 82. There is the race leader just bearing down all of the time in the background. And the difficult for Roberto Pampanini is that his lap times have dropped off ever more now, because he's caught up behind a car that he is trying to lap. So he's in danger of being lapped himself in the Porsche, whilst he's also trying to lap a Ferrari as well. So there we have all 3 of those cars together on the straight, heading up towards what is turn number 4. And Roberto Pampanini needs to get on with the job here, getting halfway through this first part of the race. Remember, the laps that you are in deficit when the checker flag falls after the 6-hour mark, they do roll over those laps, and you remain in deficit for those for part 2 of the race. And then for part 2 of the race, it is, of course, the car that crosses the finish line with the most number of laps chalked up across the whole 12 hours is the winner. So for Pampanini, ideally, trying to stay on the lead lap is exactly what he needs to do. However, Alessio Salucci might be a lap adrift of this Porsche, but it's not going to make it easy for him to work his way through. Both of these cars are running in the Pro-Am category, so it is the Pro-Am race leader trying to lap the car that's currently 4th in the Pro-Am category. whilst the overall race leader, that is in GT3 Pro, starts to close in. Keep your questions coming in. Use the hashtag AskGolf12Hours, AskGolf12Hours. Try and get through all of the questions that we possibly can. I will be answering them here, or with the team out there in Abu Dhabi able to answer them. Now, Kodrich all of the time, lapping quicker than the Porsche. Martin Kodrich is lapping 2-minute 2s. This Porsche of Roberto Pampanini still bottled up behind Alessio Salucci. They are lapping 2-minute 6, 2-minute 7. So Pampanini really needs to get on with it, because Kodrich is closing to the tune of about 4 seconds a lap at the moment and is now right up with them. So Pampanini jinks one way, but that's the outside line heading up towards turn number 1. Alessio Salucci is going to squeeze towards the inside. He's still not going to let him through. Alessio Salucci is desperate to try and stay where he is and make sure that he's not lapped by the Porsche, but this is not doing Roberto Pampanini, the Porsche, any good at all, because he is getting closed on now by the car that sits behind, which is the race leader, Martin Kodrich. So this is Kodrich on lap 85 at this stage, Roberto Pampanini in the Porsche on lap 84, and the Porsche of Alessio Salucci is on lap 83. So they're all on different laps and they're all trying to lap each other, but Roberto Pampanini can just not squeeze his way through and pass Alessio Salucci, and all of the time he's desperate to try and stay on the lead lap. Kodrich is coming, getting ever closer between the pair of them. So 3 hours 1, not for position. It'll be interesting to see once Martin Kodrich catches up with the Porsche as to whether Roberto Pampanini makes it as difficult for him to get through as Alessio Salucci is making it for Roberto Pampanini. Down the straight and in towards turn number 11. Flash of the lights from Martin Kodrich behind. Croatian closing in on Roberto Pampanini, that turns his way through the left-hander, the Swiss driver. Alessio Salucci, the Italian, in the mix as well, and now they're all three of them are together. So the car that's at the front of the queue runs in 5th position, the car that's second in the queue is 2nd, and the car that leads the race is the car that's 3rd in the queue. And it'll be interesting to see how this dynamic works out. Now Kodrich already trying to pick off Roberto Pampanini. That will drop him off the lead lap and mean that it's a full lap advantage now that the number 33 McLaren has. Roberto Pampanini blends out at the throttle, lets Martin Kodrich go through, and now Martin Kodrich is faced with the task of trying to unpick Alessio Salucci and put a lap on him. So a flash of the lights from the McLaren. Open start finish sign, they'll go. That's lap number 85 now completed. Alessio Salucci lets the McLaren go through. Roberto Pampanini, however, is still bottled up behind and just cannot unlock the door to try and work his way ahead of the car that he is ultimately trying to lap, that Ferrari. Kodrich made it look rather easy by comparison, somewhat aided by Pampanini not putting up a fight, and Alessio Salucci made it reasonably easy as well. I do wonder whether Salucci wonders whether the Porsche is on the same lap, and therefore that's why he's just not making it difficult, not making it easy for Roberto Pampanini to squeeze his way through. So the order then, with 85 laps now complete, number 33 McLaren leads the race by a full lap. Martin Kodrich heading down towards turn number 8 now. 2nd in the race is number 67 Porsche of Roberto Pampanini. 3rd at this stage is number 3 Ram Racing, the Mercedes in the hands of Callum McLeod. And 4th is number 31 Team Parker Racing, Andy Merrick on board the Bentley. 5th place is this car here, number 46, the Ferrari of Alessio Salucci. 6th place is number 27 Kessel Racing and Francesco Zolo. And 7th place is car number 8, which is Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, with the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. 8th place is number 90, that's the GT4 class leader, the Scuderia Villora Corsa Mercedes in the hands of Jean-Luc Dorier, doing a fantastic job, I've got to say, the 21-year-old Swiss driver. 9th place is the second car in GT4, number 77 Optum Motorsport, and Jan Klingelberg, who is somewhere drift still. He's about a minute adrift of the GT4 lead, but he's actually, the last lap that he did was a little bit quicker, gained about 6th second over Jan Klingelberg, so as long as he stays on that lead lap, that will be what they're very much focused on, because they can then bring the fight to them later on over the course of this first part of the race, or even into part 2 later on. And completing the top 10 is 50, which is the SVC Sports Management Maserati MC4 of Patrick Zamperini. Two cars still in the pit lane. The number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren, which is Brendan Reeb, who brought that car into the pit lane with brake issues. We know no more regarding that just as yet. And also in the pit lane, as it has been for a huge amount of time, as eventually Roberto Pampanini squeezes up inside of Alessio Salucci, but Salucci then is able to get by on the exit of the corner at turn number 1. So just as Pampanini finally had got it done, it's taken him lap after lap after lap to try and sort that job out. But just as he did it, he ran a little bit wide coming out of the corner, and Alessio Salucci thinks, thank you, I'll have that back. And all of a sudden the order is shuffled once more. So that has rather undone the hard work that Pampanini just thought that he'd finally managed to tick off. So yeah, 10th place we said was Zampieri, and then yeah, we've seen Brendan Reeb in the pit lane with those brake issues, and Lewis Williamson and the second of the 2C Motorsports McLaren, whilst still not officially notified to us, it is now looking ever more likely that that car is done, unfortunately, as a result of turbo issues and an engine issue as well, which is an enormous shame to see the front running car head out so early on into this race. So down the straight, there we'll go. Alessio Salucci still trying to keep the aspirations of Roberto Pampanini at bay. Pampanini's had one little nibble, he's too far away as they head up towards turn number 11, so it's not quite going to work there for Roberto Pampanini. Is there anything else he can throw at Alessio Salucci? He's tried pretty much everything so far. But again, the difficult thing is that we are still only a quarter of a way through this race. So what we don't want to do is have the red mist descend, try something that doesn't work, and not only cause damage to the car that you're trying to get past, but jump and damage to your own car as well, because it really is playing the long game in reality. Yes, he's off the lead lap, but you never know what might happen. We've seen problems for 2 of the 3 McLarens, remaining McLaren any ill at all, but you just never know. So making sure that you are still running and running damage-free in endurance racing is critical. Hand the car over to your teammate in the best possible position that you can, with no damage, with it running sweetly. Be mechanically sympathetic as well, and all of those things, with a bit of good luck along the way, eventually might see you onto the podium and possibly the top step. But we've got a long way to go before we see our podiums taking place at what will be local time. Probably around midnight it will be in the Middle East. We will see some podiums taking place. Whether we're bringing you those podiums on the live stream, we'll be able to tell you on the run into part 2 of the race. That is still to be confirmed as to whether we're showing none, some or all of the podiums. I will let you know in due course. Rest assured that will be decided in the 2-hour break between part 1 and part 2 of this race. Alessio Salucci, I've got to say, he's doing a cracking job. He really is doing an absolutely brilliant job, Alessio Salucci. Not his first Golf 12 Hours, of course, but he was out in the running of the previous encounter of it at the Yas Marina in 2019. We've seen him out racing in the Blancpain Series, what has nowadays morphed, of course, into, with the ending of the deal with Blancpain being the title. It's now the GT World Challenge Europe, as it's badged nowadays. We've seen Alessio Salucci in the Blancpain Series before, International GT Open in GT Italia as well. Alessio Salucci, who has been a long time friend and assistant to Valentino Rossi. Very strong relationship have they over the years, and it's great to see that the pairing of Alessio Salucci, Rini and Valentino Rossi are back for their second outing in the Golf 12 Hours. I do hope that we see them when we return to the Yas Marina as well in December. He's still sticking his elbows out. I mean, how many laps has Roberto Pampanini been behind this car now? All he's trying to do is lap it. Sounds easy, doesn't it? But both of the cars so evenly matched. They both run in the Pro-Am category as well. The balance of performance across all of the cars makes it very difficult in these modern GT3 cars, who are far more aero dependent now than they ever used to be. And when you've got 2 drivers that are equally matched in cars where the performance is balanced, it does make it very difficult to squeeze your way through, even though the Porsche is simply trying to put a lap on the 46 car. But it's providing a great battle, I've got to say. And all of the time,
Pampanini. Is he getting caught by Callum McLeod? Yes, he is. I'm just wondering whether this is affecting the gap back from Pampanini in second place in the Porsche back to the Ram Racing Mercedes. And indeed it is, because whilst Pampanini is bottled up behind Alessio Salucci, they're both squabbling. They are both slowing each other up. And as a result of that, what it does mean is that the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes of Callum McLeod is lapping about 2 seconds quicker on the last lap than Pampanini was doing in the Porsche. So, yes, he's 19 seconds behind, but another 10 laps and he could be right with him. Race leader Martin Kodrich has more traffic to deal with. He's just dealt with the GT4 traffic. The next car is going to be the GT3 Ferrari of Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, the car with the askew rear wing. He deals with that, dispatches that a lap down again further, very swiftly indeed. So traffic to deal with, he's finally there, and it looks as though Roberto Pampanini has finally unlocked the door over Alessio Salucci. Through he has gone, almost made a mistake as he headed down towards turn 11 and handed it back to Alessio Salucci, but finally Roberto Pampanini, at the second time of asking, has got himself ahead of the Ferrari. Now, the first time he tried it, it didn't last long. He got it on the way into the corner, it was readjusted that on the way out. This time he's at least hung on to the fact that he's ahead of the Ferrari for a couple of corners, and I think now he will be able to start to progress further up through the order, at least I should say further away from that Ferrari. So having lapped Alessio Salucci, through can go so Pampanini and start to press on once more. So that lap from Pampanini was at 2 minutes 8.5, but that was the last of the laps where he was bottled up behind the Ferrari. Callum McLeod is any second now in the background going to go over the start-finish line in the third place car, the car that's also second in Pro-Am. He did a 2 minutes 6.4, so he was 2.1 seconds quicker than the Porsche that time through. But of course, now Roberto Pampanini can start to get back to the kinds of times that ideally he can do, because already you can see he's gapped by 2 or 3 car lengths Alessio Salucci. Back to some of the questions that were being asked on Twitter using the hashtag AskGolf12Hours. We had 6, about an hour ago, was asking to get a bit more information about Jean-Luc Dorier. Well, thanks to our team out in Bahrain and further afield, even in Australia as well, where Philippa is, who is not able to travel because of travel restrictions. Thank you to the team. So it's his first official international race for Jean-Luc Dorier. This is the driver of the GT4 class leading number 90 Mercedes at this stage. He's completed lots of testing with the team last year in their Mercedes AMG GT4, which is why he's in that car and probably quite familiar with it and quite quick. He plans to do the European GT4 Championship this season and also come back and do the Gulf 12 Hours in December. So that's his sort of car racing experience, fairly limited, but he also used to do some motocross before as well. So he's a two-wheel convertee at 21 years of age, probably a typical motocross rider, as knees finally give up, and that's where you have to sort of vacate the 2 wheels and head into 4. But that gives a little bit more about Jean-Luc Dorier. So yeah, lots of testing. First international race, hoping to do GT4 this year, and hopefully Logo 76. That gives you the information, and thank you to, I think it's Philippa that's provided that to us as well. So we're getting there as a team, having to work very, very differently under these strange conditions. So we are now past the halfway point of part 1, which means that we are past a quarter of the race if we calculate the full 12 hours. We've only had 2 cycles of pit stops in reality. We'll be heading up towards the 3rd cycle of the pit stops before too much longer. Our race leading McLaren, this car here in the hands of the Croatian driver Martin Kodrich, continues to lead the race by a full lap at this stage. And is this another spin for the number 8 Ferrari? It looks as though it might be, you know. Yep, that rear wing clearly affecting the handling of the car. And again, Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio just getting caught out with the ill handling of that Ferrari. You can see the rear wing is starting to collapse, so there will be some work to be done on that car. They will have to, yeah, it's got further down, has it? The problem is that once it starts to weaken, then that's not a good thing, because every time the car builds speed up, there is more force being placed by the air that it's pushing through onto that rear wing, which means that it's going to only ever become more damaged. The more you load it up with air at the higher speeds, the more the wing is going to start to collapse, and what you really don't want is that wing to totally flail, which it hasn't done as yet. It's only the right hand side that looks as though it's got a problem, but that will be having more and more load placed on it, which is going to fatigue more, which means that the other side of it that isn't damaged is going to have to accept even more load. And the one thing you don't want is that wing to fail at the fastest point of the circuit. And I think probably Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, with the pit stop window probably opening for a chunk of these cars. There's no windows as such. They choose when they want to pit, but they've got, for the GT4 cars, 4 imposed pit stops to do in the first 6 hours. For the GT5 cars, it's 5 imposed pit stops if you're just tuning in. But maybe as they're heading towards that sort of area of the race where they ought to be pitting again, maybe Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio might just come in at the front end of their perceived team window for that car. And in fact, we have already got a car coming into the pit lane, and it is the GT4 class leader is in. So it is Jean-Luc Dorier in his first international race, brings the Mercedes AMG GT4 into the pit lane. Same driver hoping to do the European Championship this year in the GT4 category. He's the one of those that could head into the pit lane for what I suspect is another change of driver potentially. We are looking at the moment at former Bentley Works driver Andy Merrick, who has done huge chunks of racing on both sides of the Atlantic, racing in things like the Daytona 24-hour. I think the last time we saw him in the 24-hour was in the very unusual Ben Bowlby designed Delta Wing, which was a very unusual car, and the last year that was eligible to race in the Daytona 24. But he's done huge amounts of GT3 racing, BRDC member. He looks after the BRDC Rising and Superstars program to bring new young British talent through, and is always a very, very quick driver. Done a bit more GT4 racing in recent years in the European Championship, where he's been partnered up with people. Out of pit lane comes GT4 class leader. Now, that car seemed to come across the white line quite a bit, I would say. It's been taken over by Michele Camerlinghi, and now we saw a pit lane infringement earlier on that resulted in a drive-through penalty. There's a white line painted on the exit of the pit lane that in theory you shouldn't cross. Michele Camerlinghi was more than across the white line. I tend to try and sit on the fence with a chunk of things, but I think there's no doubting if you saw the footage. He pretty much ignored the white line. Now, if my understanding of it is correct, that is possibly likely that he's going to end up with a penalty for that, but we'll wait and see. I don't have to make those decisions. That is not for me to worry about. But yes, it looked as though he crossed the white line, and if they shouldn't, he without question did it there, and we'll wait and see as to whether any action is taken as a result of that. It should be okay if he gets some sort of drive-through penalty because of the nearly 1 minute advantage that GT4 Mercedes has over the second place car, as it was in GT4, which was the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. But because we've had the pit stop at the moment, it is briefly the number 77 McLaren 570 of Jan Klingelberg that's taken up the lead of the GT4 category, but is yet to stop. So that will have to take place before too much longer. It wouldn't surprise me if we also get the next cycle of pit stops happening very, very quickly indeed, as well, as we are now past the 3-hour mark in this race, which means I can give you the order that they were at the 3-hour mark if you wish to make a note of it. Slight mistake there, I think, also, was there not, for that car just heading in towards turn number 10. Francesco Zollo, I think, missing the apex and having to change the steering input into the car as the tail end tried to break away. So at the 3-hour mark then, the order of the race was that the number 33 2Cs Motorsport McLaren was and still is leading the race. Second, as it still is number 67 Dynamic Motorsport. This is at the 3-hour mark, not as they are now at the 3.25 hour mark. Third was the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes, with fourth place being number 31 the Team Parker Racing Bentley. Fifth position was at 46 the Monster VR6 46 Ferrari, as we see on our screens at the moment. Sixth place was number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari, and seventh place was the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari, albeit of course with its damaged rear wing at this stage of the race. Eighth place was number 90, that is the Scuderia Villobra Corsa Mercedes. Ninth place was number 77 the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and completed the top 10 with the 50 car of SPC Sport Management in there as a multi. In the pit lane, still being repaired with its brake issues, was in number 72 in 11th place the Inception Racing Motorsport McLaren, and we are unlikely, I think, to see now probably the number 7 2C's Motorsport McLaren, because that retired into the pit lane very early on in the race, and we haven't seen a great deal of it since. Another spin again for the number 8 car of Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio. Now, for me, they're probably losing more time out on track now with the spins than they would be probably bringing that car in, serving its next enforced pit stop, doing a driver change, refueling it, and seeing whether they can fix the rear wing on it, because the longer they leave it out there, the slower it will be because of its handling, the more spins it's likely to have as well, and you're probably better just bite the bullet, because you can't leave that car running for the next 2 3/4 hours with that rear wing, because you're just going to lose too much time. Bring it in, sort it out, get it back out into the race. So as for the 3-hour mark, just the class leaders, leading the GT3 Pro was the overall race leader, the number 33 car. Leading GT3 Pro Am was the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche in second place. GT3 Am was being led by the number 27 Ferrari. It's the only entrant in that category. And the GT4 class was being led by the number 90 AMG Mercedes of Scuderia Valorbe. So that gives you the order of the race at 3 hours. We, as we say, are now at the 3 3/4 hour mark, so not a great deal has changed in that order. A little bit has changed, because we've seen a change for the GT4 lead, but that's only because the number 90 car came into the pit lane and was vacated by Jean-Luc Dorier, and has now been handed over to the 4th driver in that car. That is one of the 4 car teams. Michele Camerlinghi now jumps on board that car. Michele Camerlinghi, who has competed in the Gulf 12 Hour before. I think one of the drivers, one of the few on the grid that competed in the Nürburgring 24 Hours well in the past, is Michele Camerlinghi, 42 years of age, the Italian, and is having his first stint behind the wheel of what was the erstwhile GT4 leading car, but should reassert itself back into the class lead as and when the number 77 McLaren conducts its next enforced pit stop. So this is the McLaren now that is heading around there. Blue flags being waved as Roberto Pampanini, the second place Porsche, is about to place a further lap on that McLaren, which won't be coming into the pit lane this time through. Roberto Pampanini squeezes the throttle, far more powerful GT3 car, fairly easily edges past the GT4 machine of Jan Klinglenberg, who is back in for his second stint in this race. What we did see last year, particularly from the Balf Motorsport McLarens, Balf Motorsport, a team that are based not that far away from me, and were originally scheduled to be here as one of the teams, bringing out, I think, both GT3 and GT4 cars, but again, the COVID restrictions and change of venues and everything else has impacted on that. But last year they took a 1-2 in the GT4 category, with the likes of Brendan Mareed and Nick Moss and Ollie Milroy and James Pickford, who claimed the wins in the GT4 category. The McLaren 570S GT4 claiming that last year, and certainly it's still a very, very competitive car, the McLaren, and whilst it's briefly in the lead of the category, so it's still on the same lap as the Mercedes, and that's the important thing. Make sure that you don't go too many laps adrift in part 1 of the race, because it's going to mean you've got to drive even harder in part 2 to try and make them up. So stay on the same lap as the race leader, which is what this McLaren has been doing. It has taken up the lead of the class, so but only by the virtue of the fact that the erstwhile race leading GT4 car, the Mercedes, came in. News, there is a black and orange flag being displayed to the number 8 Ferrari following its spin, and that does not surprise me, because it was a little bit of cause for concern. It has sort of been, I suppose, been fairly obvious with the amount of spins that the car has had that the handling is not good. I gather that the number 8 Ferrari was told to pit by race control, has not come in. So now the team manager is reporting to race control, and a black flag is being shown for the number 8 Ferrari. So there are understandably some concerns. A black and orange flag, if you're not familiar with what it is, that is a black flag that's got an orange circle in the centre of it, sometimes called the meatball flag. And what that means is that there's a mechanical issue with the car to which the driver might not be aware. Now, Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio is clearly aware there's some sort of issue with that car. And what that means is that you need to come into the pit lane and have the car inspected by the scrutineers or the team and repairs effected before you're allowed to rejoin the race. You need to do that in 3 laps. If you drive past that black and orange flag 3 times, the black and orange flag becomes a black flag, which means you have to come into the pit lane and, well, A, explain yourself to the race officials as to why you didn't come in earlier, but B, also, without question, satisfy the officials that you effect the repairs and get back out. If you upset them too much, that would be the end of your race, but I don't think that will be the case at all for this car. I think they will have a word in their ear and say you should have pitted earlier with the issues. So that is why now a black flag is being shown, because the black and orange has been driven past 3 times by number 8 Ferrari, which for the moment is still circulating. It's in the final sector, so it might come in at the end of this lap, does it? No, it goes over the start-finish line once more. So Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio really ought to be getting the message. The team manager will be getting the message from the race director at this stage, saying, bring the car in, get it sorted, and then go back out. So we are 2 hours and 40 minutes just under of this race remaining in the first running of the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain. And from myself, Mark Werrell in the UK, just a short break. Enjoy the footage whilst we just have a short natural break. So thanks for bearing with me whilst we just have a short natural break, but we're back with you just as cars start to head towards the pit lane area, and it's another cycle of pit stops. This is the car that had taken over the lead of the GT4 category as a result of the previous GT4 leader coming into the pit lane, which was the Mercedes, the number 90 car that's now in the hands of Michele Camerlinghi. So into the pit lane comes the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Jan Klingelenberg has done 2 stints behind the wheel of this car. Now he started the car, handed it over to Lars Damen, and has now brought the car back into the pit lane. Looks as though it is a scheduled stop for that car, which should be trundling its way back down the pit lane before too much longer. All of the GT4 cars, remember, have to do 5 imposed pit stops over the course of the first 6 hours of the race, and each one of those imposed pit stops from pit in to pit out is 150 seconds. So that includes the time to come down the pit lane at the pit lane speed limit, stop outside of your garage, the team to get the driver out to fuel the car, change the tyres, put the new driver back in, and then the car to head back down to this point here where the cones are on the exit of the pit lane. So that has to be a minimum of 150 seconds. If you're any quicker than that, then you will end up with a penalty. And that car that was brought into the pit lane by Jan Klingelenberg has now been handed back over to Lars Damen. So that means that Jan Klingenberg has now done 2 stints. Lars Dammon has now done 2 stints, but we have not seen as yet either of the other 2 drivers scheduled to drive that car, that being Charlie Hollings or Warren Hughes, the redoubtable Warren Hughes. Huge amounts of experience for Warren Hughes, including things like Le Mans and British touring cars, and had a very good single-seater career as well, did Warren. Back in the, he'll hate me saying it now, but back in the 1990s, it was some time ago, Warren, wasn't it, nowadays? Yeah, we'll see both of those drivers taking over that at some point, of course. Now, for our number 33 car, that is still in the hands of Martin Kodrich. Right, finally, okay, number 8 is finally in. So the number 8 car is finally in. So the question's being asked as to whether the Ferrari should get a black and orange flag if it's getting worse, or the black flag. Yeah, they've been answered. It was given the black and orange flag. It decided to ignore that. It was given the black flag, and I think it decided to ignore that for a while. But it's finally in. Whether that be because it was at the end of the stint, or whether it be because they finally realised that the race officials were getting ever more fractures with them, I don't know. But yeah, it is in. It is being refueled at this stage under driver change, but there will need to be some attention to that rear wing. They cannot send the car back out with the rear wing having been collapsed, and the dollies are coming out, so they're going to lift it up. They're going to put the dollies underneath, which allows them to spin the car very quickly round through 90 degrees and pull it backwards into the garage. So yeah, into the pit lane and into the garage, not unsurprisingly, goes the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari, which has had that damage to the right rear wing for quite some time now. So that at least sorts out that problem. It might be a while before we see that car back out, and that was a car that was already running at the back of the GT3 Pro-Am category anyway, so they're just going to lose a few more laps and might drop if they're not careful behind some of the GT4 cars. It's in there for about 6 laps, and one of the GT4 cars will overtake it. Back to the lead of GT4, by the way, has now gone the number 90 Mercedes of Michele Camerlinghi, the Scuderia Villora Corsa car, as a result of Lars Dammon having taken back over the number 77 Optimum Racing McLaren from what was Jan Klingelberg. So that has reasserted the Mercedes back to the lead of the GT4 category, running in 8th position overall, albeit now about 12 laps off the lead. So 12 laps between the leading GT3 car, the overall race leader, and the leading GT4 car. That's a kind of pace difference after 3.5 hours that we've had of this race so far. We are looking at Roberto Pampanini, who is still pushing as hard as he can at the wheel of Porsche, no longer on the lead lap, a lap adrift of the race leader, still looking to press on as hard as they can. They are, more importantly, probably focused on making sure that they are top of the Pro-Am category by the time we get to the end of the 12-hour race. So it's another 2.5 hours just over before we see the first of the checkered flags, and then we have a 2-hour break and run again for another 6 hours later on. Roberto Pampanini in that Porsche is the Pro-Am leading category. This is the car that is leading the amateur category at this stage. It is the only entrant in that category, unfortunately, this year, but I've got to say I've been hugely impressed with the pace that the number 27 car has had. It is Francesco Zollo that's behind the wheel of the car currently, and Francesco is the driver that was, I think, the slowest of the 3 drivers that qualified. We didn't see David Fuminelli qualify the car because there's 4 drivers in this car, so it was all of the bronze drivers that qualified. In fact, no, we did see David Fuminelli qualify the car. We didn't see, who did we not see? We did not see Murat Kudaroglu qualify the car. He was one of the drivers that didn't qualify the car, but this car started 3rd on the grid on average times because of a fantastic time put in the first qualifying session by the driver that's behind the wheel now, Francesco Zollo. There was a pretty solid time, even quicker, put in by Emanuele Tabacchi in the second aspect of qualifying, and David Fuminelli, who is the silver driver in the car, put in a time that was almost 2 seconds quicker than Tabacchi could do. So it was 3rd on the grid for the number 27 car, but come the race and it all settling down, they've sort of slipped down through the order and are now running in 6th position, whilst this car leads and has now completed 100 laps. So 100 laps chalked into the book for Martin Kodrich and co. The and co being Ben Barnacote and Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa. So they continue to lead the race overall. and have a very, very healthy margin of a full lap, a lap and a bit now between themselves and Roberto Pampanini. So let's just have a quick look. Where is now the McLaren is heading down in towards turn 9 and turn 10. Pampanini has only just gone over the start-finish line, so it's about a lap and a third, heading towards a lap and a half now that the McLaren has over the dynamic motorsport Porsche of Roberto Pampanini. So it's very, very comfortable, providing everything still continues to go to plan for this particular McLaren. We've got 3 cars currently showing in the pit lane. We know of the issues with regards to 2 of them. The number 7 2Cs Motorsport McLaren of Lewis Williamson, who was driving the car, Ed Jones and Dylan Pereira not even getting a chance to drive it as yet, if at all, because it highly looks like that car is now going to be retired. We haven't seen also the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren back out into the race, following it coming up with its braking issues. We've also got in, as we've just heard, the Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio Ferrari with its rear wing having attention, and now we've got in the Team Parker Racing Bentley. Andy Merrick is in the pit lane, and this is probably about the kind of time that we're expecting to be in for a driver change. Now, if they cycle the drivers in the same order, it would be Ewan Hankey that would be getting back in, assuming it is a mandatory or enforced pit stop as such. Imposed, I think is the correct word, imposed pit stop. So that being the case, if they go back to the starting driver, it would be Ewan Hankey that would jump back on board for this section of the race, because he started the car and did a really good job, I've got to say. Having started 6th on the grid in the Bentley, he was up to 2nd position, running in that for a very, very long period of time. This car has led every lap so far and has looked and run faultlessly in the hands of Ben Barnicoat, who started and built up a very handsome advantage in the early stages of the race, handed it over to Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa, who equally had a good stint and was not as quick as the gold-rated drivers of Ben Barnicoat or Martin Kodrich, because he's a silver-graded driver. Still did a good job and was still lapping quicker than everybody else, so the lead margin in the hands of Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa still continued to grow all of the time, and now in the hands of Martin Kodrich. Again, Kodrich is still lapping the best part of 2, maybe 3 seconds quicker than anybody else that's out there. Bentley back out of the pit lane. Now, where has it rejoined? It has rejoined right where the Ram Racing Mercedes is. Now, they will be on different laps because the Bentley has had 1 extra pit stop compared to anybody else. But I do now think that Bentley is now going to be on the same lap as Alessio Salucci, potentially. So the Bentley and the Blue and Dayglow Ferrari, I think, are ultimately going to be fighting for pole position. We'll have to wait for the next lap to be concluded before we can confirm that. As for the driver of the Bentley, it is now, by the look of things, going to be Ewan Mackay that's back on board. So, yes, it is Ewan Mackay that's jumped back on board the Bentley. So he is now in for his 2nd stint in this race. We have also got on an out lap now, quick repairs. I don't know why they left it out for so long. If the repair was that quick to do, I'm not quite sure why they left it so long to bring it into the pit lane. The number 8 Ferrari is now out there, and that is because that's a 4-driver team. That is going to be, for the first time behind the wheel of the number 8 car, is going to be Marco Freitzer. So he jumps on board the number 8 Ferrari, and we have also got back out the number 27 car, which is the sole car we've got in GT3 AM. The Kessel Racing number 27 car is now in the hands of David Fuminelli. So he is also now on board that car, and that is another 4-car team. So that is the first time that David Fuminelli has entered this race. David, having been the quicker of the drivers in qualifying, has just jumped on board that car that you see on your screens. It was a really, really quick time that was put in by David Fuminelli in qualifying. 1 minute 59.5 was, I think, if we look at the times across all 3 aspects of qualifying, so 12 cars, each having 3 different drivers qualify it, so 36 drivers having set times in the qualifying session in total. David Fuminelli's was the 2nd quickest time, I think, of everybody over the course of qualifying. Considering that is a car that runs in GT3 AB, that was a staggering lap that he put in, and I suspect he's going to want to try and wrestle that Ferrari higher up the order than it currently is at this stage. So, yeah, I was saying I thought the Bentley would be on the same lap as the monster VR46 Ferrari of Alessio Sallucci. Indeed it is, yeah. So when Ewan Mackay rejoined the race for Team Parker Racing, he had completed 100 laps. Well, that's how many the car has completed, but he's only 5 seconds ahead of the 4th placed GT3 Pro-Am car, 5th in the race overall, Ferrari of Alessio Sallucci. So that would be 4th position between Bentley and the Ferrari, which is going to be right at the background of the shot. Yes, so there's the Bentley, and then you can just see the Dayglow black Ferrari, Dayglow and dark blue Ferrari in the background. So Ewan Mackay still work to do to try and hang on to 4th place and 3rd in GT3 Pro-Am at this stage, and he is now really on his first flying lap as such. Our class leaders at this stage, leading GT3 Pro, Martin Kodrich, the overall race leader. GT3 Pro-Am is being led by the 2nd place car, which is the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Roberto Papanini still behind the wheel of that one, but for how much longer is a moot point, because I think we'll see the GT3 cars head into the pit lane over the course of the next 10 minutes or so. GT3 AM is being led by the number 27 car, David Fuminelli, who has just taken over that car, and it's running in 6th position overall, but leads the class. And GT4 is the car that's there in 8th position, the number 90 Mercedes in the hands of Michele Camerlinghi. So that's the GT4 class leader at this stage. There is Roberto Papanelli. He is running in 2nd place, whilst Ewan Mackay, fresh behind the wheel of the Bentley, is trying to unlap himself at this stage by the look of things. So Roberto Papanelli last time through at 2 minutes 7. Ewan Mackay 2 minutes 3, but of course he's got a full tank of fuel, fair enough, and he's on fresh tyres, so that's the kind of drop-off that you're getting at this time of day, in particular out there in the Middle East, because it's just, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's very, very, very warm out there at the moment, and of course ute tyres are not going to be anywhere near as quick as the fresh set of Pirelli boots that are underneath the 4 corners of Ewan Mackay's Team Parker Racing Bentley at this stage, so not unsurprising that Roberto Papanelli just let the Bentley go through, because of course different strategy in reality. They are working differently, but we are starting to see the GT3s come in. Into the pit lane has come the Ram Racing Mercedes of Callum McLeod. We've also got the number 46 Ferrari of Alessio Sallucci has come in. So that's the car from 3rd and the car from 5th that are in. Both of them in Pro-Am. The Mercedes was 2nd in Pro-Am. The Ferrari was 4th in Pro-Am. So where are they going to feed out again, and where are they going to feed out relative to this Bentley that has just put a further lap on the Maserati, which is now back in the hands of its starting driver, which is Anthony Johnson, who didn't get a great deal of driving in the first part of his stint, because that car had, of course, suspension issues. He limped it back round, crabbing back round to the pit lane, if you weren't with us earlier, with that suspension damage to the left rear. And whilst they were fixing the suspension damage in the garage, they also opted to do a driver change at that stage as well and tick off one of their imposed pit stops, as it's called, because the GT4 cars have 5 to do in the first 6 hours. The GT3 cars have 4 to do in the first 6 hours. So now Ram Racing Mercedes is still in the hands of Callum McLeod, so that has come in and done a further stop, but Callum McLeod has stayed behind the wheel of the car. The Monster VR6 Ferrari, however, has been handed over back to Valentino Rossi. So Valentino Rossi in for his 2nd stint in this one, whereas Callum McLeod is now doing his 2nd stint, but double stinting it in reality. And we've also now got the 2nd place car into the pit lane, so the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Roberto Papanini heads in. So there's Callum McLeod, having just done the pit stop at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes. It stays on board, or at least that's the information that we are receiving, that he is still on board that car. Switching transponders in this car need flicking to the right position, and that's what identifies the driver, but it certainly looks as though on our screen that it is indeed still Callum McLeod that's behind the wheel of it. Keep your questions coming in, and we will answer them if we can using the hashtag AskGulf12Hours. AskGulf12Hours. Roscoe's Tweeted us as well. Do we have any 12 cars running during the Golf 12 Hours because of COVID restrictions, and can we get more? Yes is the answer. Yeah, there was a couple of questions have come in very similar vein, Roscoe. It's all down to a mixture of COVID, different scenarios, but all of them relate back to COVID. So again, for those of you that were probably listening earlier, I know I'm repeating myself, but to answer Roscoe's question, originally we should have been at Yas Marina in December. Formula One, because of COVID, changed their calendar. That took the Yas Marina date, which meant that we had to find a new date. Couldn't be accommodated at Yas Marina, so we had to find a new date and a new venue. That's pushed us back to January, which means that some of the teams and drivers aren't available. Logistically, it also creates other issues for people. We've got travel restrictions in place at the moment. Some teams not wanting to bring their car out here because they needed it back in mainland Europe on their pre-season testing plans for their European Championships in 2021. So no matter what it is, it all relates back to 12 cars, all being down to COVID restrictions. And we're not hiding from that, but hats off to the teams that have supported it, and the Golf 12 Hour, the team that are still putting this event on, because it would have been very easy potentially to have cancelled the event, but with the support that they've had and the great work that the teams have done to support it. And even the teams that had to pull out were devastated that they had to pull out, but it still goes ahead 12 hours for what originally should have been, of course, at Yas Marina, and it would have been a full grid. It was a fully subscribed grid for that one, and that's where we're hoping to be back in December. Subscribe to grid. And Jay at Sea Dweller, hi Jay, thanks for tuning in. Even with a smaller grid, it's still great to see motorsport happening in 2021. Absolutely, couldn't say any more. I said that we've all missed our motorsport fix, and this is the first big race of the season. There's going to be more racing in the Middle East. There's of course the Daytona 24-hour will happen soon as well. So it really is sort of the start of the season for many people. We all missed it so much, and it does look lovely and hot over there. Hot for the drivers. Some of them will have cool suits on. Some of the cars have air conditioning, so they should be okay. But yeah, I agree with you. It's lovely and warm over there. I'm rather envious looking out of my studio window at the frost on the roofs that we have in the UK. So yeah, let's hope that the heat isn't a problem for the drivers, but most of them are fairly fit. They do have cool suits, and some of them, and some of the cars do even have air conditioning in the newer models. So keep your tweets coming in. Just use the hashtag #AskGolf12Hours. Someone's asking, is it possible to improve the sound from the booth? The commentator's sound is pretty bad. Well, some might say that's a good thing. We have had technical issues. We are not broadcasting this in the way that we would normally do. It is not ideal. Absolutely, it is not ideal. What we will be doing is, I'm not going to read out your Twitter handle because that would be inappropriate. We are going to, over the course of the 2-hour lunch break, going to work on the sound quality. We've made some tweaks since yesterday, and we try and sort out further improvements to it over the course of the 2-hour break. Right, so I think what we can do is we can finally hear from our first driver out there in Bahrain. I think my team out there have managed to scoop up Ben Barnicoat. Ben, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ben. Yeah, no, of course I can hear you. Yeah, thank you so much for doing this for us. We're having to do everything a little bit differently at the moment, as I'm sure you're aware. But, you know, we look at the qualifying and your stint. It's all gone to plan so far for a weekend that probably didn't start as well as you wanted it to on Thursday.
No, exactly as you said. The weekend got off on the back foot, but luckily we came into the event very well prepared, following a good test program just before Christmas here. So, yeah, Thursday was a shame. We certainly didn't plan that. It wasn't in the run plan, but the boys did an amazing, phenomenal job to rebuild the car all night. We started a couple of niggles the first thing in practice, but yeah, qualifying was great. I laid down, a lap that I was very happy with, and you will actually get to see before the start of the second half of the race. So yeah, it was a very good lap, one I'm proud of, and the race start couldn't really have gone any better. If only they were all that straightforward and that good.
A little bit different to last time you were in the Golf 12 Hours, where you were making your debut, weren't you? The car, the 720S was making its debut internationally in the race, and we had more cars. You were busy battling there in the early stages, again right at the sharp end.
Yeah, the first time we did that in 2018, it was a lot of unknowns for us as McLaren Customer Racing with the first debut, as like you said, of the 720S. But it went really well. But we had a pretty hard fight on our hands, and I think now, a couple of years down the line, car's still running very well. The team, 2C's Motorsport, are doing a great job of the setup and everything like that. So, it's the car's handling great. The pace is exceptional from all three of our guys. It's Ace's first race in a GT3, and to be honest, we're all gobsmacked by how good of a job he's doing. It's
I was going to, that was, you sort of almost pitched my next question to you, because I was going to say, you look at the pace of the three of you in qualifying and the pace that you've seen in the race, whether it be Isa or Martin or yourself behind the wheel, you're all of a similar-ish pace. Yes, of course, Isa's a little bit off yourself and Martin, but that's expected because he's a silver graded driver, not the gold. But consistency, and that's what you've all had so far.
Yeah, exactly. Me and Martin have been factory drivers at McLaren for a while now, and Ace is, sort of on his path to try and establish being a professional, and he's soaking in everything that me and Martin are telling him to do, and he's just taking it in his stride. Obviously, it's a track he knows very well, which helps, but you still got to get in the car and do it, and that's exactly what he is doing.
Your side of the garage very happy at the moment. The other side of the garage, because we know that car's been in the garage for some time. Can you give us any news with regards to the number 7?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, number 7 has officially retired from the race. I believe it was announced literally a couple of moments ago, which is a great shame.
Yeah.
I'm led to believe it was some turbo issues, but I'm not. Don't quote me on that. Which is a great shame because it would have been great to. Obviously, we locked out the front row. It would have been great to try and continue that form throughout the rest of the weekend. Throughout the 12-hour race, I'm sure it was on the cards. But now the focus is on the 33 car and making sure that stays at the top for the rest of the race.
Well, thanks for joining us, Ben, and do wander back in part 2. We look forward to seeing that onboard lap as well. Your car, by the way, you won't be aware, is back in the pit lane with Martin Kodrich. I'm sure it's just a standard stop, and I'm rather envious of you. You've got the sunshine there in Bahrain. I'm stuck watching up frost in Lincolnshire, which I know you know very well indeed, this county.
Yeah, you're. I'm not jealous of you. I think you got it right.
Thanks, Ben. All the best for the rest of the race. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye bye.
So there we go. There is Ben Barnicoat, who joined us briefly. What I have now got is there we go. The footage just comes back again. Thank you very much to the team out there. We will endeavour to try and catch up with a few more drivers. As we've said, we are doing things differently. We'll try and work on that sound quality over of the lunch break. Jesse Young, sorry Jesse, I missed your question there. I was talking to Ben, and he was going to ask how the 720, he wanted me to ask Ben how the 720S compared during the race to last year's Bathurst 12 hour, especially since McLaren was a real surprise performance at last year's race. Sorry Jesse, I missed that. I wasn't refreshing Twitter whilst I was chatting to Ben, but we will catch up with him again, or somebody out there in Bahrain can probably pick that up from the hashtag Ask 12 hours. Ask Ben that offline, and we might be able to get back to you with an answer for that one as to how it compares to this racetrack and the car around here compared to the Bathurst 12 hours. So we'll try and do that for you without question. Thanks for posing the questions to us. Race continues. We've got 2 hours and 10 minutes of part 1 still to go. We've mentioned whilst we were talking to Ben Barnicoat that the race leading car was back in. It was back in. It has been handed back over to Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa, who jumps back on board the car for his second stint in this race. We have also had in the number 67 Porsche from second place into the race. That was in the hands of Roberto Pampanini. It's now been handed back over to the starting driver, Mauro Calamia, for the next stint of the race. What else have we had? We have also had in the Ram Racing Mercedes, Callum McLeod handing that over to Ian Loggy, which has all been going on whilst we've been catching up with the things that are going on. And this is for position here. This is Ewan Mackay getting through and past Ian Loggy at turn number 1. They almost bounce off each other on the exit of the corner as they head round through turn 2 and turn 3. Ian Loggy over the curbs, keeping his foot in. Valentino Rossi is trying to pick them off, but he's a lap adrift of this pair as they head up towards turn 4. So this is the fight for 3rd and 4th, with the car that's in 5th place but a lap adrift involved as well. Almost contact between the front end of the Bentley and the tail end of the Mercedes there. So real elbows out stuff in this one, as Ian Loggy was hugely keen to try and get himself through and ahead of Callum McLeod, and has managed to do so. So Mercedes back into third, Bentley back down into fourth, but attacking up the inside, very late on the brakes, heading in towards turn number 5. Ian Logie tried to close, or turn number 8, tried to close the door, but realised that the Bentley was alongside and they were going to clatter into each other, so couldn't turn the car into the corner. And as a result of that, through has gone Valentino Rossi to unlap himself from the Mercedes and now try and unlap himself from the Bentley as well. They head out of turn number 10. What a great fight it is. This is third, fourth and fifth together, but the Ferrari is not on the same lap as the Bentley and the Mercedes. It is a lap adrift as they head up towards the braking area for turn number 11. Great stuff in the first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours here in Bahrain, and we will continue with that scrap, I'm sure, for several laps yet as they head now in towards the braking area. This is turn number 13 that they're coming up to, I think, at the moment, and down the long straight up towards 14. Yes, it is. Yep, to turn number 13, down towards turn number 14. So for Ewan Mackay, he is now up into third place in the race overall. That puts him up to second position in what is the GT3 Pro-Am category. And for Ian Logie, well, he lost out to the Bentley and lost out to Valentino Rossi's Ferrari. So chalking into the book, 108 laps goes the Bentley. Up 107 laps goes the Ferrari, and 108 laps also for the Mercedes that sits behind. So great little squabble that's going on, and at the moment the meat in the sandwich is the lapped car of Valentino Rossi, who I'm sure is going to want to do nothing other than try and work his way past the Bentley if he can. I'm sure he'll be aware that he's not on the same lap as them, but it's not going to stop the hugely successful Italian looking to try and work his way through. You think of what Valentino Rossi has achieved, claimed his first World Championship back in the 125 category in 1997. He stepped up and won the 250 World Championship in 2000, and then in the 500 category 2001. Then, of course, it went MotoGP, and he won back-to-back titles in 2002, 2003, 2004, and 2005, and then was back at the top of the championship standings in 2008 and 2009. Multiple world champion, over 400, probably nearly 450 Grand Prix starts in all categories now as well, Valentino Rossi. And whether it be on 2 or on 4 wheels, he is a very quick and able driver. We've seen him out rallying in the past as well. He's done a round or so of the World Rally Championship. I said earlier on, he's tested Ferrari Formula 1 cars as well, historically. And has always been, whether it be on 2 or 4 wheels, a very talented young man. Well, I say young man, 41 years of age now, Valentino Rossi. Where has that time gone? Begs the question, doesn't it? And is looking to try and see whether he can close up further on the Bentley that lies ahead in the hands of Ewan Mackay. So last time through, Ewan Mackay did a 2 minute 6.9. Valentino was a 2 minute 7.0. This time through, I think the gap has just stretched by another 10th or so, I would have thought. So over the start of this line comes Ewan Mackay, 2 minute 4.0, 2 minute 4.4 from Valentino Rossi. Yeah, so the gap comes out by 0.4 of a second that time. So we've got Porsche Fan 1 tweeting in using the hashtag #AskGolf12Hours. Does the Golf 12 Hour belong to a championship? The answer to that is no. It is a one-off standalone race, just one annual race, not part of any championship or part of any series at all. It's totally independent, and that is why with this later date that we've got for this race, that's why some of the teams that are focusing on European and domestic championships in 2021 didn't ultimately want to ship the cars out for the later date, because they wouldn't be back in time to conduct all of their pre-season testing that they needed. And they didn't want to compromise a full championship season for what is a one-off race, albeit a thoroughly enjoyable one-off race, albeit, yeah, also down on numbers this year, as we've said. So no, just the one-off race, and, well, a race which also has a lot of prestige. You look at some of the cars that have claimed victory in the previous runnings of the Gulf 12 Hours, and while Ferrari have dominated it in terms of the numbers of wins, with 7 wins out of the previous 9 races, 1 going to Mercedes, 1 going to McLaren, we have seen some very accomplished drivers standing on the top step of the podium over the years. And one driver who has stood on that podium and won more races than anybody is a driver that's not with us, unfortunately, this season or this year, David Arrigon, has claimed so many wins and has always been so successful in the Gulf 12 Hours. It's such a shame we haven't got David Origon on the entry list for this season. We've still gone green all the way as well, so we've now had the best part of nearly 4 hours of racing. We have not had as yet any any safety car periods, so we have gone green all of the way, which would not be the first time in part one we have gone green all of the way. The only time part one has had no safety cars was back in 2014. Other than that, part one of the Gulf 12 Hours has always had at least one or possibly 2 safety cars at the most. It's never had any more than 2 by the look of it. So yeah, 2002, the first running of the race, it had 2012 it had 2. 2012, the December race, it had 1. Had 1 in 2013, 1 in 14, 1 in 15, 1 in 16, 2 in 17, 2 in 18, and 1 last year. 2019, last running of it. So it's either had 0, 1, or 2 safety car periods in the first 6 hours. Well, we are still at 0 at this stage. We have a car in the pit lane, which is unfortunately the SVC Sport Management Maserati is back in. Anthony Chodson is back in the pit lane. Now, quite what the problem is with that one, I am not entirely sure, but we might be able to pick up onto whether that is. If it's an imposed pit stop, it should be back out into the race fairly shortly, and potentially with a change of driver. But I don't think Anthony Johnson has been in overly long in that car, so I'm quite surprised that it's back in. If it's not an imposed pit stop, then what we should see is that car remaining in the pit lane for quite some time, which then begs the question as to what the problem is with it, and our local team out there should be able to have a look and see what issue it is that's presenting itself. Our race leading McLaren, Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, comfortably still lapping quicker than anybody else. We heard from Ben Barnicoat that whilst he has certainly less experience and has never really driven one of these GT3 cars and raced one before, he's been going beautifully well. Quick look at the replay. Now, this is what happened. This is Ian Logie seeing that Ewan Mackay was throwing the Bentley up the inside, all 4 wheels on the curb for the Bentley, which bounces over it. Good job Ian Logie didn't turn in, otherwise they would have bounced off each other. And as a result of that, that compromised the exit coming out of the corner for the Mercedes. And Valentino Rossi took the opportunity to unlap himself from the Mercedes, and has actually now started to pull away from it, you can see as well. So he has not made any further progress. Ewan Mackay in the Bentley is pulling further away from the Ferrari, but the Ferrari of Valentino Rossi is pulling away from Ian Logie. So that is the order that they reside on track. Remember, that Ferrari is a lap adrift of the car ahead of it, the Bentley, and the car behind it, that being the Mercedes at this stage. Valentino Rossi is currently running 4th in the Pro-Am category. Ian Logie, the car behind it, is running 3rd in the Pro-Am category. And the Bentley, Ewan Mackay, ahead of that Ferrari, is running 2nd in the Pro-Am category, whilst this car here leads overall. Another quick replay. You can see this was coming out of Turn 1 and Turn 2, where Ian Logie had just managed to get himself ahead of the Bentley, kept his foot in as he bounced over the curbs and was just able to hang on to it. But it was later on in the lap, after this section, where eventually Ewan Mackay thought, I've had enough of this, I want the place away. So you can see all 3 of them trying to outfox each other. Ewan Mackay deciding at that point on the lap, discretion was a better part of Alan. There was almost contact there. Look how close that Bentley is to the tail end of the Mercedes. Ewan Mackay having to get off the throttle. And as they then went through turn 6 and turn number 7, I think this is the replay of the overtake again that will be coming up. It was just after this point of the track where Ewan Mackay eventually was able to squeeze his way through, but it was tight, to say the least. No quarter asked or given by all 3 of the drivers that were involved in that, by Ewan Mackay, by Ian Logie, or by Valentino Rossi. Right, as for the Maserati that was in the pit lane, that has answered the question. It is back out of the pit lane. It has completed its stop and has rejoined the race. And by the look of things, it has rejoined in the hands of a different driver. So we have had a further shuffle of driver, which now means he's lost the paperwork. There's not much paperwork kicking around. Here we go. It is now going to be Björn Hodgson that's back behind the wheel of the car. So that is his 2nd stint behind the wheel. And that answers the question as to whether there's a problem with that Maserati. No, it does look as though it was a fairly standard imposed stop, one of the 5 that need ticking off. And I think they've now ticked off, what's that, 1, 2, 3, I think that's 3 that they've ticked off of their 5. So with 2 hours to go, they've got 2 more to do. I think. Let's have a quick look and see whether we have any further information. In terms of leaders, well, we've still only had the one leader in the race. So far, from start to this point of the race, the 33 car has been the only race leader. No other car has managed to grab the lead of the race at any point. The best lap of the race that we've had was set by Ben Barnicoat. That was on lap number 2, so it was the first real flying lap, and it was a 2 minutes 0.675, 2 minutes 0.675. So that still resides as the fastest lap of the race that we've had so far. And considering that Ben set a 1 minute 59.1 in qualifying, a 2 minute 6 in race conditions is not bad at all. That is a very, very quick lap and is yet to be better. The next quickest lap that we have from any of the cars out there is down in the 2 minute 2, the 2 minute 2.3, and that is from the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Mauro Calamia, I think it would have been, that posted that lap because he was the starting driver. So, yeah. So that was a very quick lap from the number 33 car relative to the rest of the cars that are out there, not necessarily relative to the rest of the drivers, because we can't compare, say, Ben Barnicoat's fastest lap of the race compared to Martin Kodrich's fastest lap of the race, because they're both in the same car, and it doesn't give us that kind of data at the level that I'm looking at this stage. So we are now 4 hours into this first 6 hour part of the race. The Maserati is back out. Oh, right, they had to fix the left rear suspension, so it was a problem. Thank you to Zach, one of our roving reporters out there as part of the Gulf 12-hour team. The Maserati that I thought had come into the pits not long after Anthony Johnson had taken over the car, it does appear that there was a problem again with the left rear suspension on that car, so they've had to fix it again. So it was a quick stop, but I suppose that's only because they knew what they need to do, because they've already done it once today. And again, for Anthony Johnson, it means that his driving time was somewhat limited again, because he hadn't had much time behind the wheel in his first stint because of rear suspension failure, and had the same suspension failure in his second stint, which again has shortened his driving time because Dad's taken over, which is Piotr Johnson. So there'll be a bit more driving for him to do, probably in part 2, and less so for Dad potentially. So the Maserati just going through there, looking absolutely fine. The Mauro Calamia Porsche, running second overall in the race, is the best part of nearly 2 laps adrift now, I would have thought. Mauro Calamia is in the same sector as the race leader. He's just gone through sector 2, the end of sector 2, which is on the exit of turn number 13. And where is the race leader? Turn 13, well, up towards turn 14 goes the Porsche. And where is Issa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa? As the Porsche goes over the start-finish line, I think he'll be at about turn 13 at the moment. So there's a big long straight between the pair of them. And where is the McLaren? It has not as yet gone through turn number 13. So it's about half a lap, I would say. A lap and a half is the lead advantage at this stage between this Porsche here in second place and the number 33 McLaren that leads. All of the time, the gap is extending further and further and further. Yeah, just gone through turn number 13 now has the McLaren, whilst the Porsche is heading through turns number 2 and 3. So it's towards maybe a lap and 2/3, I would say, is the lead advantage at this stage. We still have, as we have had for a good chunk of the race, 5 different marks represented inside the top 5 as well. McLaren leads, Porsche second, Bentley third, Mercedes fourth, and Ferrari completing the top 5 at this stage. So that gives you the order of the top 5. But this car here, a lap and 3/4 it leads by. It has led every lap of the 116 laps that have been completed so far in this race. The GT4 category, by the way, still being led by the GT4 Mercedes. That's the GT3 variant of it in the hands of Ian Logie, who's trying to put a lap on Lars Dammann's car. Lars is currently second in the GT4 category in that McLaren, the 570 GT4. was a little bit wide heading in towards turn 10, so as to stay out the way of Ian Logie. He was trying to work his way through and past. So, and that car is still on the same lap as the race leading car in GT4 as well. So it's quite important for that McLaren to stay where it is at this stage, because remember, any laps that you're in deficit do get carried over to part 2 of the race. It's not as though the slate is wiped clean and we start with the finishing positions from this race giving us the starting grid for the next and nothing other. The finishing positions from this race, this part of the race, will give us the starting grid for lap 2, but any laps that you are in deficit do get carried over. And as you can see on the graphic there, 116 laps completed for the number 33 car, 115 laps about to be completed, and there we go for now the car in second place. So it's a full lap lead that if the checkered flag were to fall now, it won't, it will fall in 2 hours time, but if it would fall now, then the number 67 car would start a lap adrift of the number 33, not a lap and 2/3 as it currently is. So it's only the full laps that get carried over. There is no aggregate seconds on top of that get carried over into part 2, if that makes sense. So keep your questions coming in. Hashtag ask Golf 12 hours. Hashtag Golf 12 hours. Thanks to Jesse, who's been asking lots of questions. Thank you for keeping coming. Real long shot, but it would be amazing if we could get Valentino Rossi onto chat after he's done his stint, like Ben Barnicoat earlier. It would be. I couldn't agree more, Jesse. Not sure how difficult that will be. We did manage to have an interview with Valentino Rossi last year, or 2019, when we were at Yas Marina. That was a interview that had to be booked with the PR team with Valentino Rossi and agreed, and it did take a while, even with our slot, to finally get to talk to him. But thanks to the patience of Alan Hyde, our pit lane reporter at the time, we were able to do that in the pit lane. Whether we'll be able to get Valentino Rossi to head towards the outside broadcast unit, I don't know. The team over in Bahrain will be listening to this, and we'll see what we can do. I think it will be difficult. I do think it will be very difficult, and I agree with you, it is a real long shot, but yes, I also agree it would be amazing. And David Edwards has tweeted in as well, saying loving the livery on the number 3 Mercedes, a blast from the DTM days. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I recall in particular, it was for me the 190E Mercedes DTM cars back at Donington Park, which is about an hour away from where I'm based in the UK. Racing in, what would it be? Crumbs, I'm trying to think now. It would have been about 1991, 1992. ITC it probably would have been at the time, and then DTM continuing with that as they brought in the C-Class and things like that. So yeah, fond memories of that Sonax livery. And I'm trying to think who the drivers were. Tweet me, David, the drivers. I'm going to say someone like Jorg Van Oven or somebody like that, Kurt Team, but you can tweet me on that and let me know as to who the drivers were. Klaus Ludwig, and maybe Ellen Law. Let's have a look. Tweet me and let me know. I'm sure David Edwards has got as fonder memories as me as that number 3 livery on the what is the Ram Racing Mercedes, a real tribute livery, absolutely back to DTM. It looks as though the Maserati has gone back out again, but into the pit lane has come the car that's second in GT4. Now this is Lars Dahmen that is coming into the pit lane. We are looking at the moment at the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari in the hands of Marco Freitzer, who is coming under pressure from the Porsche of Mauro Calamia, who is about to lap it. Now Calamia is at this stage, I think, 6 laps ahead of this Ferrari, largely because that number 8 Ferrari has had several spins in the hands of Nicola Cadei. It had spins in the hands of Alessandro Couturiere, had 3 or 4 spins in the hand of Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, but largely his spins were down to the fact that the rear wing was starting to fail on the car. So the team have brought that in. They have replaced the rear wing and possibly a bit of the rear bodywork, and that's why that car is several laps adrift of the Porsche that is closing in behind it at this stage. So that is a real shame that they lost a big chunk of time. Right, so the number 77 car I had said of Lars Dahmen was into the pit lane. Well, now into that car for the first time, we have a different driver, and it is Warren Hughes that has jumped on board the car. So it's great to see Warren out on board the number 77 car. Warren is 51 years of age nowadays, is Warren Hughes, as eventually Mauro Calamia is able to pick off the Ferrari. Didn't think that would take too much longer. A driver who, massive amounts of experience. He was the British GT champion in the GT4 category, the best part of nearly, 9-10 years ago now. He was a Formula champion in the British Formula Ford 1600 Championship back in the 1990s, but he's raced so many things in sports cars, including the Blancpain Series, raced at Daytona in the 24-hour before. We've seen him race at Le Mans as well in the Lola chassis MG supported machines. Had a period in British Touring Car Championship as well, so it's good to see Warren back out in competition. Don't see as much of him as we used to like to see of Warren Hughes, but he is out and circulating with number 77 car that was second in GT4, and another GT4 car has got to head back into the pit lane, and I'm afraid to say it's the race leading number 90 car of Michele Camerlinghi is coming into the pit lane. Now, you might recall when Michele took over that car, I mentioned as he came out of the pit lane that I perceived and I usually sit on the fence, but it was pretty obvious that he did not obey the white line as he came out the pit lane. He came out the pit lane and instantly moved straight over the whole chunk of the first part of the white line. There is a 25-second stop-go penalty for car number 90 for 2 pit exit white line infringements is the note that I'm receiving. Now, that is going to mean that they should possibly just about be able to hang on to the lead of GT4. But that is certainly going to give Warren Hughes, who's only just taken over the number 77 McLaren second in GT4, the opportunity to see what he might be able to do. We'll have to wait and see what the relative gap is between Mercedes and McLaren. Mercedes over the start-finish line now, and we'll be receiving the flagging notification that there is a stop-go penalty due. Warren Hughes is about a minute and a half away from heading over the start-finish line. So it's about a minute and 30 seconds. So a 25-second stop-go penalty plus the time to brake down to the pit lane speed limit, travel up and down the pit lane, a pit lane speed limit, and accelerate after the penalty. Should still hang on to the lead of the GT4 class, I would have thought, the Mercedes, but not by much. Not by much at all. We shall have to wait and see. So 1 hour and 3/4 of this race, part 1 still to go. Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa comfortably leading the race, the number 33 car, whether it be in the hands of Isa, of Ben Barnicoat, or of Martin Kodrich, all of whom have taken at least one stint on board this car. Isa is the only driver that's in for stint number 2 so far, but this car has led every lap of the 120 laps that we have had so far in this first running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. This car, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche in the hands of Mauro Calamia, is running in second position. Now, Mauro started the car and had a great run and is back on board for his second stint. He handed it over to Stefano Monaco for stint number 2. Roberto Papanini got in for the third stint before it then came back in and was handed back over to Mauro Calamia. He's got some work to do working his way through past the GT4 traffic. So he's dealt with Piotr Hodson at the wheel of the Maserati. The next of the cars he's going to need to deal with is Michele Camerlinghi's number 90 Mercedes, which he very quickly dispatches. That's the Mercedes that's got to come into the pit lane for this 25-second stop-go penalty before too much longer. So is that Mercedes going to peel its way in at the end of this lap? Car that's third at the moment is Ewan Mackay, who is starting to get caught again, or certainly was over the last lap, only by a tenth of a second from Ian Loggie's Mercedes. But the gap from Bentley to Merck at this stage is hovering around about 9 seconds, so I don't think a lot is going to happen there. And the Mercedes trying to indicate and trying to get off the circuit. So yeah, into the pit lane will come Michele Camerlinghi, and this is going to be the Mercedes to serve what will be the 25-second stop-go penalty. So the penalty box is at the end of the pit lane, so it stops now. It'll have to wait for 25 seconds, but the important thing to try and keep an eye on is when this Mercedes rejoins, where it rejoins relative to the number 77 Optimum Motorsport Warren Hughes driven McLaren, because Warren Hughes is about 60 seconds away from coming over the start-finish line. The Mercedes is still down at the bottom of the pit lane in the pit box and can only head up the pit lane at the pit lane speed limit. And I think by the time it gets to pit lane exit, let's keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't infringe again as it heads to pit lane exit. It's not going to have huge amounts of gap, maybe 20 to 30 seconds lead in GT4. It was well over a minute, the advantage. And Warren Hughes is about 30 seconds adrift now from coming over the start-finish line. Where's the Mercedes as it rejoins? Do not cross the white line. Whatever you do, Michele Camerlinghi, do not cross the white line. No, yeah, absolutely. Made one mistake, is not going to make it again. So there's Michele Camerlinghi. And at the back of the shot, I think Warren Hughes is probably going to be about 20 seconds away. That's all. Not going to be a great deal. So what was a very comfortable lead in GT4, all of a sudden has been whittled down and is not going to be half as comfortable as it was. We might just see the McLaren in the background of this shot, heading round through turn number 1. Here comes the Mercedes. Can we see the McLaren in the background? Not quite. No, not quite. So we'll have to wait and see as to what the gap looks like between the pair at the end of this lap, and that will allow us to pick out as to what's going on for the lead of GT4, because both first and second in that category are on the same lap. So, lappery to be done for Ewan Mackay. Squeezes his way past Björn Hodson without too much issue, putting a lap on the MC GT4 Maserati. Ewan Mackay now some, what's it going to be, a lap off the lead of the race. So 120 laps completed for the Bentley. So just also one single lap off the lead of the race. The Ferrari that's behind Valentino Rossi is going to be a couple of laps off the lead of the race. He's also just picking his way through and past the Maserati on the approach towards turn number 1 before they flick their way through the left and then right-hand kicks at turn 3 and turn number 4. Gap in GT4. Just going to wait and see. Over the start-finish line will come Michele Camerlinghi shortly at the wheel of the number 90 Mercedes. And to see what relative gap is for the lead of GT4. I think about 20 seconds, which is not at all what it was a few laps ago before he had to come in and serve that 25-second pit stop penalty. It was well over a minute that the Mercedes led the McLaren for 8th and 9th place overall, but more importantly, 1st and 2nd in the GT4 category. This is the number 90 and the 77 car that I'm talking about now. Through. All right, Michele Camerlinghi is back into the pit lane now. So that is going to hand the lead of the GT4 category to Warren Hughes as we continue to look at Ewan Mackay, who keeps pressing on. Now, I think this might be a imposed pit stop for Michele Camerlinghi, one of the 5 that GT4 cars have to do. So that will be a change of driver. Now, who would we expect to get back in? It may well be, because there's 4 drivers driving that number 90 Mercedes, it may well be back to the starting driver, which would be Benedetto Strignano, that would jump back on board if we're cycling through the starting drivers. We're at the moment looking at the 3rd place Bentley being chased by Valentino Rossi, who is 5th position, a lap further adrift of the Bentley that we see. See the numbers on the sides of the car getting slightly more obscured as the bits of rubber pick up and debris and detritus get pushed into the bodywork of the car. It's always fantastic, I think, to watch one of these cars at the end of a long distance race, a 12 or a 24-hour race, with all of the pickup and all of the dirt on them. I know there are some cars which then, if they head to retirement, they actually lacquer all of the debris onto the car so that it's there forever. I think it makes it really tells a story, doesn't it, as to how brutal some of the racing has been, or just how much insects and dirt and muck and tyre pickup that get strewn onto the cars and the bodywork and the windscreens as well, which is why the teams go to work cleaning the windscreens at nearly every pit stop as well, to make sure that the drivers have as clear visibility as they possibly do. But you can see, yeah, the number 46 is not quite as obvious on the side of the car than it was at the beginning of the race, largely because of the elements of Pirelli rubber that have been deposited on the side of it. You can see the black line, can't you, right the way through the centre of that as it starts to get all of those little bits of rubber that are the tyres shed little shards of rubber to the sides of the circuit. That's what when the drivers talk about marbles as they run offline, that's what they're talking about, all those little bits of rubber that get flung off, and they get flung off away from the racing line, but there's still little bits that get picked up on the tyres, and then as they're warm, particularly in these conditions that we have in the Middle East, the warm rubber just sits on the side of the car and it almost sticks. It sticks like glue, or it hits the side of the car, flies off, but it leaves a little black streak as it does it. And that's what we're seeing down the side of that particular car there. So an hour and 40 to go in this first part of the Gulf 12 Hours. Roscoe is back on, wanting to add his opinion for the live timing of the Gulf 12 Hours. He's talking about getraceresults.com. Click on the Bahrain link from there and you can see it all. Amazing to see with full information. The only thing I'd love to see is live onboard cameras. We would, Roscoe, as well. We would. That is something I'm sure that we might be able to get in the future. And with regards to the Sonax number 3 Mercedes livery, thank you to 2 people who've come back in. Jamie Peters-Ennis is saying roller dash. That's a good shout. I hadn't thought of roller dash. He had slipped my mind. And David Edwards is saying Klaus Ludwig he knows, so I got that one right. And Schumacher raced it. Not sure who else as well. So that's the DTM throwback and tribute livery that we're talking about. The Sonax Mercedes, the number 3 car that Ram Racing are out in, trying to hark back to the days of ITC and DTM racing, which is what that livery is designed to do, and give us a little bit of a talking point as we head towards not far off, an hour and a half to be completed in this final race. A few issues again on sound quality. We are aware of that if you're listening. We will work on that over the course of the 2-hour break to try and improve the sound quality. I'm not working with the microphone I was intending to. It is a different headset I've popped on because even this morning before sound check we had a few issues trying to deal with the last minute arrangements and the fact that we are working remotely to the production team out there in the Middle East. So it is an event which bear with us. We will get there. We will get there. And we have got there, substantively so, compared to when the phone first rang for me on Thursday morning to try and put all of this together. So the race is now, nearly 125 laps we have got done. So that is going to equate to a fair old distance. So we would usually do about, over the course of the first 6 hours of the races, yes, they've been held at Yas Marina, it's about 500 to 550 miles, subject to pace, subject to the number of safety cars, and all of that as well. On the basis of that the Bahrain circuit is 3.36 miles, and we are about to chalk up 125 laps, that would put the race leading car up to 420 miles that's being completed very shortly, and still with an hour and a half to go. So we are going to be clocking up some serious distance. I think in terms of distance, this might be the furthest travelled potentially in any Gulf 12 Hours, but it depends on safety cars that we might get for the remainder of this part of the race and any in part 2 as well. Now, we should see, I would have thought, maybe a few more pit stops coming in soon as well. The GT3 cars have got one more pit stop for most of them to do. Most of them have been in 3 times. They've got a 4th pit stop to conduct. That's probably going to be about half an hour away. One of the GT4 cars I would expect to see in before too much longer for a pit stop would be the race-leading Mercedes in GT4, which is currently in the hands of Michele Camerlinghi. So that has had Strignano handing over to the second driver, which was Randazzo. So that's 1 stop. Randazzo handed over to Dorier, which was stop number 2. Dorier handed over to Camerlinghi, which is stop number 3. So that Mercedes has only done 3 stops so far, and it needs to do 5. So in an hour and 35 minutes, it's got to do 2 further imposed stops of 1 minute and 50 seconds pit in to pit out, with driver change and fuel and tyre change and everything else included. The car that is second in GT4, Jan Klingelberg started, handed over to Lars Dammon, so that's 1 stop. Lars Dammon handed it back to Jan Klingelberg, that's 2 stops. Jan Klingelberg handed it back to Lars Dammon, that's 3 stops. And Lars Dammon handed that car over to Warren Hughes, that's 4 stops. So it might be that the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren is still on the lead lap and about 20 to 25 seconds behind the Mercedes, but it has got, if my maths are correct and my notes are correct, it's got 1 less stop to do in this next hour and a half just over, compared to the race leading Mercedes GT4 that leads the class. It's only 8 seconds ahead of it. That's the gap between the pair of them. So it certainly looks as though the strategy for Optimum Motorsport has played out, and ever more so as a result of that 25-second stop-go penalty for the number 90 car, which has been back in again. So it has now conducted another stop. So it was, let's have a quick look, it is now back behind the wheel of that Mercedes because it has snuck in, and it is now Piero Randazzo that's back behind the wheel. So 8 seconds between them, both of them with one more stop to do as well in GT4. It could not be any closer at this stage of the race. And who's lapping quicker? Warren Hughes is lapping quicker at the wheel of the McLaren. So we're looking at the moment at Mauro Calamia, still pressing on at the wheel of the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, running in a fairly lonely second position. He is 22.5 seconds up the road from Ewan Hankey's Team Parker Racing Bentley. He is a full lap adrift of the car that lies ahead of him in the race. So it's a fairly lonely position to be in second place at the moment. No room really for Mauro Calamia to play with. After Mauro Calamia, as we say, it's the Bentley of Ewan Mackay. Fourth place is Ian Loggy at the wheel of that DTM replica liveried Mercedes for Ram Racing. Fifth place at the moment, but a further lap adrift of those ahead, is Valentino Rossi. And sixth at the moment is the number 27 car of David Fuminelli, who is at the moment leading the GT3 AM class as a result of being the only driver in it. Right, okay, back to GT4 cars being lapped now. This McLaren, we can see the Bentley has just gone through and past the McLaren, but the McLaren of Warren Hughes is 8 seconds shy of the GT4 class leading Mercedes. Both of these cars now with just one single further imposed stop to do over the course of the remaining 6-hour part of this race. So the gap was, 8.3 seconds between them. It's now down to 6.7. Warren Hughes with a 2-minute 17.2 in the GT4 McLaren. It was a 2-minute 18.6 for the GT4 Mercedes. So the lead battle in GT4 is closing up here. They're going past us now. That's the GT4 class leader. The Mercedes just going through the shot now, followed by the GT3 Bentley and the Ferrari. And at the back of that, so the car at the front, the Mercedes leads GT4. The car at the back, the McLaren is second in GT4. And the gap between the pair is closing. It is going down. Warren Hughes is pushing as hard as he possibly can and see whether he might be able to close the gap a little bit more. We're still talking DTM liveries as well, and someone suggesting Jamie Peter says, not sure if I mentioned Kurt Tim. I did mention Kurt Tim. That's Nicky Tim's father, isn't it? Kurt Tim was one of those that, but I thought he was in the Diebels Alt liveried car in the Mercedes E190. Porsche fan. Using the hashtag AskGolf12Hours. The Porsche also looks fantastic in that golden livery, up there with the number 3 Merc in my opinion. Yeah, thanks for tweeting us, Porsche fan 1. I said the same earlier on, and if you didn't watch qualifying last night, that livery looks brilliant in the daylight, but Porsche fan 1, hang around until we get to part 2, because once we get nighttime fall and dusk and sunset and we're heading towards darkness, that gold livery on that Porsche, the dynamic Porsche, looks absolutely superb. I said that in qualifying yesterday, and it really didn't disappoint. I was looking forward to seeing it at night time, and it really does look staggering. It was one of those at the very beginning of the weekend, as soon as I saw the pictures on social media, on the Facebook page of Golf 12 Hours. You can follow us there if you're not watching the stream via that is. You can see all of the photographs and some of the information that will be feeding its way through. Log on to the Facebook page and follow us. But yeah, that was one of those cars. As soon as I saw the picture, absolutely loved the colour of it. So we are now an hour and a half away from seeing the checkered flag at the end of part 1 of this race. The car we're looking at the moment is David Fuminelli's Kessel Racing, number 27 Ferrari. That car lies 6th in the race overall. It leads the GT3 AM category. David Fuminelli was the quickest of the 4 drivers that are in that car in the qualifying session, and that car actually started on combined times or average times across the 3 drivers that took part in qualifying. Of the 4 that are in the car, only 3 qualified. That car started on the inside of the second row of the grid. And amazingly, a GT3 AM car out-qualified all of the GT3 Pro-Am cars. Such was the pace that the 3 drivers that qualified had, the likes of Francesco Zollo, the likes of Emanuele Tabacchi, and the likes of David Fuminelli. all popped in really good times in the qualifying session in their respective Part 1, Part 2, Part 3 of qualifying, and by the time you add up their respective times, divide them by 3, that gives you the average time. I saw them on the second row of the grid, but since then they've been hovering around the top 6 for the rest of the race. The race not quite having gone to plan for them. They are, as things stand, 3 laps off the lead. They've completed 25 laps. The race leader has already completed 28, which has been the pace of the number 33 2Cs McLaren. So it's 128 laps completed for the McLaren, 126 at the moment for the dynamic Porsche of Mauro Calamia. That'll become 127 any second, which it does. There'll also be 127 laps about to be completed by the Bentley very shortly, and 127 laps completed by Ram Racing very shortly as well. So 2C's McLaren on its own on the lead lap, but 3 cars in second, third and fourth, all on exactly the same lap. And then in 5th place, a further lap adrift is this car here, number 46, which is going to be 2 laps off the lead at this stage. Let's say the number of laps that you are off the lead at the end of the checkered flag of Part 1 will get carried over to Part 2 of the race. So you have those laps to make up in Part 2, and if you don't, then you stay where you are or you'll fall further adrift. It's as simple as that. So there's work to be done for Valentino Rossi and Luca Marini and Alessio Salucci if they want to try and get themselves back just 1 lap adrift of the race leader, or possibly even back onto the lead lap of the race. Now, where did they finish last year? We know they finished on the podium overall. They were 3 laps off the lead in the end. They won the Pro-Am category, but the Pro-Am leader was 3 laps off the lead in the final standings of, I say last year, the final standings of the 2019 iteration of the Gulf 12 Hours, which took place at Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. Fastest lap of the race has not changed, understandably so. It was in the cooler conditions as the race got underway this morning. We might see some quick laps coming on fresh tyres later on once temperatures drop and we head towards evening, but a 2 minutes 0.675 was set by Ben Barnicoat on the first flying lap of the race, really. So lights went out, they went on to lap number 1. It was lap number 2 where Ben Barnicoat popped the quick lap in, and in fact it was also the same. It was lap number 2 for the 67 Porsche. Mauro Calamia popped the best lap that car has done in. The Team Parker Racing Bentley, Ewan Mackay did his best lap and the car's best lap on lap number 2. It was the same also for the number 3 Chris Froggatt, as it was at the time, driven Mercedes, which also did its best lap on number 2 in the race. And it was also the same for Valentino Rossi and the Ferrari, the number 46 car, at lap number 2 in the race. And I will add into that also the number 8 Ferrari, which was Nicola Cadey at the time, also on lap number 2. So most of the cars, it was the first flying lap at the very beginning of the race, 9:30 this morning when the conditions were cooler, that the quick laps were put in. A few little exceptions to that being the likes of the number 27 Ferrari, Kessel Racing. It was only 15 laps ago that the fastest lap time came in for the number 27 car, and that was on lap number 101. David Fuminelli, I think, had literally just taken over, so it was probably his first flying lap. He is the quickest driver in the car, and his first flying lap on new tyres, albeit a hot part of the day. He is one of a few exceptions that did not set their fastest lap times in their respective cars early on in this race. But for some of the teams, of course, they didn't pop the quickest drivers in to start with. They might have popped a slightly slower one in, but the cooler conditions certainly aiding the cause. So we have got, about another 25 minutes or so before we head into the final 60 minutes. We've still got another round of pit stops to come as well, because all of the GT3 cars those that are running, have so far stopped 3 times. They need to stop 4 in this first 6 hours. All of the GT4 cars have stopped 4. They need to stop 5 in the remaining minutes that exist. Wondering whether the Maserati I've only got 3 stops down for the Maserati. We had, oh no, there is a gap. Yep, there will be a gap. So we had Anthony Chodson back in for a second stint, and then he handed back over to Peter Chodson as a result of that issue with the suspension. So no, all of the GT4 cars also with just 1 more stop to go. So everybody is on a level playing field as such in terms of the minimum number of imposed stops that they all need to do over the course of the first 6 hours of the race. It's the same for the second 6 hours as well. So the same process again, that the GT3 cars have to stop a minimum of 4 times, each one of those times for a minimum of 110 seconds pitted to pit out. And the GT4 cars in part 2 of the race, again a minimum of 5 stops, and again each one of those stops a minimum of 150 seconds from pit in to pit out. And there is no adjustment of that, no altering of that. That is exactly what is set in stone. There are no limits on the number of tyres either, so Pirelli are the sole tyre supplier for this event. There are no limits on the amount of tyres that you can throw at the car. Of course, every time you want to throw a new set at it, you've got to come into the pit lane. So it may well be that if a few cars have issues and opt to not do it as one of their imposed stops, they still might stick a set of boots on it and get it back out there. We've also got minimum and maximum driving times to worry about as well. So for the cars in Pro and Pro-Am, they all have a minimum of 1 hour that they have to do in each 6-hour stint of the race, which is more than doable. For cars in Pro-Am and in the Am categories, then it is the combined driving times of the bronze drivers, depending on how many there are, because some will have 2 or 3 or possibly 4 bronze drivers, depending on the categories. You add up the combined times of all of those bronze drivers, and they have to meet the minimum, depending on the combination that you've got, which is anywhere between 3, 3.5 or 4.5 hours, subject to how many bronzes you have and the class that you are in. I'm not going to go into the detail of it. It's a very complex set of regulations, but all of that is looked at by the officials to ensure that over the course of the first 6 hours and over the course of the second 6 hours of part 2 of the race, that every driver has completed the minimum amount of driving time or the maximum amount. This is now the battle. It has been hotting up. I said it was going to happen for the lead of the GT4 category. It certainly looks as though the number 90 car in the hands of Piero Randazzo has now fully been caught for the lead of GT4. Both of them have only got 1 more stop to go, but Warren Hughes has worked tirelessly hard at the wheel of his Optimum Motorsport McLaren 570 to catch up with the 55-year-old Italian. And now Warren Hughes is going to try and attack, if he can, for the lead of the GT4 category. This is as close as they have been since very early on in this race. Remember, the Mercedes ahead had a drive-through penalty, a stop-go for 25 seconds as a result of 2 transgressions of the white line at pit lane exit, and that is what has cost them dearly in this race, because it's not just the 25 seconds you lose, it's the amount of time to bring the car into the pit lane, trundle down the pit lane at pit lane speed limit and get accelerated back up to race pace once more, so you lose the best part of nearly 60 seconds doing that. And that is why all of a sudden what had been a very, very comfortable lead in GT4 is counting for nothing. We have seen the McLaren in the lead of GT4 earlier on in the race, but that's largely been during the pit stop cycles. On merit, it has not really had the class lead, but it's about to, I think, as Warren Hughes jinks out from behind, looking for the inside line at turn number 14, and is surely going to go through here to take up the lead of the GT4 category. Through he goes. Warren Hughes picks up the lead of the GT4 category. The McLaren now lead both GT3 and GT4. And for Scuderia Villorba Corsa, the Mercedes in the hands of Piero Randazzo, the 55-year-old Italian who's been racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup in Italy in 2020. He is now off the lead of the GT4 category. More importantly, though, both of these cars, of course, are on the same lap, which means that if they stay on that, when we get to part 2 of the race and the grid being formed, they will both start again on the same lap, and again will be able to roll their sleeves up and fight it out for GT4 victory. GT4 victory in the last running of the Gulf 12 Hours did go the way of a McLaren. It was a Balf Motorsport McLaren that took the checkered flag and claimed GT4 honours in the 9th running of the Gulf 12 Hours at the Asmarina back in 2019. It was a Mercedes which had Ian Loggy behind the wheel at the time, a GT4 Mercedes. He's in the GT3 car for this event, but it was a Mercedes that won it for Bullet Racing back in 2018. So McLaren and Mercedes largely have been the GT4 cars to have over the course of the last couple of years. One of the GT3s just trying to pick its way through and past this GT4 battle. That's David Fuminelli, who is through and past Randazzo. He's just going to pick off Warren Hughes at the wheel of the lesser powered McLaren, the GT4 car, on the run out of turn number 11, and is now safely on his way So, having dealt with the traffic, he can now concentrate again, Warren Hughes, on trying to pull away, let the lap traffic go through, or let the traffic that's lapping him go through, and now concentrate his efforts on trying to pull away from that number 90 Mercedes. And for the moment, he has managed to gap it, hasn't it? It was 0.4 of a second as they came over the start-finish line last time through. It has certainly grown to more than that this time as they come through. So we'll just have a wait and see. I think Warren Hughes has opened up the best part of probably a 2.5 second advantage. So it looks as though he's probably just going to disappear up the distance, whereas now for the number 90 car, their focus will be making sure that car stays on the lap. But it's heading towards the pit lane, stays on the lead lap. It is heading towards the pit lane. This, I think, is going to be the final roll of the dice with an hour and 18 minutes to go. This, I think, is going to be the final pit stop for the erstwhile GT4 class leading Mercedes. Into the pit lane it will go. Who are we going to see jump back on board? Well, Benedetto Strignano started the car. Jean-Luc Dorier has been the quickest in the car. It looks like it is a scheduled stop. The fuel is about to be put into the car now. The driver change will take place once the refueling has been completed, and then we will start to see as to what is happening. A quick splash of fuel, just enough that they need to put in, get the car on the air jacks. Out jumps Piero Randazzo, and we'll see as to who jumps in that car, but it's vacated the lead of the GT4 class on a few occasions during pit stops. However, on this occasion, it vacated the lead of the class as a result of the charging drive that Warren Hughes has been putting in since jumping on board the Optimum Motorsport number 77 car. So, back to GT3. Mauro Calamia still leading Pro-Am at this stage for Dynamic Motorsport. The only Porsche that we've got in the field, the 911 GT3. Dynamic Motorsport, who've entered the Gulf 12 Hours before, have not had a car that's run to the sharp end for as long as this has done. Let's hope that everything is going to the master plan that they have sketched out in the garage. At the moment they are off the lead lap, but are a long way round towards turn number 11 and turn number 12. They've probably got about a lap and a half, a lap and 3/4 deficit still to our overall race leader. As for Ewan Mackay and the Bentley, he's still being shadowed by Valentino Rossi, albeit Valentino is a lap adrift of the Bentley that lies ahead, but he's not going away, is he? He's not easing his pace. And let's have a quick look. Yeah, Valentino Rossi, last lap time from him was a 2:05.9. Last lap time from Ewan Mackay was a 2:06.3. So Valentino is actually closing in. Certainly was on the last lap, back onto the coattails of the big old Bentley. Fantastic looking, wonderful sounding Bentley as well. Real thunderous noise that comes from both the Bentley and the Mercedes. Entirely different sort of higher pitched noise from the Ferrari rather than the lower rumbles of the Bentley and the Mercedes. Back out of the pit lane comes the number 90 car, and I thought they might put him in. Back into the car now has gone Jean-Luc Dorier. So I did wonder if they might opt to put Jean-Luc Dorier back in the car, who is the quickest of the drivers that they've had in that car. And indeed, it is the young 21-year-old who is heading into the pit lane. Also into the pit lane, by the look of things, that I think was the Bentley that was just coming in there. Valentino Rossi almost followed the Bentley into the pit lane, but I think decided that he wasn't going to pit or was trying to get the last little bit of tow he could off the Bentley. So Ewan Mackay heads back into the pit lane to, I'm sure, hand the car over, I would have thought. Who is he going to hand it over to? Well, so far, Bentley has cycled through drivers in order, which means that if they stick with that, it would be Derek Pearce that would be jumping back on board, because he was the second of the drivers in. So Ewan Mackay started, handed over to Derek Pearce, who handed over to Andy Marrick, who handed back to Ewan Mackay, who may be handing back to Derek Pearce again. And that would then see Derek through for the remaining hour and 15 minutes of this first part of the race. Valentino Rossi also started at the wheel of the Monster Energy Ferrari. who is he going to hand over to as well? Because he will have to come in for a further pit stop. That car has only had 3 imposed stops so far, so we'll have to do a further stop. And we've also got every other car out there still needing to do 1 further imposed stops, whether it be GT3 or GT4. None of them have ticked up the requisite number of stops as yet, other than the number 90 car, which is on its out lap, the Mercedes. A quick look at the replay. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, that was just, I think Valentino Rossi, was going to come into the pit lane and probably got a last-minute call to say, no, stay out. You're going to have clear air. Get a few laps in some clear air. Stay out, and then we will bring you in to swap over. So last-minute change or decision there, I would imagine, by team in conjunction with driver as to what to do there. But that certainly looked as though Valentino Rossi was all geared up for heading into the pit lane, and at the last minute, a call was made somewhere, either driver to team or team to driver, as to, no, stay out, get a few laps in clear air, and then we will bring you in. As for the Bentley, they have not done it in the order I was expecting. It's not gone back to Derek Pearce. It's Andy Merrick that's back on board for his second stint in the Bentley now. So Andy Merrick, who's 35 years of age nowadays and has had a big racing success, has raced at Le Mans and Daytona 24-hour at Spa. He's done Sebring 12-hour as well. Regular in European GT4 over the course of the last few years, the former Bentley factory driver, but no longer a Bentley factory driver now. And his single-seater career saw him as high as British Formula 3 at least. I don't think he went much further than British Formula 3, Andy Merrick, before switching over to sports cars. But he's a very quick driver, BRDC member, so in charge of their Superstars and Future Stars programs. So he's back on board the Team Parker Racing Bentley for his second stint. What we're seeing here is the number 8 car of Marco Freitzer, looking to see whether he can hang on to the car that sits right behind him, which looked as though it was Ian Logie actually at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes that was behind him just when we got the shot. But for the moment it's Andy Merrick that we are focusing our efforts on as he circulates on his out lap in what is 4th position overall, 3rd in Pro-Am for Team Parker Racing Bentley, running as wide as he possibly can coming out of that corner on his out lap, still trying to build some temperature into the tyres as well. Shouldn't take too long. They'll be sitting in ovens as well, the tyres, to get them as warm as they possibly can, one would have thought. The heated ovens that they all sit in, and then bolt them onto the car at the last moment. In the warm ambient conditions that you'll always have at this part of the world, then it doesn't take too long at all for the tyres to get absolutely into the sweet spot, which is why you need to get the best out of them nice and early into your stint. So Andy Merrick over the start-finish line. That has dropped the Bentley, as a result of its stop, down into 4th position. It has promoted the Ian Logie-driven Mercedes, the Ram Racing car in its DTM Tribute livery, up into 3rd position. But that order should cycle itself back through again as and when we get through all of the pit stops. Andy Merrick already flashing his lights. He's got a long way to go before he catches the GT4 class leading McLaren. Into the pit lane this time. I didn't think they'd leave him out in clean air for a couple of laps. So Valentino Rossi dives for the pit lane. We've also got the number 8 Ferrari in as well by the look of things. So that is going to be Marco Freitzer getting out of the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. So Kessel, a busy team, 3 cars that they are having to prepare for this weekend, 2 of which they are having to service at the same time in the pit lane. It's only their number 27 car in the hands of David Fuminelli that remains out on track at the moment, but that will also, of course, have to stop to conduct its last pit stop. So Kessel Racing team going to work. It is going the fuel into the number 46 Ferrari, whilst the driver change now takes place for the car ahead of it in the pit lane. And who is jumping in? That is Luca Marini, I think, jumping into the number 46 car. It certainly looked like it was the frame of Luca Marini about to dive into the number 46 car. Can't quite pick up who's going to be taking over from Marco Freitzer at the wheel of the number 8 car. Out come the tyres. Fueling completed. Driver changing taking place. Brand new sets of Pirellis being bolted on. The 3rd and final car for Kessel Racing comes in. So they've got all 3 cars in at the same time. And as a result of that, it means that David Fuminelli couldn't quite hit his pit mark. So they have to pull the car back. You can't reverse it in the pit lane. The mechanics have to drag it back to where it needs to be. Out comes David Fuminelli. So he's about to start his pit stop. They're also having to now drag back the number 46 car. They've boxed them all together, hardly room to get them all out. But the good thing is that you have that minimum time period where the cars have to be in the pit lane. So you do have, if you get the pit stop done efficiently, an extra few seconds just to make sure that you can get the car where it needs to be. And as the 46 comes back out, I was right. It is Luca Marini who takes over that car. So Luca Marini will be behind the car for the final, the wheel of the car for the final 70 minutes or so. And we'll look to see what he can do. Now, the Bentley is ahead of the Ferrari still. It looks like he's gained a little bit more time through the pit stops there. Luca Marini still needs to get up to pace. The number 8 Ferrari is now back in the hands of Alessandro Couturiere. So, Alessandro Couturiere, who was the second driver behind the wheel of the car, jumps back in for his second stint. So he's the only one of the 4 drivers in that car that have had 2 stints in this part of the race. Also into the pit lane comes Ian Loggy, at the wheel of the Mercedes that was up into 3rd position. We'll wait and see who's going to jump on board that. We've also got the GT4 leader in. Warren Hughes is also into the pit lane now as well. So the number 77 GT4 leading McLaren heads into the pit lane. So out goes the 27. That is back in the hands of its starting driver, Emanuele Tabacchi. So that's the driver that started behind the wheel of the number 27 car. Heads on board for his second stint. That's another 4-driver team as well. So he is, at the moment, Emanuele Tabacchi, the only driver that's had 2 stints in part 1 of the race as they've cycled through them. Wait and see who's going to jump on board the number 77 McLaren that leads GT4. This is another GT4 car. This is the Maserati. Had all of those suspension problems, which has dropped it way off the pace of where it otherwise would have been. Piotr Hodman behind the wheel. Our race leader is still, we haven't seen a lot of it, but the race leading car is still the number 33 McLaren. This is the 2nd place car, which is Mauro Calamia, who will be coming towards the end of his stint as well. One would have thought Mauro Calamia before too much longer. This is stint number 2 for Mauro. It's a 3-driver team. Mauro Calamia was first in. Stefano Monaco was second behind the wheel of the Porsche. Roberto Pampanini was the 3rd driver in. As for the Mercedes, well, it's number 3, and it's Callum McLeod that's back in. Now, Callum McLeod, I thought had taken over that car earlier, but I think the transponder wasn't in the right place when it came back out for Callum McLeod. So let's have a quick look. If so, that is Callum's 3rd stint, which would surprise me. So yeah, I think that is Callum McLeod's 2nd stint. Chris Froggatt, we've only seen him once. So Callum McLeod back out for his 2nd stint. And who else have we got in pit lane? Nobody else. So everybody else is on outlap. So the pit lane is now clear of those cars. There's no further update, I ought to say, with regards to the number 72 car. I have not heard anything further since we knew of the brake issues for the Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren that was brought into the pit lane by Brendan Arieb very shortly after he'd taken over the car from Nick Moss. That car's been in there for an inordinate amount of time now, which tends to suggest that either the braking issue is a significant one or they've worked their way through the braking issue and have found subsequent issues that need dealing with. But any updates that either the local team from Gulf can give me, and Optimum have retired with front brake issues. Thank you to Rob Ladbrook, who is acting as PR for Ram Racing for this one, but stepping across. He's spotted, they've confirmed on Twitter. Thanks, Rob. That they have confirmed that car is also now out. So that is such a shame for them. Into the pit lane comes the 2nd place car. So Mauro Calamia heads in towards the pit lane. And this will be for the final stop. And I'm sure the final driver change as well for the number 67 car. Now, Mauro, as I say, has had 2 stints behind the wheel. Having a quick look as to who might be taking over that Porsche. I think that's going to be Stefano Monaco that's back in. I'm just having a look at the driver that's stood to the right-hand side. That looks like Stefano Monaco for me, rather than Roberto Pampanini. We'll have to wait and see and get that confirmed as and when it heads out of the pit lane area. But certainly looks like the frame of Roberto Pampanini. So driver's door open, in dives Pampanini. Race leader is in as well, just saw it go through shot there, so the race leading car comes in. This has led every single lap so far. It has completed now 140 laps, and another good stint having been put in by Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa at the wheel of the number 33, the sole remaining McLaren GT3 car that we've got in the race now, with the retirements of the other two, Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport and the 2Cs Motorsport car, the sister car to it. The number 33, in stark contrast to the look that the other two 720Ss have had, it's all largely, and very much so, gone to plan for the number 33 car. Started by Ben Barnicoat, taken over by Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa. Then Martin Kodrich jumped on board before Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa came back in for a second stint. He's now back in to hand it over to either Ben Barnicoat or Martin Kodrich once more. As for the Team Dynamic Porsche, it's Roberto Pampanini that's back on board that. So Roberto Pampanini, who has only been out for one stint, is back on board once more. So Mauro Calamia to Stefano Monaco, to Roberto Pampanini, to Mauro Calamia, back to Roberto Pampanini is the order in which they've done it in the Porsche. And we are now fast approaching the final 60 minutes of this race. Into the pit lane has come the Maserati, which had snuck through without a spotting, so that is Piotr Hudson heading into the pit lane to conduct what will be the final stop for that car as well. So that should see a further driver change, probably back to Patrick Zamparini, I would have thought, for the final aspect of this race. And I think we've largely cycled through another batch of pit stops, haven't we, in this one? The number 77 McLaren that was brought in by Warren Hughes, just to confirm, that is now Charlie Hollings that's behind the wheel. So Warren Hughes giving way to Charlie Hollings. So that's Charlie's first stint in this car. The Maserati heads up onto its air jacks. The Maserati is one of those cars in GT4, and this is why they have increased the pit stop time in GT4 cars. Not all of the GT4 cars have centre locking wheels. Some of them have multiple studs. And if you look at what the mechanics are doing there, you can see that they are attacking several wheel nuts to undo them and then tighten them up again as they change the wheels. So that takes a lot longer to do it with multiple studs, 4 or 5 studs on each wheel, than it does if it's one single big centre locking one. So some GT4 cars have centre locking wheels, some GT4 cars have multiple studs, 4 or 5, and therefore if they didn't have some sort of balance of performance in terms of the timings of the pit stops, anybody that's got multiple studs is at a significant disadvantage. So that is why the GT4 cars stop for longer than the GT3s, because that way it allows those cars with multiple studs to not have a disadvantage come the pit stops. They all have to stop, whether you have multiple studs or single centre lockers, for 1 minute and 50 seconds, whereas the GT3 cars all have centre locking wheels in terms of their retention systems. So it's a shorter stop for them. They can do it all very easily, very safely, within 110 seconds pit in to pit out. So the Maserati's in there. Out of the pit lane goes the race leading car. You can just see it towards the left of the shot. So on board the car now for the final stint, it is Ben Barnicoat. So the driver that started the car, the driver that so far has set the fastest lap of the race. And Ben Barnicoat is back on board. We spoke to him earlier on. He was more than happy with the way things were going, all going to plan, after, as we heard from him, what was a difficult start to the weekend where the car suffered damage and had to be repaired on the Thursday by the team. But they have so far run without any issues for the first 5 hours of part 1 of this first running of the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain edition. Keep your questions coming into us. Use the hashtag #AskGulf12Hours, #AskGulf12Hours. Porsche fan is back in. What is the minimum drive time for each driver in the race? I've mentioned it a few times. It's a very complex system. You will lose the will to live. I can guarantee that for you. The minimum drive time, the way it works for Pro overall and GT3 Pro-Am classes only, is that there is a minimum drive time of 1 hour, 60 minutes in each 6-hour part, making it, i.e. 2 hours for the combined driving time in each of the 12-hour lengths. So that's the minimum time, no maximum for those. And in each part of the race, the driver's stint starts at the start of the race, or the part of the race signal and ends as the car crosses the pit in timing loop at the start of the pit stop when the driver exits. Each subsequent driver's stint time starts as the car crosses the out loop at the end. So in other words, if you dive in, your driving time starts not when you first get into the car, pop it into gear, only when you reach the loop at the end of the pit lane, and crosses and finishes when you reach the loop at pit lane in, if that makes sense. So in other words, not when you come to a stop at your pit garage, it's all done loop to loop, because that's the timing sectors that we had. Okay, the minimum combined driving time applies to bronze drivers in all categories. So if you look at GT3 Pro-Am, I said you would lose the will to live. If you're a GT3 Pro-Am car and you have 2 bronze drivers and a silver as the combination, the combined time of those bronze drivers in each part of the 6-hour race must be 3 hours. So your 2 bronze drivers have to drive for a minimum of 3 hours in total between the pair of them. The silver could drive for 3, that would make the 6. Okay, does that make sense? If you are a Pro-Am category car and you have 2 silver drivers and 2 bronze drivers, again, those 2 bronze drivers still, even though you've got 4 drivers in the car at that point, those bronze drivers still must drive for a minimum of 2 hours. But what we also have a AM car in the field, a GT3 AM car. And when we look at that GT3 AM car, that is the number 27 Kessel Racing car. That has 3 bronze drivers and David Fuminelli, who's been upgraded to a silver for this one. So on that basis, David Fuminelli is the silver. We have 3 other bronzes in that car. The combined driving time for those 3 bronze drivers must equate in part 1 of the race to 4 hours and 30 minutes. Any less than that, the bronze drivers haven't achieved the minimum driving time. There would be a penalty. It's a very complex set of formulas and regulations, but it's all done to ensure that the quicker drivers, i.e. those that are gold or even platinum, can't spend hours and hours and hours in the car at the expense of the bronze drivers, arguably, such as the grading system, the slower drivers. So it equates all of the driving times so that nobody can have the lion's share if they are a quicker driver. Hopefully that makes sense, Porsche fan. It's very complex. Even that is probably not the best description that I can give, but based on what is a very wordy document, hopefully that's given you a flavour for how it works. So we are now 57 minutes away from seeing the checkered flag. I'm going to run you down through the order. I think there was at the 4-hour mark, we didn't give you the race order, but I could do it at the 5-hour mark instead, because we're not necessarily going to get through all of them. At the 5-hour mark then, so this was just 3 minutes ago, the order was the number 33 2Cs Racing McLaren was leading. It had completed 140 laps and was a full lap ahead of the car in second place, which is the Pro-Am leading car, the number 67 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Third in the race was the number 31 Team Parker Racing Bentley. That was on the same lap as the Dynamic Porsche, so they were a lap off the lead, but 24 seconds adrift of the car in second position. And fourth, also a lap off the lead, was the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes. In fifth position, this will be 2 laps off the lead, is the number 46 Monster VR6 Kessel Racing Ferrari. And what would be then 3 laps off the lead is the car in 6th position, car number 27, Kessel Racing Ferraris. 7 laps off the lead is the car in 7th position, which is the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari, before we then get to the leading car in GT4, which the 5-hour mark was on 125 laps, i.e. 15 laps off the lead, 1-5, car number 77, the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. But that was on the same lap, and at the 5-hour mark, only 6.4 seconds ahead of the car that was second in GT4. That was car number 90, which was the Scuderia Villobra Corsa Mercedes, so only 6 seconds separating 8th and 9th place, first and second in GT4, both 15 laps off the lead. Then we get to a car that is, what's that going to be, 28 laps off the lead. That is the number 50 Maserati with its 2 lots of suspension problems, the SVC Sports Management car. 11th, but out of the race, as has been confirmed by Optimum Motorsport on social media. Thanks to Rob Ladbrokes for the shout out on letting me know that one. Number 72, Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport out of the race, and also in 12th position out of the race now is car number 7, which is 2Cs Motorsport. Second car, which only did 26 laps, unfortunately, before the car had turbo issues and, as we heard, potentially engine woes. So that is out, having only completed 26 laps. That gives you the order at 5 hours, and therefore the next points at which we reach the hour mark is when we reach the checkered flag point for part 1 of this race. All of the cars now have completed their final cycle of pit stops. Just to confirm the drivers that are behind it will also allow me to double check my notes that I've made them all. Ben Barnicoat drives the number 33 race leading car that we're looking at currently. Second is number 67, Roberto Pampanini, on board. That's correct according to my notes. Third is number 31, which is Andy Merrick for this section of the race. Yep. Fourth is number 3, Callum McLeod, back on board. Fifth is 46, is Luca Marini for this section of the race. Sixth is going to be number 27, that is Emanuele Tabacchi, which is correct according to my notes. Seventh is number 8, which is going to be the Kessel Racing Ferrari of Alessandro Couturiere, and that is somewhere. Let's have a quick look. That's a number 8 car. Absolutely. Eighth is number 77, Charlie Hollings. We've got that. That is the GT4 leading McLaren. Ninth is number 90, which is driven by Jean-Luc Dorier at the moment and completed the top 10. It is number 50, which is Patrick Zamperini, back on board, which I hadn't made a note of, so that is the one I knew that was missing one somewhere. And it's the last of the cars that's running. Patrick Zamperini back on board the Maserati for this final section of part 1 of the race. Now, we do have a 2-hour gap after this one, so there's no podiums after this one because it is not a 6-hour race, it is a 12-hour race. The podiums only take place when we see the second checkered flag. The cars will head into the garages, do be worked on as well at the end of this period of time. 2 hours for the teams to strip down the cars and perhaps have a look at what might need changing or rectify a few issues on it before they will head back out again. And if you want to tune in for part 2 of the race, don't go anywhere yet because we've still got an hour to go, but part 2 of the race, if you are watching local time in the Middle East, that is scheduled to get underway. The race will go green at 17:30 local time in the Middle East. We are 3 hours earlier in the UK GMT. It's going to be 14:30. If you're watching Central European time, that will make it 15:30 at Central European time. And if you're watching in the US, well, thank you for getting up very early for the start of this race, but you'll be able to work it out based on where you are, whether it's Eastern time or not, as to where you need to be in the US. So literally local time in the UAE is GMT +3 is all you need to know. So cars out there. As for GT4, now that's the battle that we had been looking at between McLaren and Mercedes. Now they've cycled through their final batch of pit stops. The Optimum Motorsport McLaren is 7.3 seconds ahead of the Scuderia Corsa and Mercedes. So Charlie Hollings and Jean-Luc Dorier are lapping equivalent times to each other. The last lap that they both did was 2:15. It was slightly quicker, 2:15.2 for Charlie Hollings and the McLaren, 2:15.5 for Jean-Luc Dorier. So latest update with regards to the number 72 Optimum Motorsport McLaren is the team are bleeding the brakes. They are hoping they will be back at some point. Now, it might be in this session, and the team will then assess the worthiness of getting the car back out during the break. So whilst it's been suggested that it has been retired, I don't think the team have actually absolutely drawn a line under it as yet. For the moment they have, but they are still considering that they might be able to work on it. So we shall wait and see. So we'll get our race leader. Ben Barnicoat still pressing on in the lead of the race. Now, in the last pit stop, Ben Barnicoat took over this car. The car has led every single lap so far, but I'm just wondering as to whether that last pit stop, the car was perhaps pushed into the garage and just took a little bit longer to service. Now, it may well be that they've got a little bit of concern over the car. It may well be that they have learned something from what happened in the number 7 car, but I now think that that has cost the number 33 McLaren a lap. And as a result of that, I think by the time Roberto Pampanini comes back over the start-finish line next time through, I think he's back potentially on the lead lap again. I'm going to wait for this one because Pampanini should be heading over the start-finish line in about 20 seconds' time. Now, the lead McLaren, this car here, just heading round through turn number 11, is a good 3/4 of the way round lap number 146. Roberto Pampanini, I think, is about to start. No, he's about to start lap 145, so no, he's not got the lap back at all. So I do wonder whether the McLaren might have lost a lap somewhere, but no, that would appear not to be the case. So where's Pampanini? He is over the start-finish line. No, he is. He's on the same lap, just. He is just on the same lap. So McLaren did lose a lap in the pits. So he's on lap number 146 now, which is exactly the same lap as Roberto Pampanini is on, and exactly the same lap as Andy Merrick is on. So first, second and third are now all back on the same lap. So it was a longer pit stop for the McLaren. So that begs the question as to why that car lost time in the pit lane. It was ushered back into the garage, albeit very, very briefly. And I think, yeah, thanks to Jamie for that, for spotting that. That now means we've got the top 3 cars on the lead lap of the race, and I think the first car that's potentially off the lead lap might be the Ram Racing Mercedes. So it's McLaren from Porsche, from Bentley, from Mercedes, from Ferrari. We've still got 5 different marks inside the top 5. We've still had Ben Barnicoat and co, i.e. Martin Kodrich and Issa bin Abdullah Khalifa, leading every single lap of this race so far overall. But what was a full lap advantage, and at one point was a lap and 2/3, almost a lap and 3/4, it's still a significant lead. Don't get me wrong, they still lead very comfortably, but they have lost a lap somewhere. Quite the reason behind that. No doubt we shall get to the bottom 2 at some point. So keep your tweets coming in. Hashtag #Gulf12Hours if there's any questions that you want to pose or information that you want. We will try and endeavour to get to all of them. Some of them I'll be able to tick off myself and answer. Others we might need our team out in the Middle East to try and find out the answers. And if we can't find them out immediately, stick with us because we will try and tick all of them off whilst we get through the remaining 47 minutes of part 1 of the race. And of course we've got another 6 hours to come a little bit later on over the course of the afternoon here in the UK and in Central Europe, but of course it will be the evening and into the night time in the Middle East by the time we get part 2 underway. So this is all the daylight running that's being done. The dusk and nighttime running will all take place a little bit later on, and this circuit, this fabulous Bahrain International Circuit, really comes alive under the floodlights. Flashing of lights being done by Luca Marini, looking to try and make sure that the GT4 Mercedes that lies ahead sees him coming. And for Jean-Luc Dorier, he is just going to make sure that he gets as cleanly out of turn 2 and turn 3 as he can, and then the Ferrari can just pick him off on the straight down towards turn number 4. Luca Marini coming under pressure from the GT3 Mercedes that sits behind in the hands of Callum McLeod, but this is not for position. The Mercedes that sits behind the Ferrari is a lap ahead of it in reality, as good as a lap ahead. So it is the Mercedes to try and place a lap on Luca Marini, and that's very similar to we had when we had the likes of Ian Loggy behind the wheel of the Mercedes, and it was Valentino Rossi, wasn't it, who was behind the wheel of the Ferrari. The 2 of them were on a very similar piece of tarmac at the same time, and we also had Ewan Hankey involved in the Bentley, didn't we? So the 3 of them were all together, but the Bentley sort of disappeared up the road a little bit now from this little squabble. So we're hoping that we might be able to get another driver to chat to us soon. I'll await confirmation as to when we get that to happen, but there's another driver that's had a good little stint, and we will say endeavour to, because we don't have a pit lane report. We would usually do these live to camera and get to see the drivers whilst we're chatting to them, but we are doing it as best we can with the current restrictions in place and the reduced numbers that we have in terms of the workforce and commentary team. You know, we would usually have 3 commentators that we'd be working with over the course of the weekend. It's just myself, Mark Werrell, that's chatting to you now. We don't, unfortunately, have our other 2 regular commentators that we've had over the course of the last year or so. Alan Hyde not able to make it, and Chris, who's based out in the United Arab Emirates, also not part of the commentary team. So it's just myself that you're stuck with, I'm afraid to say, for this one. And we can still see flashing his lights and trying to do something here. Callum McLeod hugely keen to try and get ahead of Luca Marini. And for the moment, the Ferrari, a bit like it was doing in the hands of Valentino Rossi, is just pushing on as hard as he possibly can. Doesn't want to give up track position to a car that is trying to lap it. And I can totally understand why, because there's still a long, long way to go in this part of the race. Still 40 minutes plus, just under 45 minutes to go in this part of the race, and another 6 hours. So, you don't want to let cars through, because it can really compromise you a little bit later on. We have so far been green, if you've only just tuned in as well. We've not had a single safety car period at all over the course of this race so far. We've been green all the way. We've had a few little spins. We've had a bit of mechanical issue out on circuit, in particular for the Maserati that had rear suspension failure. We had a rear wing failure on the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari, but none of those incidents out on circuit have been anything other than a half spin and limping round with mechanical issues or just general spins. So we've not had the requirement for full course caution at all as yet. And as I said earlier on, we have had, back in 2014, we had part 1 of the race that went green all of the way. Side by side here as Luca Marini tries to look and see whether he can hang on to the place, but Callum McLeod was just able to open the gap, was just able to draw himself in the Mercedes alongside, and then made sure that he just pushed Luca Marini a little bit wide, fairly so. There was no contact between them. We just made sure that he stuck his elbows out a bit and thought, right, now I'm up the inside of you heading in towards turn 11. You're not coming through. I'm going to push you wide onto the dirty part of the circuit. You'll have to back off, and that finally means that I can put a lap on you, which is exactly what Callum McLeod has now managed to do. So that is now Luca Marini has been lapped by the 4th place car, Callum McLeod, who himself is still a lap off the lead of the race. Start line goes Callum McLeod. Is he a lap off the lead? No, he's not. He's on the lead lap now again, Callum McLeod. Yeah. So we've got the top 4 cars all on the lead lap. Ben Barnicoat leads by 1 minute and 35 seconds. Andy Merrick is 1 minute and 43 off the lead. Callum McLeod is 2 minutes and 4 off the lead. So he's only just on the lead lap. And Ben Barnicoat's last lap, now I'm not sure what happened there to the race leader. Ben Barnicoat, all of a sudden, lapped 13 seconds slower than most of the other cars out there running at the sharp end of GT3. That was a 2 minute, 18 second lap from Ben Barnicoat. Now, is there a further problem with the McLaren with only 40 minutes to go in this first part of the Gulf 12 hours here in Bahrain? Need to keep an eye on the sector times. A good sector time at this stage of the race through sector 1 is about 40 seconds. Now, if McLaren is lapping much slower than that, is that a problem? You'd have thought if they were trying to coax the car to the end with maybe a few concerns over it, you wouldn't lap 13 seconds slower. You might just do it 2 or 3 seconds slower to maintain the rate of close to the cars behind to ensure that you were still in the lead when the checkered flag fell. Lapping 13 seconds slower is not going to allow you to hang on to the lead of it. Now, was it just a single slip up somewhere that we didn't see, or is the problem? And the McLaren, I don't think. Right, okay, it is on, according to this, an out lap. I think it's come back into the pit lane briefly and is now heading back out onto track. So I do think all of a sudden we might see the possibility that Roberto Pampanini at the wheel of the Porsche. Yes, he does. Roberto Pampanini picks up the lead of the race, whatever the problem was with the McLaren. We don't know exactly what it was, but Ben Barnicoat had to come into the lead, and Roberto Pampanini now picks up the lead. Andy Merrick is up to 2nd place, and this car here, Callum McLeod, the Mercedes, should be up into 3rd at the end of this lap potentially. But I do think Ben Barnicoat might have got back out of the pit lane so as to prevent the Ram Racing car going through. There is Ben Barnicoat. Yes, so he is there, but I do think, yeah, he is going to lose out, isn't he? So Ben Barnicoat, whatever the problem was, that is a real head scratcher, because that car now sits 4th. Callum McLeod has gone through. Ben Barnicoat is on the lead lap, but that was 2 minutes spent in the pit lane. They had conducted all of their pit stops, so they had done their 4. Was the car running a little bit light on fuel, and then it just needed to topped the fuel up. Maybe that's why they've had such amazing pace in this race, that they've just been running the car longer in stints than everybody else, which means that it's lighter on fuel, and they're going to have to just do a splash and dash. But what that does mean is that all of a sudden, from one car having a lap and 3/4 lead, all of a sudden we are now ready to see 4 cars fighting for the lead. We've got just under 40 minutes to go. We've got another driver that has been able to join us at the outside broadcast truck, and I'm delighted to say it's a driver who took up the lead of GT4 in his stint. Warren Hughes joins us in commentary. Hi, Warren.
Hi, Mark. How are you doing?
I'm really good, mate. How are you?
Yes, all right. Yeah, enjoying life here.
That was a heck of a stint, wasn't it?
Yeah, good fun. It was nice. It's certainly nice to be able to sort of, have a target up ahead. I think we were about 9 seconds behind the Mercedes when I first got in, so I could see him at the end of the straight. So it was just a case of chipping away, and it looked like we had reasonable pace. I mean, we were on used tyres there as well, just a carryover set from one of the earlier sessions as well. So I'm quite pleased with that we were still able to stay strong relatively there.
We saw last year, or not last year, in the 2019 edition of the Golf 12 Hours, that some of these guys that have come through the McLaren Pure Series, like Lars Damen and Jan Klingenberg, are very quick, very consistent drivers, and the stints that they put in allowed you to have that track position, didn't it, at that point in the race?
Fabulous. I mean, obviously it's the whole thing is a team effort, but they've given us the foundation. The whole our thinking behind the beginning of the race was like, let Jan and Lars do as much as they can at the first part of the race, stay in contention, and then hopefully at the back end of the race we can sort of start pushing on. But they've done an amazing job to stay so close to sort of the silver drivers who they were up against in the earlier stints. So yeah, fabulous job. I mean, I've worked with Jan for around about a year now, starting with the McLaren Pure Series, and then progressing to a British GT, and this is just the next stage. So it's fantastic and rewarding to see how quickly they develop. So and Lars is the same. He's with Charlie, coaching him from the McLaren series.
You look at the conditions. You're out there. I'm stuck looking at frost in the UK, which you'll know lots about coming from the northeast. But just talk us through the conditions, track conditions out there. Weather looks typical Middle Eastern, perfect. Albeit rather warm.
I mean, it's pleasantly warm. It's nice just to be outside in. It's not, but the track temperature does feel quite high, and I know from running in Bahrain previously, it's a very abrasive track, so it's very hard on tyre degradation. So certainly the mid-afternoon point, just as my stint was, is probably when the track conditions are probably at the most difficult, and it's very, very low grip compared to the night running, for example. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight to get a fresh set of tyres on and really have a go and push on. But yeah, we're so far so good. I mean, I'm not sort of counting my chickens yet, but everybody's so far not put a foot wrong. Let's keep it going and keep pushing on.
And final question, Warren, before I let you get back to the team. You've raced at Le Mans, where obviously some parts of the circuit are illuminated, and other parts of the circuit you're purely reliant on the headlights of the cars. How much easier is it around a circuit like the Bahrain International Circuit, where it's fully lit all the way around, to pick out the apexes at night?
It's just like a different contrast. It's not a Le Mans in places does feel like you're very much in the dark. There's no residual light at all. But this feels like you're driving in a football stadium. It's so floodlit. Vision isn't a problem. It's just the difference between day and night is your references, everything just looks slightly different. But it's not. It doesn't feel like you're driving at night. It's so well lit. I mean, it's just such a fantastic facility here at Bahrain. So, I've been here quite often with the McLaren Pure Series. It's one of their regular calendar events. So it's very familiar.
Pure Series cancelled for 2020, back for 2021.
Yeah, that's the plan. Obviously restrictions permitting, travel restrictions permitting, but the calendar's been released. If life can start to return to normal and travel can start to come, hopefully just in time for, I think the first date is April. So you know, we're still all optimistic and hopeful and intending to you know, progress with the series. So yeah, we'll see. I know Jan, even though he's progressed it other things, he's also still keen to come back and do the pure events because he enjoyed them so much and learned so much. So let's hope.
Well, thanks for chatting to us, Warren. Good luck to yourself and Jan and Lars and Charlie and the rest of the team there.
Brilliant. Thanks, Mark. See you soon.
No problem, my absolute pleasure. There we go, Warren Hughes, and we've had a quick chat to, who put a great stint in, which at the moment sees that number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren 570 GT4 leading the GT4 category and sitting what is in the hands of Charlie Hollings, 8th overall in the race at this stage. Well, Roberto Pampanini has now picked up the lead of the race, but just 2.3 seconds behind him, bearing down, is now the Bentley. How quickly things have changed around as a result of that unscheduled pit stop, for whatever reason it was, for the number 33, which I gather, a little bit of information we have literally just received in, it was gear shift issues that slowed the car number 33 down, but the problem is not terminal. Ben managed to deal with the problem and is now running in 4th position, and I've got to say, setting very, very quick times as well, because whilst he's lost the lead of the race, Ben Barnicoat, they've clearly sorted the shifting issue with the car, or the gear shift problems, because the race leader, Roberto Pampanini, that we're looking at the wheel of the Porsche, 2 minutes 6, Andy Merrick in the Bentley, 2 minutes 5, Ben Barnicoat, 2 minutes 3, almost into a 2 minutes 2. So he is pushing as hard as he can over the course of the remaining 33 minutes to see as to whether he can hoist that car further up through the order. A few more tweets coming in. Cyril Zurich, I will deal with the correct pronunciation of Jean-Luc in due course, absolutely. I had no idea he's down as Swiss. I looked at the surname and thought it'd be a French pronunciation. It's actually Italian, so I will deal with that for part 2. Roscoe said he's just woken up. Has he missed anything? Yes, lots, but you've just tuned in just as we've had the change of lead. Conrad has texted in just with a few issues with regards to audio. We're dealing with those in the break. Don't worry about that. And Jesse Young has tweeted in again using the hashtag #AskGolf12Hours. He was, it was 3 hours ago, he was saying, what are the chances of an overall victory by a Pro-Am car should the number 33 McLaren run into any problems? And he's just put, well, this aged well, didn't it? Well, we've still got a hell of a long way to go, and the pace of the McLaren with its problems should mean that it might be able to pick up places. But at the moment, yes, we do have a Pro-Am car leading the race overall at this stage. And an ever-decreasing lead it is, because there's another Pro-Am car, Andy Merrick's Bentley, for Team Parker Racing, that is beginning to close in. Fantastic stuff in the closing stages of this one. And we sincerely hope that it is going to be a grandstand finish. Now, this is Ben Barnicoat. So this is the car that had been leading so much throughout the course of this race. It does now mean that for the first time we've got a different leader, because the number 33 car had been so dominant. We've got cars lapping cars. So Ben Barnicoat dives up the inside of Luca Marini, whilst Luca Marini also puts a lap on the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferraro of Alessandro Couturier. So that is Couturier, who is the best part of 7 laps off the lead of the race, being lapped by Luca Marini, who is a lap off the lead of the race, and Marini also being lapped by Ben Barnicoat, who is on the lead lap of the race. So that is 3 lots of overtaking, all 3 cars on different laps, and a bit more traffic up the road for them to deal with as well, I think. Now, for Ben Barnicoat, the next target he's going to have, and it won't be that far up the road, is going to be Callum McLeod at the wheel of the Mercedes. I suspect the big long shot here up towards turn 11. There's the Merc. Okay, so that's the car that's in 3rd place overall. Top 3 are all Pro-Am cars. The car that's in 4th place, the McLaren, is the leading Pro-Class car that we've got. So, arguably should be quicker, but of course Ben Barnicoat is a Pro. The Ram Racing machine has the Pro behind the wheel at the moment, which is Callum McLeod. Andy Merrick is very much a Pro as well at the wheel of the Team Parker Racing Bentley. So still not going to be easy for Ben Barnicoat to close up, because he is out on track at the same time as other Pros are out. But the lap times for the McLaren suggesting that all is more than good at this stage. Problems befell him with gear shift, but he's lapping 2 minute 3.8 last time through. So we've got a change for the lead of the race. Andy Merrick goes through to grab the lead of the race from Roberto Pampanini. That's down the straight and in towards the braking area for turn number 1. So Team Parker Racing, on their debut in the Gulf 12 Hour, pick up the lead of the race. Pampanini was still leading as they came over the start-finish line, so he is still shown as the leader of the race. But Andy Merrick now, having taken over and got ahead of the Porsche after they came through the start-finish line, is now the race leader, but won't come to the top of the timing screen until they complete this next lap at this stage. So Andy Merrick leading the race now from Roberto Pampanini, and all of a sudden, with half an hour to go, I did say there's going to be twists and turns in the tail, but they all seem to be coming in the final 45 minutes of part 1 of this running of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. So Andy Merrick now leads the race overall and picks up the lead of the Pro-Am category, of course, as a result of that. We've still got Charlie Hollings, we just heard from his teammate Warren Hughes, leading the GT4 category at this stage by about 8 seconds from the Scuderia Valour Corsa Mercedes of Jean-Luc, I'm going to say Dorrier. I'll sort out the pronunciation, or his Italian pronunciation is how it's done. Thanks to a couple of people for informing me of that. Always difficult with Swiss nationalities to look at the pronunciation of them, depending on where you are in Switzerland and the name and which border you're closer to and where the native country originates from as to what the pronunciation is, but we'll get that sorted, don't worry. So Roberto Pampanini now looking to see whether he can hang on to the coattails of the Bentley, whilst mindful that he is also getting caught, but only just, by Callum McLeod's Mercedes. Callum is about 16 seconds adrift, so the rate of close would have to be significantly higher than it is at the moment if he wants to catch up in the remaining 28 minutes. But for me, the car to watch at the moment is Ben Barnicoat, who, at the wheel of the erstwhile race leading, seems strange to say that the car's not leading the race, it's down in 4th place, but he is still lapping quicker than the cars ahead. He was 1.2 seconds quicker than Callum McLeod last time through. So this is 1st and 2nd heading up towards the braking area for turn number 1. As we have a quick look at the replay, this is the overtake. Andy Merrick just seemed to get the good run on Roberto Pampanini and just very easily just eased his way by. The straight line grunt of the Bentley has always been its strong point, but that looked easier than I thought it would otherwise be. In the background, you can also see Mercedes and McLaren for 3rd and 4th place getting rather close. So certainly looks as though Ben Barnicoat, before too much longer, might be able to unlock the door and grab 3rd place. But the first thing he needs to do is catch Callum McLeod at the wheel of that Ram Racing Mercedes. So first pulling away from 2nd. So we've now had 3 different race leaders, but it took the best part of 5 hours and 10 minutes, didn't it, to get the first change of lead. Well, now in the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes, we've had 2 further changes of the lead all of a sudden. Now this is Callum McLeod, this is the 3rd place car, but look at him, there is right behind him now Ben Barnicoat, who has really pushed as hard as he can following the problems that befell that car with whatever gear shift issues there were, up towards turn number 9 and turn number 10, which flow into each other. Callum McLeod in 3rd position, the number 33 car of Ben Barnicoat is there in 4th position. Now, Ben Barnicoat and co have led from lap number 1 to lap number 148. So they have led the first 148 laps. We're only on lap number 156 now. So long were they in the lead of the race, but all of a sudden the tables turn and they find themselves down into 3rd position. I don't think it'll be too much longer before Ben Barnicoat will be able to get right up onto terms with Callum McLeod. He's not that far away, just needs to close up by another car length or so. But Callum McLeod is a very experienced driver and is not without question going to make it easy, because this is absolutely for position, a position that I'm sure half an hour ago Ram Racing would never have thought that they would be in, trying to hold off the number 33 2C's McLaren. Ben Barnicoat closing the 720S, getting right underneath the boot lid of the Ram Racing Mercedes. Jinks out from behind to the right hand side, has the inside line in towards the braking area for turn number 1. And I think Callum McLeod indicating there just to show that, he's going to let the car through at this stage. He knows that McLaren is quick. He knows that he's on the lead lap of the race. And that's the important thing now. All of a sudden, come the checkered flag, which is going to fly in 15 minutes' time, we potentially are going to have the front 4 cars on the grid, all on the same lap of the race, starting part 2. Which means that it doesn't matter what the gaps are, you can have a 60-second gap at the end of the first 6 hours of the race. But if you're on the same lap, you start the second part of the race, not 60 seconds adrift, you start it on the same lap. It's as simple as that. There is no deficit. All of the extra aspects of the lap, full laps are counted. So if you are almost being lapped, you would start the next race on the lead lap of part 2 of the race. So it really is going to make part 2 of this race later on, particularly through dusk and into what will be night time, hugely intriguing. So, and we've still got, I think, 5 different marks represented inside the top 5. Bentley leads Porsche from McLaren, Mercedes and Ferrari. That's the top 5 at this stage. As for GT4, well, we've still got Charlie Hollings leading in the McLaren. The Mercedes is behind to the tune of 1.8 seconds, so we're still going to have the leading 2 cars on GT4 potentially, if they stay as they are, starting part 2 of the race on the same lap as well. So it's all still to play for in the remaining 24 minutes of this one, plus the extra 6 hours that will still come later on for this first running of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. So there goes Andy Merrick over the start-finish line. That is now 157 laps completed, 4.1 seconds adrift is Roberto Pampanini, but how far is Callum McLeod behind him? He is a further 8 seconds adrift, so Callum McLeod, that lap was nearly 4 seconds quicker than... Ben Barnicoat was nearly 4 seconds quicker, I should say, than Roberto Pampanini ahead. So Barnicoat third, Callum McLeod fourth. Both of those cars quicker than the Porsche at this stage as well. So Andy Merrick at 2 minute 5.7 leading the race. Pampanini 2 minute 7.2 in second position. 2 minute 3.5 for Ben Barnicoat in third. And a 2 minute 5.9 for Callum McLeod in fourth. And despite the fact that he's not on the lead lap, he is a lap adrift. Luca Marini in fifth place is also doing 2 minute 5, 2 minute 5.3, so he's not slow at all. He's the quickest driver out there, other than the Ben Barnicoat McLaren at this stage. So the monster VR46 Kessel Racing Ferrari setting some really good pace, albeit it is a lap adrift, and it's on its own on that lap as well. So it is a lap adrift of the cars ahead. It's also a lap ahead of the car that sits behind as well. So Andy Merrick quickly sides his way through and past the Mercedes that lies second in the GT4 category. And now that he's got clear road ahead again, you can see just how far Roberto Pampanini has fallen away since losing the lead of the race. 4.1 seconds adrift he was. He's lost about another 0.4 of a second through the first sector of this particular lap. Through the second sector of the lap, he has lost a further 0.6 of a second. So it's going to come out to something like 5.1, 5.5 seconds maybe that Andy Merrick has as a lead of the race. With 22 minutes to go, that's going to equate to, 10 or 11 laps left before we see the checkered flag. So not long to go now for Andy Merrick. On to lap number 159. So that now means that in terms of distance in a Gulf 12 Hours, I think 159 laps around this circuit. It's a quicker circuit. That's the thing. The average speeds are that little bit higher than they have been at Yas Marina. That puts us on to 534 miles. So we're about where we ought to be really at this stage, for 550 miles roughly within the first 6 hours. But that's without any safety cars. So here comes Roberto Pampanini towards us. GT4 car in between himself and the charging Ben Barnicoat. Look how far he's opened up the gap between himself and the Mercedes of Callum McLeod that sits behind. Ben Barnicoat 2 minute 3.7 that time through. Roberto Pampanini 2 minute 7.1. So really is much slower Roberto Pampanini in the Porsche than the charging McLaren that sits behind. Andy Merrick dives through and gets past Charlie Hollings, who moves out of the way because he'll be fully focused on making sure that he hangs on to the lead in the GT4 category as he lets the Bentley go through. Charlie Hollings running for Optimum Motorsport down in 8th position overall, as we say, lead in the GT4 category, as they then head along the straight and in towards the left-hander at turn number 11. Andy Merrick looking nice and neat and tidy. The immaculately prepared, fabulous sounding Bentley turns its way through turns 11 and turn number 12. All all of the time, opening up the gap. It's now up to 5.3 seconds between himself and the number 67 car of Roberto Pampanini. Roberto Pampanini is now at this stage going to be 5.2, is about 3 seconds ahead, and that's a big spin, and that is the GT4. No, that's Roberto Pampanini, sorry, that's Roberto Pampanini that's had the spin, just picked up and it couldn't see for the smoke. Pampanini's had the spin. So that is going to drop the dynamic Porsche down through the order. Through has gone Ben Barnicoat, saved him having to overtake, didn't it? Also having gone through is Callum McLeod. Hoping we might get a replay of that. It was just as I was looking at the timing screen that the spin occurred. By the time I'd looked down, all I could see was smoke. I couldn't see the car because of the Pirelli tyre smoke, as Pampanini lost the tail end of it. He was slowing up. It does make you wonder whether his tyres were feeling rather second hand, and that was why he was trying to limp the car. Let's have a quick look. Great replay. Let's have a look. Yeah, just couldn't quite see the start of it, saw the end of it, and that was the point that I looked up and just saw the smoke and couldn't quite pick out who it was. So big spin for Roberto Pampanini, which means that Andy Merrick still continues to lead the race. He leads by 6.6 seconds from Ben Barnicoat, who on the last lap was 3 seconds quicker than Andy Merrick. We are going to have about, 9, maybe 8 or 9 laps to go, closing to the tune of 3 seconds a lap. Could be another couple of laps. Ben Barnicoat will be right up with this Bentley, such as the rate of close at this stage. Now, they are in separate classes, but Andy Merrick will want to hang on to the overall lead. He runs in GT3 Pro-Am. That is a GT3 Pro class car, so the driver gradings all being either gold or silver, whereas Andy Merrick for Team Parker Racing, he is the gold driver, but he's sharing with 2 bronze drivers, Derek Pearce and Ewan Mackay. But it's been a great run of form for the Bentley. Bentley recently announcing that their factory team was being disbanded, and they would focus on supporting customers to a degree, but the development program for the Bentley Continental GT3 has come to an end, very sadly, but it's always been a great car to see out there. So different to the rest of the GT3 machinery. It looks cumbersome. It doesn't look like a GT3 car, but the development they've done, particularly with this second evolution of the car, meaning that the weight distribution was much better. They moved the gearbox position to it to get the car settled. It works much better in wet conditions, this particular car. There's no hope of rain this weekend, but certainly all of the drivers that have driven both the original version and this version of the GT3 say that the newer version, this version we've got here, is so much more settled. But it's such a shame that the program has come to an end. But it's great to see customers still driving these cars, which not only look good, they sound absolutely wonderful, the Bentleys, and at the moment it is leading the race overall from the charging Ben Barnicoat. As for Roberto Pampanini and the rotating Porsche, well, Luca Marino also got through and passed him, but Luca Marini is still a lap off the lead. Roberto Pampanini has dropped to 4th place. The 5th place car of Luca Marino lies ahead of him, but has simply unlapped himself. So we've got 16 minutes to go. Our race lead is ever closing. 3.6 seconds the gap has come down to. It was closed by 3.1 seconds on the lap that's just been completed. It was a 2 minute 6.3 from Andy Merrick. It was a 2 minute 3.2 from Ben Barnicoat. So you could argue in another lap's time, by the end of this lap, Ben Barnicoat should be right up onto terms with Andy Merrick. The Team Parker Racing Bentley started, remember, 6th on the grid. Great start from Ewan Mackay, saw the car up into 2nd position in the early stages of the race. They saw the race sort of go away from them a little bit as they were fighting over 3rd and 4th and even 5th places on occasions, but with some hard work, some consistent driving and a bit of luck along the way, they have managed to get themselves into a race leading position. How long they will remain in a race leading position remains to be seen. Can Andy Merrick do enough to hang on to it for 15 minutes, or is he just going to make sure that he lets the McLaren go through, knowing that it's a little bit quicker at this stage of the race, and just make sure that if they finish 2nd in this aspect of it, part 1 of the race, they would line up on the outside of the front row for part 2. Well, Ben Barnicoat has still got a bit more work to do. The McLaren is ever closing. Gap is down to 0.8 of a second, as it's a 2 minute 6.2 from the race leader, a 2 minute 3.4 from Ben Barnicoat, meaning that he is now in prime position to see whether he can retake the lead of the race on this particular lap. Now, clearly, whatever the problem with the gear shift, they have got it sorted, because since it's rejoined the race, Ben Barnicoat has been setting quickest laps compared to anybody out there. He jinks out from behind the Bentley. He's looking for the inside line. He's headed towards turn number 4. Andy Merrick doesn't put up a great deal of defence, lets him go, knowing full well that we are still not even past the halfway point of the Gulf 12 Hours, because we've got 15 minutes to go before the checkered flag in part 1. We've then got another 6-hour part 2 of the race to come a little bit later on this afternoon or this evening, subject to where you are tuning in. Ben Barnicoat back into the lead of the race. So lost the lead of the race on lap 149, regains the lead of the race on lap number 162. And now that means that there will be a car that leads GT Pro back in the lead overall. Andy Merrick drops to second, but still leads the GT3 Pro-Am class. So Paul Roberts, kicking tweets coming in. Hashtag Ask All 12 Hours. Will I be having a power nap after part 1? Sadly not. We've got issues to sort out, haven't we, with audio? So no, we won't. Might grab some food though, because it's been a long time since the alarm went off at 5:30 UK time this morning. So thanks for tuning in, Paul. Keep with us as well. We'll be back for part 2. Keep sending your questions as well. It doesn't matter if you send them through in the break. It doesn't matter. Use the hashtag #AskGulf12Hours. And anything you send to us whilst we are off air between part 1 and part 2 of the race, we will get to them. We will get to them. And we will tick off as many as we possibly can. So Ben Barnicoat leading the race. Andy Merrick, for the moment, is bottled up behind Patrick Zamperini at the wheel of the SVC Sport Management Maserati. He will easily scythe his way through and past that as they come over the start-finish line, which he does now. So it's back to McLaren leading, Bentley second, Mercedes Callum McLeod in third place is going to come over the start-finish line any second now. You can just see the distance of the shots. There goes the Mercedes over the start-finish line. And Roberto Pampanini, who had the spin from second, dropped down into fourth place, goes across the start-finish line now. And he is, 26 seconds adrift. So the top 4 cars, after 6 hours of racing, bearing in mind, with no safety cars, we've had no safety cars to bunch them back up. This has been green flag racing all of the way for this first 12 hours. And to have, in what is a small field, there's only 10 cars circulating now because of the 2 cars that have had issues, to have the top 4 cars separated by 26 seconds after nearly 5 hours is staggering. Here's the overtake. So you can see Andy Merrick just really doesn't move across to try and defend from Ben Barnicoat. He knows at this stage of the race that McLaren is a quicker car. He knows that it's also got the race pace generally, and therefore what is the point of holding up the car that is going to pick your pocket, is going to get by you. You will lose less time letting it go by, and then you can turn your attentions to just making sure that you stroke the car home in second position in this part of the race, and that will give you a front row start for part 2 of the race that is coming up a little bit later on. So Ben Barnicoat heading down towards turn number 14. 11.5 minutes to go. Andy Merrick running very, very wide coming out of turn 13 that time through. But for Ben Barnicoat, since taking the lead of the race, just 1 lap later, it opened up at 2.8, nearly 3-second lead between himself and Andy Merrick. That gap will have grown further this time through. He was about 0.8 of a second quicker in the first sector. He is 1.5 seconds quicker in the second sector, and it's about 0.3 of a second quicker in the third sector. So it comes out to 5.8 seconds now, the gap from first to second position. Third place, Callum McLeod just works his way over the start-finish line. He's got the GT4 Maserati traffic to deal with. So here comes Callum McLeod. He sits there in fourth place, 16 seconds off the lead. And then Roberto Pampanini is about another 14 seconds off him. So 30 seconds now separates the top 4. As for class leaders at this stage, well, leading the race overall, leading GT3 Pro, Ben Barnicoat. Second in the race, GT3 Pro-Am leader is the Team Parker Racing Bentley of Andy Merrick. GT3 Am is the number 27 Kessel racing car. Emanuele Tabacchi is the driver of that car. That one's in 6th position overall. And GT4, number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren leads that. Charlie Hollings on board, and he has just stretched the lead a little bit over the number 90 Mercedes. The gap is now 9.2 seconds between first and second places in the GT4 category, but they are both still on the lead lap and can also then start to roll their sleeves up and slug it out for another 6-hour race that will take place a little bit later on for part 2 of the race. Now remember, when we see the checkered flag, which is less than 10 minutes away now, the finishing order from this race will give us, subject to any other penalties that might be deemed appropriate from the officials, but the finishing order will give us the starting grid for part 2 of the race. And any laps that you are adrift in part 1, they have to be whole laps, they can't be part laps. Any whole laps that you are adrift are also carried over into part 2 of the race. And what we will see is, as things stand at the moment, the top 4 cars all starting part 2 on the same lap. They will all start first, second, third and fourth on the grid. The car that's 5th on the grid, at the moment, if things stay the way they are, will be the number 46 Monster VR46 Ferrari, which Luca Marini is behind the wheel of. That will start 5th on the grid, but it will start part 2 of the race a lap adrift. And I think also a lap adrift will ultimately then be the number 27 car of Emanuele Tabacchi, because I think that is now also on the same lap as Luca Marini. So it looks as though we're going to have 4 cars starting on the lead lap, 2 cars starting a lap adrift in GT3, and in GT4 the front 2 cars both on the lead lap, and the 3rd car in GT4, which is the Maserati, is going to be about 12 laps off them because of the 2 lots of suspension problems that have befallen that car throughout the course of this part 1 of the race. So 8.5 minutes just under to go for the 165th time. Ben Barnicoat at the wheel of the number 33 car. The car turns its way up towards turn number 9. Solid stint from Ben, solid 2 stints from Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa, solid single stint that we've had from Martin Kodric, the Croatian driver behind the wheel of that car. So Isa having done 2 stints, Ben Barnicoat having done 2 stints, Martin Kodric just doing the 1 in this one, which tends to suggest that maybe Ben might just do the 1 stint in part 2 and Martin Kodric will do a couple. And we'll see as to how many Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa manages to do. It is a pro category car, so as long as each pro does a minimum of 1 hour in each aspect of the race. So part 1, each pro has to do a minimum of 1 hour. Part 2, each pro has to do a minimum of 1 hour. But you've only got 3 drivers in the car and a 6-hour race. That's more than doable, isn't it? So I don't think any minimum driving periods are for them to worry about. So they've got good flexibility within 2C's Motorsport to decide what they want to do in part 2 of the race and how they are going to divide up driving duties for the second part of the race, which is scheduled to get underway at 5:30 Middle Eastern time. That will be 2:30 GMT, 3:30 if you're watching in Central Europe. So in towards braking for turn number 1, 7 minutes to go. So the lap he's on, and probably 3 more thereafter. So he's on to lap number 166. He's on to at the moment. So we're probably going to have 169 laps, one would have thought, out of this one, potentially. And 69 laps is equate to a fair chunk of mileage around this 3.63 mile circuit. That's going to be, what, 568 miles that the car, potentially the leading cars, will have raced for, which is going to be, in terms of, I know it's a different circuit, I totally know that it's a different circuit, but that would be a record mileage in part 1 of a race in the Gulf 12 Hours. The previous record that we will have had in part 1 of a race was last year, actually, was 545.42 miles, but that was a different circuit. That was a slightly longer Yas Marina circuit. We did have 1 safety car period for 11.5 minutes in that race as well. So 568 and green all the way would mean it would be a new record distance in a part 1 of a Gulf 12-hour race. We'll see as to how they get on in part 2, but it's not absolutely fair to compare this circuit with Yas Marina, but it just gives you an idea as to the kinds of distances that these cars are, including the pit stops. Remember, they have to stop and do the driver change, and they have to do 4 of them, and each one of those in the GT3 cars is, what, a minute and 110 seconds, so a minute and 50 seconds it will be. So the cars are circulating continually. They've got all the twiddly bits to try and drive around as well, but the average speeds of the cars will be quite staggering when you look at the kinds of times that they are doing and the mileages that they are covering. So over the start-finish line, 5 minutes to go, there or thereabouts. So this lap and 2 more thereafter for Ben Barnicoat, who has done a really good job, a very professional job, as have the team, of not panicking when things all of a sudden didn't quite go their way. There's one car in the background heading for the pit lane, I thought I saw there, and that is Andy Merrick coming in. The Bentley comes in from second position into the pit lane. Now, what is this for? There are 4.5 minutes just over to go. The Bentley heads into the pit lane, vacating what is second position and the Pro-Am lead. And is that a drive-through penalty for Andy Merrick? He is in the pit lane. Is he going to stop right at the top end? Through goes Callum McLeod into second position now. Roberto Pampanini will move through into third position, but Andy Merrick is still in the pit lane. Might be a splash and dash potentially. Yeah, it was a splash and dash. He must have been running low on fuel. So out of the pit lane comes Andy Merrick. So they rolled the dice on strategy, and it almost worked for them. They've had to give up second place. They've had to give up the lead of the Pro-Am category. It's dropped them down into fourth position, and it could only have been they didn't quite have enough fuel on board that car for the remaining, 4.5 minutes? How close it is. The main thing is they are still on the lead lap of the race. It will affect their starting position, of course, because if they finish fourth in this part of the race, they will start fourth in part 2, but they are still on the lead lap, that lead lap being 167 laps, which is about to be completed very shortly by the number 33 2Cs Motorsport car of Ben Barnicoat. So there is our GT4 class leading car. Charlie Hollings still behind the wheel of that one, turning in towards turn number 1. Up towards us here comes our overall race leading car. Ben Barnicoat's laps are so consistent. 2 minutes 3, 2 minutes 3, 2 minutes 3. The number 72, wow! The number 72 car in the hands of Joe Osborne. We have not seen that car for the best part of nearly 100 laps. But Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport, hats off to them to get the car repaired. They're bringing it out, I would imagine, for the final 3 or 4 minutes, just to see whether they have resolved the braking issue. If they've resolved it, I think we might see that car back out in part 2. If they haven't resolved it, then it may well be that we don't see the car anymore. But Joe Osborne, factory McLaren driver, on board that car as it heads down the pit lane, and hopefully is going to rejoin the race. I wonder if he did an outlap and then came straight in again. It's a car we saw briefly on the screen, and I think it was an outlap from Joe, which turned into an in-lap at the same time. So purely an exploratory lap to check that the issue had been sorted, and the number 72 car back in the pit lane again. So I think that hopefully is a good omen that we will see them take to the grid for part 2 of the race. However, for part 1, a couple of minutes to go before the checkered flag will head out. A race which has largely been dominated by this number 33 2Cs Motorsport McLaren. It led the first 148 laps of the race. Then it lost the lead of the race to the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which was in the hands of Roberto Pampanini at the time. Roberto Pampanini hung on to the lead for 5 laps of the race before then he was picked off by the Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental GT3 of Andy Merrick, who led for what was 6 laps of the race before eventually the recovering car of Ben Barnicoat, following vacating the lead because of those paddle shift issues and gear change issues, retook the lead on lap number 162. So there's only been 14 laps of the race so far that the number 33 car has not led. Of the 167, all but 14 have been led by that car, that being the number 33 car. This car here also destined to finish in second in this first part of the race. Callum McLeod will be hugely chuffed with that, as will Ian Logie and Chris Froggatt, who've all done hard work in this particular race to make sure they brought that car up from what was 5th position on the grid. It's always been there or thereabouts. It's one of those cars that always seems to have had somebody to battle with as well over the course of this first part of the race. But for Ben Barnicoat, the 2Cs Motorsport 720S McLaren, which a couple of years ago, 2018, made its debut in the Gulf 12 Hours, its world competition debut in the Gulf 12 Hours, of which Ben Barnicoat was one of the drivers that year with Alvaro Parent. and Shane Gisbergen also sharing driving duties back in 2018. It looks as though, despite the fact that other McLarens have faltered, this one, a very small scare, has had the lion's share of the front running and is now, little more than 3/4, half a lap away from heading towards the checkered flag. It's not victory, it is purely the checkered flag for part 1 of the race, and as soon as they receive it, subject to official confirmation, it will also secure the pole position for part 2 of the race. So down the straight up towards turn number 11 goes Ben Barnicoat, and it certainly looks as though they are on for a win in part 1 of the Gulf 12 Hours. Might not all have been plain sailing. It looked as though it was going to be. It wasn't. We've gone green as well for only the second time in the history of the Gulf 12 Hours in part 1 of a race. The only other time we have had no safety car periods in part 1 of a race was back in 2014. We've gone green all the way in this one. Ben Barnicoat heads down the final straight up towards turn number 14 and 15. Nothing else for him to worry about. No further traffic. Nice and neat and tidy. He has also set the fastest lap that we saw in this part 1. That was on the first flying lap, way back on lap 2. At the end of lap number 169, Ben Barnicoat comes over the start-finish line to take the checkered flag and wins part 1 of the Gulf 12 Hours, and therefore secures pole position for part 2 of the race. We are only at the halfway point of this running of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. Callum McLeod is for Ram Racing going to come through and secure second position in part 1. That is also the lead car in the Pro-Am category and is on the lead lap as well. So that car might be 30 seconds adrift at the end, but it will start on the front row of the grid alongside Ben Barnicoat's team for part 2 of the race. Taking the checkered flag, Luca Marini comes through, finishes in 5th place. That's 4th in Pro-Am, but that car is a lap off the lead, so that is going to have to carry that lap deficit through into part 2 of the race. Roberto Pampanini was running as high as the lead of the race and spun whilst in 2nd place, but he will come through for Dynamic Motorsport. 3rd position still on the lead lap and only just ahead of Andy Merrick in the end at the wheel of the Bentley, who was closing in. So Ben Barnicoat, Callum McLeod, Roberto Pampanini and Andy Merrick all taking the checkered flag, all finishing on 169 laps, so they will carry that through to part 2 of the race. Luca Marini finishing in 5th position, a lap off the lead, and we're waiting the rest of the cars to come through to take the checkered flag. It's only the front 5 so far that have taken the checkered flag in part 1 of the race. Next of the cars to come through should be any second now. I think Patrick Zamperini at the wheel of the Maserati comes through. That is going to be finishing in 10th place. Behind him on the road, finishing in 6th overall, is Emanuele Tabacchi for Kessel Racing, the number 27 car. That is also just a single lap off the lead. That's all, the number 27 car, so not a bad run from them in the end. The next of the cars to come through should be Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio at the wheel of the number 8 Kessel Racing car. That just takes the checkered flag any second now. There he goes over the start-finish line. That is the car that is going to lead the 5th place in Pro-Am, I should say, 5th place in Pro-Am as they come through. And then we await the GT4 leader to come through. It is Optimum Motorsport, Charlie Hollings, that claims the GT4 honours in part 1 from the number 90 car, the Mercedes of Jean-Luc Dorier. So that is all of the cars over the start-finish line. Just to confirm the running then, Ben Barnicoat is the first home for 2C's Motorsport. Callum McLeod, 2nd for Ram Racing. Roberto Pampanini for Dynamic Motorsport 3rd, and Team Parker Racing, Andy Merrick 4th. All of those on the lead lap. The order you see there gives us a starting grid for part number 2. But remember, any cars that are off the lead lap carry that lap deficit, or however many laps deficit, into part 2 of the race. So the top 4 cars all start on the lead lap. The cars in 5th and 6th on the grid, which is the Monster VR46 Kessel Racing Ferrari and the 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari, will start a lap off the lead come part 2 later on today. Starting 8 laps off the lead will be the number 8 car of Kessel Racing, their Ferrari. As we see, there is our race leader flashing the lights, taking the checkered flag, Ben Barnicoat. It was largely plain sailing for 2C's Motorsport, a bit of a scare, but we look back at the start of the race, lots of squeezing going on towards the start finish line. Watch out for the Bentley on the outside line. It really was a fantastic start from Ewan Mackay, who propelled that Team Parker Racing Bentley, were making their debut here from 6th on the grid up to 2nd by the time they got towards turn 1. There was one car that got turned round at turn number 1, and that was the Porsche, which had all of that work to do to try and, in the hands of Mauro Calamia, work his way back up through the order. The battles in GT4 were raging in the early stages. The GT3 cars, it took a long time for Lewis Williamson to try and finally carve his way through and past Brendan Arieb. Brendan Arieb did lots of hard work at the wheel of the number 72 McLaren to try and keep Lewis Williamson behind, who had started on the outside of the front row of the grid but ran a little bit wide through turns 1 and 2 on the first lap, and it was several laps of trying before eventually the number 7 2C's Motorsport car of Lewis Williamson could eventually grab the position away. All of the time whilst he was bottled up behind Brendan Arieb, though, he was losing time to the cars ahead. Arieb wasn't doing a great deal wrong at the wheel of the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren. He was just making sure he positioned the car to make it as awkward as possible. There was a good fight going on between the Kessel Racing teammates. Valentino Rossi was fighting away with the number 8 car, the Ray-Ban-backed Ferrari, in the hands of Nicola Cadai behind. And eventually, Nicola Cadai was able to squeeze his way through and ahead of Valentino Rossi, and would then try and close up on the 2 squabbling McLarens that lie ahead, still with Brendan Arieb holding up the car of Lewis Williamson, who was desperate to try and make progress after his slow start to the race. Despite several attempts of showing the nose, Lewis Williamson was finding it pretty much impossible to open the door and squeeze his way through, and almost looked as though he'd done it on the run up towards turn 1. But again, deciding in the early stages of the race, discretion was very much the better part of valour. All of the time, Lewis Williamson losing time to cars that he had been right up onto terms with. Oh, the car had been right up onto terms with in qualifying. Eventually, the opportunity presented itself down at turn number 10. Lewis Williamson squeezed himself up the inside of Brendan Arieb. Brendan Arieb just about got the door closed on the number 8 Ferrari of Nicola Cadai, who was looking to try and also gain the position. Then Nicola Cadai looked to try and squeeze his way through on the run up towards turn number 14, up the inside of Brendan Arieb, but carried too much momentum into the corner, lost grip on the exit of it as the car ran wide, and rotated the car through a spin. He would drop to the very back of the GT3 field. For Valentino Rossi, he was tasked with trying to keep the Porsche behind him that was looking to try and make progress after its spin on the very first lap. Mauro Calamia eventually able to go through, but just as the yellow flags were out because of the first section of damage to the rear suspension of the Maserati. That was limped back to the pit lane by Anthony Hodson, and whilst he was struggling his way around the circuit, Valentino Rossi took the opportunity to draw himself right the way alongside in towards the brake area at turn number 8 of Brendan Arieb, who just about was able to fight back and hang on to the place. Lewis Williamson, having undone Brendan Arieb, was able to work his way through, and then eventually was able to overtake Christopher Froggatt at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes to gain positions. And as for Mauro Calamia, he also was able to dispatch Brendan Arieb down a position. Quick start from the number 72 car from 9th on the grid up through the order, but it all started to just undo a little bit for Brendan Arieb as he was slowly picked off by a few cars in the early stages, and eventually was almost picked off by Valentino Rossi heading up towards turn number 9. By the time they got towards turn number 10, Valentino Rossi had also got the job done. It all looked to be perfectly going to plan for the number 33 car as Ben Barnicoat was poised, ready to hand the car over to Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa and Martin Kodrich, who he was sharing the car with. For Lewis Williamson, his progress up through the order continued as well. After his problems at turn number 1 and getting caught up behind Brendan Arieb, several laps later, he was eventually able to pick off the Bentley and go through and overtake the Bentley to grab a further position. It wasn't long after that that all of a sudden things started to have a bit of a twist in the tail for Lewis Williamson. All of the hard work done getting past Ewan Hankey all of a sudden started to have issues with the car. Still going quickly at this stage as they were lapping the GT4 category cars, but just around the corner, there would be problems that would befall the number 7 McLaren, and at the moment we've seen very little of that car out on track subsequently. The Inception Racing Optimum Motorsport McLaren was always still fighting away with the Castle Racing number 8 car. Out front, Lewis Williamson was still looking to try and pull away from Ewan Mackay in the Bentley. They had GT4 traffic to deal with as well. The early leader and long-time leader in GT4 was the Scuderia Villorba Corsa Mercedes, which really only relinquished GT4 leads as we cycled our way through the pit stops. But then all of a sudden, the number 7 McLaren that had made all that progress in the hands of Lewis Williamson fighting his way back up through the order, started to slow down. Through went Ewan Mackay in the Bentley, through went the Mercedes of Ram Racing in the hands of Christopher Froggatt, and then also through went Mauro Calamia at the wheel of the Porsche. Very little defence put up for all of those overtakes, which tended to suggest that the pace of the McLaren was ailing, that its ability to stay out there on circuit was very much limited, and it wouldn't be many laps later before the number 7 McLaren would head in towards the pit lane. And the story is that there were turbocharger issues with that particular car. Now, the number 72 McLaren spent a large amount of time with the squabble between itself and the Ferrari, whilst one went one side of the GT4 class leader, one went the other side of the GT4 class leader, and well, we continue to see great fights all the way through the order. Might have fewer numbers of cars this year, but we've seen some great action from the Gulf 12 Hours here in Bahrain. But with the checkered flag having been taken, Ben Barnicoat's claiming top spot in the first 6 hours of the running from Callum McLeod, Roberto Campanini and Andrew Merrick. All of those cars on the lead lap. They will start in the first 4 positions for part 2 later on. GT4, Charlie Hollings in the number 77 Optimum Motorsport car, claiming top spot in the first 6 hours. Chased home just 7.5 seconds later from the number 90 car, the Scuderia Villorba Corsa Mercedes. But we'll leave you with some remaining highlights of the first 6 hours of this first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. You can enjoy some of the highlights for myself, Mark Werrell, and the team out there in Bahrain from the Gulf 12 Hours. We are going to take a break and we will be back with you for part 2 of the race. Remember, it is scheduled to get underway. Green flag goes at 5:30 time in the Middle East. That is 4:30 GMT. Sorry, 4:30. That is 14:30 GMT. That will be 15:30 Central European time. So from the whole Gulf 12 Hour team out there in Bahrain, myself, Mark Werrell, here in the UK. I hope you've enjoyed the footage. We've had to deal with things in a different way for this live stream, but I hope it hasn't diminished from your enjoyment of it. And if you have enjoyed it, please make sure you're back with us for part 2, which, as we say, scheduled to get underway 5:30 local time. It will be 2:30 UK time. From everybody, until a bit later on today, it's goodbye.